反被聪明误了，兄弟。两张符。
给狼队送大分。
两张符没了，钱也丢了。
白买兄弟，还不如开个包呢，我
还不如。
好冷啊，真可冷。但我招不到人，真别怪我。
不是你，我穿个这都没事，你娃穿个这还一直
摸摸我的手。
没事。
快，身体不快疼死的湿了，兄弟，我今天没喝枸杞酿。
在那些和你分开的时间里，我骗过我自己，以为能忘了你。圆圆的脑袋，大大耳朵，粉色又笨拙，跑步像陀螺。你都想牢记，总是此刻。想要做好事，弹中炮火。但是我找一下屁股的位置，我找到一个红叶。
敌人
来了，躲树上的，可能躲在洞里面。
走吧，先假装走，先假装走，别再守。
我想进洞看一眼。
你看，龙还有20秒。
洞里面躲了，就在洞里。
OK， 我手撕你们追。
救谁？
躲落日4里面了，我估计。我想消费一下。
我也想消费。我这儿有吃药的声音，我这儿。来，我这儿吃药的声音就在我周围，我出去，但是我不知道在哪儿。我真听见人打药了。再找一下，我下面。我在逼你，救他！炸死你！我炸死你！给我下吧！炸死你！给我下！滚！
可以，主播你
关键，
你的鼻子像狗一样，
关键。
吃药了，只找了3分钟。走。
我死了，你们继续操作。两个堵了。
拿来身份证。身份证，哦，我选那个。没事。
一滴血5天。
有花。
有点搞笑。
哦呦，真的假的？哦，
钱滚滚吃了。
钱滚滚。好踢吃花。真的假的？太离谱了！哎呀！哇！
We will make sure that our team, ESK, will get into the finals. Mark my words.
Big fight coming in from Mang as well. As you can see here, they've already spotted out one. Valdecui, one of the opponents that they are going up against here, as the ultimate from the Tamilj activated, but that does nothing to quell the rage that is Mang.
Hi guys, I'm Stephen Manrique, or aka ESK Gaboy from Team SK.
Hi everyone, I'm Kenneth Perez, aka ESK Corrects.
Hello, my name is Juno Ignacio, also known as ESK Juno-san.
My name is ESK Apol, and I'm the team captain of ESK, and we are representing Team Philippines. We never actually expecting to be part of this prestigious event, but it's been an honor. It's a very big honor for us to be part of this prestigious event. This really actually means a lot.
For that, our objective is to get better and to put the Filipinos in the leaderboards, to be more recognized that we are actually competitive and we can give problems to other regions. we wanna showcase our skills and prove to them that us from Philippines also got the strength or the skills to compete with the rest of.
I think that's because we played a lot together and practiced together. Even though we don't have time to play together, we give time and practice and teaches others their mistake and learn not to do it again. I think that's why we got qualified in this.
I think the most obvious answer is always China, since they have the most players and the most competitive players, not just only in this game but in every other game. Chinese players are really committed when it comes to games. So we really want to learn a lot from these Chinese players. But maybe also we want to see from other regions, since we all have our own unique skill sets for each region.
We trust each other a lot. I think that's our advantage to other people, to other teams, and hoping that will be the key to earn or to get into the finals.
Our advantage is that I think we still have a lot to improve. This is also our first time to compete in a high level. I think not a lot of players will pay attention on us or scout us. I think we will really surprise them. Right now, we're trying to play together as much as possible, since we're really trying to sync our movements and play at the highest level possible.
We will prepare as much as we practice together and play together, and also watch other team how they play and how they rotate the map.
For you guys there, watch out. Team from Philippines will make sure to surprise you.
Don't forget to pick up your weapon when you get parried.
Watch yourselves. We're coming to get you.
掌心伤害14000，第4双周常规赛积分第1。面对来势汹汹的挑战者们，他还能夺冠吗？2022 Nbpl S2 第4双周单排周决赛中，小蜘蛛最后一局扛住压力，稳中求胜，并拿下天选，再次斩获周冠，最强新人的称号当之无愧。我是主持人陈瑜，本期 Nbpl 名场面，让我们一起来复盘一下 WBG 小蜘蛛决定胜负的一局吧。周决赛最后一局中，小蜘蛛选择的英雄是殷子平，天赋上选择携带6个本源体能、6个极阴灵巧、6个极阳神锁以及6个万物顽石；技能上选择携带 F2 一起安魂滋养以及 V1 悬壶济世。小蜘蛛开局选择苍翠居为跳点，遇到了同样在搜寻装备的黄福来，与对方拉扯消耗几轮后，小蜘蛛收下了第6局第1个击败分。随后，小蜘蛛在落日寺毁罪殿遇到王良，被王良震刀后，血量落入下风，使用 F2 进入金霸体规避伤害。此时奥义还未准备就绪，便往殿内开始拉扯。 这里大家要注意哦，在因子屏释放 F 技能或者开启奥义时，会获得短暂的金霸体效果。除了不会被敌人打进僵直状态以外，受到的伤害也会大幅降低。利用这个特性，在博弈失败时，也可以很好的规避掉一些伤害，例如长枪的龙王破等等。拉扯过程中，小蜘蛛在只有一个飞索的情况下，利用毁碎店的墙壁多次使用逼击，快速逃离战场。最终，小蜘蛛连续使用2次烽烟逼击，瞬间拉开了与王良的距离，成功躲避了王良的追击。这里我们来向小蜘蛛学习一下身法的小技巧。小蜘蛛在逼击之后空中蓄力，目的是为了躲避飞索命中后产生僵直状态，而利用防炎连续逼击，则是为了与对手迅速拉开距离。空中蓄力是一个非常实用的技巧，可以运用在逃跑或者突袭当中。那么如何使用空中蓄力呢？空中蓄力有3种方式。首先，逼击后按 AD 加 Shift， 使用侧身闪避后可以进行空中蓄力攻击。其次，在使用飞索往空中飞起后，按 AD 加 Shift， 使用侧身闪避后可以进行蓄力攻击。另外，在冲顶攻击结束时，按 AD 加 Shift， 使用侧身闪避后也可以使用蓄力攻击。简单来说，在臂击、飞索飞袭、冲顶攻击的动作结束后，使用侧身闪避就可以用出空中蓄力。让我们回到小蜘蛛的第一视角，看看小蜘蛛2连震刀手刃劲敌的名场面。此时小蜘蛛与凯豹分数差距极小，决赛圈仅剩小蜘蛛、凯豹独白3人。如果小蜘蛛被凯豹击杀，凯豹的积分将会超过他并拿下周冠。但小蜘蛛主动出击，选择直接追击凯豹。凯豹使用蓄力 1.0， 小蜘蛛也释放蓄力，顶掉了凯豹的蓄力。第2次，凯豹同样蓄了 1.0， 小蜘蛛成功震刀。而凯豹第3次蓄力时，已经抓住对方心理的小蜘蛛使用 AC 阵再次震刀成功，震刀反击带走了夺冠路上最大的竞争者。那么什么是 AC 阵呢？顾名思义 ，AC 阵就是使用普通攻击后按 C 键取消当前动作，立即震刀。在我们与敌人蓄力博弈时，对方看到你使用了普通攻击后，则有较大概率释放蓄力攻击。这时，如果你使用 AC 阵，则有较大概率能成功震刀。而在对方残血时，我们可以使用白刀攻击持续消耗对手，给予对方压力。敌人血量越低，就越容易释放蓄力。在这种情况下，我们再使用 AC 阵，震刀成功的概率则可大幅度提高。回到现场，小蜘蛛解决掉最大的竞争对手后，气势如虹。在与独白的战斗中，小蜘蛛左键蓄力盘龙棍，独白绕背准备震刀，但小蜘蛛的盘龙棍第2轮攻击快打到对方时，使用飞索取消了蓄力攻击，避免了被震刀。在部分武器的蓝霸体打出时，按 Q 并射出飞索就可以取消。在实战中，这也是一个非常好用的博弈技巧。最后，小蜘蛛击败独白，拿下天选，成功拿下第2次周冠。小蜘蛛作为联赛的新人，但其极其冷静的头脑、过硬的基本功，奠定了他再次夺下周冠的基础，无愧于最强新人的称号。接杯中国大陆赛区预选赛即将到来，让我们一起期待他接下来的表现吧。好了，本期 Nbpl 名场面到这里就结束了。如果大家觉得还不错的话，还请1键3连哟！欢迎大家留言告诉我们你想要剖析的选手或者技巧。下期 Nbpl 名场面，我们不见不散哟！
复活赛像是最终的机会，不管曾经的比赛中有过多少极限的高光，或者是多少黯然的低谷，我都会更加积极的面对它。黄沙百战穿金甲，回归赛场只为扬名立万。
这边顶出来了之后，商人这个地方能跑吗？有点难跑吧，还要再继续拉扯。独白这个时候也不打状态，
反打了一个逼击起手，接一套升龙反杀了独白，商人。一点希望也没有，
所以要注意一下，现在的返魂花已经在逐渐消失了，返魂次数要逐渐没有了。这边阿叉如果博弈失败的话，就要尽快了，
这3个
没有机会了。
香香这3个右键感觉跟颠勺一样啊！我反身的话，还是被香香抓到了一个机会。这边阿叉也是。
我的目标是最终的冠军。
触底反弹、厚积薄发，往往都发生在那些坚信自己的人身上。当处于最低点的时候，只要能保持韧性，无论朝向如何，走的都是上坡路。
先躲一段，再 A 2下，哎呦没了，这个精力也差不多快见底了，直接对拔了。你别跑，好小子，这一刀中了，来看一下空中这一刀能不能接到，接到了，插 C 进王良，拿下了 Alex 的巨星。
无惧傲雪，不灭星光，打破过去的枷锁，全力以赴。
复活赛阶段1场考试通过了，才能拿到实现梦想的名校。虽然在赛场上很难有人能真正做到保持不败，但机会一向都是留给有准备的人的。你需要在适当的时机一触即发。
香香从 这边能不能跑吧？瑞希大弓射箭，这边带着一个红皮直接过来想射，但是没有射到，再来一箭，
射到了这一箭。
乖乖站好，第一个不祥之刃来自瑞希，看一下这边斩击效果还不错。下面的阿莎不行了，阿莎直接被带走，再来抢。
风雨无阻，生来为赢。复活赛我准备好了。
不举步越不过山岚，不迈腿登不上高山。复活赛对我们而言就是这样的存在，它不是阻碍，而是让我们变得坚不可摧的试炼。巅峰之路暂无止境。
RCG 这2分我要了，而这个防区 EW 以为自己踩得很舒适，现在变鬼屋，沙包再一改，但是自己技能很多，选择all in掉，还抓了一个星宇，星宇也被带走。那
他们可能就是想的就是先杀一个，
哎，
来了。
EWG 传统企业文化，
这一波位置不错，秒
晕住了，
真是秒晕啊！
是的，但是前锋棍一撕，一个混沌诀直接带走。
是，而且这个时候的话，小虎已经倒了，现在就剩
晋级总决赛，我们志在必得。
梦想往往都不是触手可及的，经过自己的努力、训练、打磨，结果才会显得更加珍贵。欲练英雄志，须明胜负多。无惧傲雪，不灭星光。
我们也是控制 LW 的人选，奈何桥这波也是在进行过劈砍，反手砍掉了酷酷，再来一个小3刀，把对方卡在暗域里面进行一波摩擦。
波上规避一下对方的输出，正面单抓 AS，
没关系没关系，队友这个是完全能保的，这个血线完全，哎呦，这波怎么秒了？这伤害进武器太夸张了。
复活赛我们准备好了。
赛场有时候就像一场修行，顺风时一日看尽长安花，逆风时欲渡黄河冰塞川。但无论如何，我们都不会放弃对冠军的渴望和追求。极光往往并接于巨户之巅。
这个梅花桩我熟啊，但是正当夺魂长剑斗金有一脚，他想复刻陈玄之个凤凰羽，这一丝血队友怎么换甲？换甲换得非常漂亮，原地再沉浮，
要吹到这个 B 机，看看
打到了
伤害，有一个金刚护体，但是没用，还是被带走了。
是的，
风雨无阻，生来为赢。这次我们一定要成为赛场的主角。
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League Season 2. This is it, the final day before Grand Finals, as we are here in our second day of Trios Repechage. I'm your host and your caster, the Runekeeper. Joining me, as always, is my main man, right-hand man, Nbpl, and we're getting ready to determine who's going to be going to the Grand Finals for our Trios. But we start today off on a bit of a somber note, as yesterday was quite the interesting day of solos. As you know, 8 players walked away yesterday, and it was their final days of Naraka Blade Point in any sort of competitive fashion until next year. They won't be going to Grand Finals, and they will not be going to World Cup. And none sadder than our boy KZ's Pandaman. Pandaman came into the final game of the day and pushed harder than any other player there was and walked away the MVP. And he walked away 1-2 eliminations at most away from being able to qualify for Grand Finals, and he needed to go to Grand Finals to stand a chance to go to World Cup. He was so close, he could quite literally taste it, and I know all of our hearts go out to KZ's Pandaman, the fan favorite here on the Naraka Blade Point Pro League cast. And you know, I know everybody in chat as well was cheering for him yesterday. They wanted Pandaman to take it home so bad, and he gets to take a win, but it's a very somber win for Pandaman. Just know that we're rooting for you, Pandaman, and we're here for you. But it's time to shift gears as we head into Trios. Dobby, tell me about it. I wasn't here for the first day of Trios Repechage. How was it?
Trios was Trios was insane. There were so many things that went down from our first couple of games. Seeing two back-to-back dubs coming in from XEG on the Trios standpoint, seeing them come through with that was absolutely phenomenal. There were teams that just had so much confidence going into these games here, and we really thought there was a moment where people would kind of be a little bit, I'm not going to say careful, but I feel like there was a moment where we thought hey, maybe people are going to play a little bit more smart. Maybe there's going to be some tacticalness. I said, no, there isn't. And so did Moxie. And we were absolutely right. They went off. They went crazy. There was so much that went down that it was just like you never really knew what they were about to do next. And when I tell you, the last game was the most insane finish I think I've ever seen in trios, nonetheless, in trios. We saw 6 eliminations coming through with the very last player by EWG's Sansi. Sansi comes through with a Yorihime ulti that literally slashes the entire lobby in the smallest of circles. That literally at this point, they're just feeding him eliminations. And Sansi is just getting kill after kill to the point where where you see the kill feed and it says, this person killed this person. The feed couldn't keep up. It couldn't. By the time the game was over, they were still saying, Sansi got this person, Sansi got this person, Sansi got that person. Sansi went nuts in their final game to the point where I was so out of control, I had to pour water on myself again. Every single time when I cast with Moxie, there's always some jaw-dropping, shocking moment. And Sansi was absolutely the MVP of last time's Trios Repechage because, man, EWG put on a show. So I'm hoping that they pull it off and they give it to us again. But what I did see, another thing too, I don't know if you noticed, but AOW got some chains. Woo! Woo-hoo! They got some drip, ladies and gentlemen. It's looking nice. Even I want one. I'm not even on Team AOW, but I want an AOW chain. That's just how nice it looks.
I heard that. That tracks very well. I came in for a little bit. I watched game 2 for a little bit, and there was a moment where Sansi was the last remaining player for EWG alive, and he picks up like 2 or 3 eliminations. Like he finds somebody straggling from another team, and he's just like, I don't care. I'm the last person alive. Let me slide in and pick up that kill real quick. Oh wait, you gonna go over here? You thought you was gonna heal away from me? Nah, let me just go ahead and take that kill real quick. Last player on his team, and you know how hard it is in trios as a solos player to go and pick up eliminations like that. So that tracks fairly well for Sansi and EWG to come in. And looking at the score lines earlier before we got started tonight, EWG no question at the top of the leaderboard, absolutely dominating right now. I don't think there's anybody who could even dethrone. There's no way for them to fall out of top 8. EWG is on cruise control right now. Nobody can come in and just kick them out. They're just riding. They're cruising. They're having a good time. These next 6 games, I expect just to see some absolute crazy coming out from everybody.
So if I remember correctly, in terms of the stats of what we're looking at for our trios here, EOW's in the lead with a 20-point lead. 155.2 is where they're at currently, even though we have 6 more games left. So obviously, with that one, XCG ended up just coming through up top and just decimating these teams, getting 2 back-to-back dubs and doing a 65 in the first 3 games and a 42 in the next 3. So they came out on top with absolute power. AOW in 3rd place comes through 119.1. So they came through and make some magic, but they have a lot to do if they want to take rank number 1. But regardless, AOW is qualified, so they don't really have to worry too much currently. I think the people that have to kind of be a little more scarce right now is Balda, Ventus, and NAD. NAD actually played well in their first game, locking in 40 points. And obviously struggling in that next half with only 15 points. So NAD has had some insane openings for the trios, especially the last trio game. They did an incredible job. So they have some room to work with, but as of right now, NAD, Ventus, and Balda is on that chopping block, and they need to be careful because right under them, they can easily be taken by any of these teams here. I'm talking Q9, KZ, ASE, and even Alliance. I'm gonna be honest, they're also close, and so is JJ. So there is a couple of teams that has the momentum to take those next slots into qualifications here. They just gotta play their absolute heart out.
Oh, absolutely. You know, this is what we were talking about yesterday, is that going into grand finals, it's a complete blank slate for everybody, right? So it doesn't matter where you finish 1st through 8th today, as long as you're in top 8. Because you're going to go into grand finals. It's a blank slate. There's no points carried over. Everybody starts from the bottom in grand finals. It is all out bloodshed from there. So as long as you qualify into top 8 today, that's all you're looking to do. But you guys have got to remember what's on the line here. Not only is grand finals on the line, but for a lot of these teams, their chance to go to World Cup is as well. As we take a look here, you guys know what it is, right? It's 1.6 times multiplier for your 1st and 2nd place teams here. And then of course, we're going to go to Morris Isle for your 1st game. Game number 2, we're going to head over to Hollowroth. Then it's back-to-back Morris Isle with one more Hollowroth. And then we round out the day on our home turf back on Morris Isle. It's 6 games. It's going to be games 7 through 12. If you guys are unaware, this is the second half of the series. And here we go. We're taking a look at the teams that are confirmed going to Worlds already. And if you take a look, actually, I think, are all of our teams confirmed for trios? And our 4 eliminated teams are already just gone? Does nobody stand a chance to qualify for Worlds besides...
That I don't necessarily know. It does say eliminated here, but in reality, Q9 and JJ has a massive opportunity to end up being confirmed here. They just have to play their hearts out for these next couple here. We'll see kind of what happens here. But here are our teams that are confirmed. Confirmed if winning top 10 in Season 2 finals, OC and OUG. And at Q9, EWG, 17JL, and AOW are confirmed. These are the predictions. And confirmed if qualified and winning top 10 in Season 2 finals, Alliance, KZ, JDG, GBL, NAD, MPG, and JJ.
Okay,
so last one was about solos.
Oh, okay, so last one was solos. This one here is for trios. Okay, yeah. Okay, so Q9, EWG, 17JL, and AOW, all they have to do is qualify for Season 2 finals, and they will qualify to go to Worlds. OC, OUG, both need to qualify for Season 2 and then make top 10 in the Season 2 grand finals to have a chance to qualify. Or sorry, no, they've already qualified. I apologize, for Season 2 finals. They just have to make top 10. Alliance, KZ, JDG, GBL, NAD, NPG, and JJHRD not only need to qualify here today for our Season 2 grand finals, but then they need to go to grand finals and make it into top 10 to be able to go to World Cup. So those are your teams: Alliance, KZ, JDG, GBL, JJHRD, that need to qualify today. And unfortunately, if you take a look here, they're in the bottom 8 right now. You see Q9, you see KZ, you see Alliance, you see JJHRD, you see GBL and JDG. Those are all the teams that need to qualify today if they have any hopes of going to the World Cup, which is what it's all about. And unfortunately, all of them currently in the bottom 8. They've got a lot of work to do today, Dobby, because the gap is pretty big. If you look here, Q9 is at 52.8. There's a 14-point difference between 8th and 9th place. Now, between 9th through 13, there's only a 1-point difference. So 9 through 13 all stand a chance to overtake Baoda, but there is a 14-point lead that Baoda has, and that would mean Baoda needs to not play well at all today. So these guys have a tall order. They need to go in, they need to be looking for Team Baoda, they need to eliminate Baoda off the rip, and then they need to have strong games so that they stand a chance to climb that leaderboard and take that 8th place position from them if they have any hope of qualifying. And I hate to say it, there's a lot of teams down here that their entire Worlds run rides on this, and realistically 1, maybe 2 teams can slip into that 7th and 8th place position today, whereas everybody else is kind of up there. As long as they just put points on the board at all today, realistically can't drop out of that top 8, right?
So I'm gonna be honest, 15 points isn't that's not that big. Knowing that these teams are dropping 40s and 50s for, because mind you, it's the first 3 and then it's the next ones, right? It's the next one. So they're qualifying based on the top scores from those games. So all you need is a good game going into each two of these halves, right? Each one gets better and better with these points. So 15 points isn't a massive deficit in trios. Now, if this was solos, this would be a totally different conversation. Because I'd be like, you're absolutely right. 15 points isn't that massive. Anybody can really take that away. And I even give it to you like this too. I think even down to JJ, which JJ I think is placed in, let me see if I can remember correctly here. JJ's in 13th place with a 51.2. They even have a shot.
Oh yeah, anyone from 9th through 13th has a chance to make it, but it's on the back of the fact that Bauda has to have a bad day. They have to have bad games, and Bauda typically has middling to good games. They don't very rarely have bad games.
Bauda, Ventus, and NAD.
Yeah, I could say NAD's in the running, but
Ventus, Bauda, any of those three. If any of those three have, it really just takes one of them. If one of them is off at all, then anybody else that does well can come through and just slip right through the cracks and take it over.
Oh yeah, absolutely. What I'm saying is, realistically, there's only room for 2 teams to move up into top 8 from here, honestly. And we have, I think, 6 teams that need to be in top 8 to qualify for season 2 to even stand a chance to qualify for Worlds. So unfortunately, there's going to be some teams whose feelings are hurt today, because they're not only are they not going to go play in grand finals this season, but that's it. That will be the end of their Naraka career for this season. They won't go on to grand finals. They won't go on to World Cup. It's time for them to pack their bags and head home, and they get to watch like everybody else from home. Unfortunately, that's the realistic view of what we have going on today, as the rest of these other teams like EWG, XCG, AOW, NPG, realistically, there's not much space for these other teams to catch up to them. I mean, I guess I could say NPG if they just have a completely bad day. If NPG comes in,
I think NPG and 17JL, I don't know. I think they're safe. I honestly think they are in a safe place currently. I think NAD, Ventus, Bauda, because between NAD and 17JL, that's 5th and 6th place. That is a 10 extra point difference. Now we're hitting the 20s-ish. So I do think that you can win based off of like those 20+ points, because we have seen people drop 40s, drop 60s, and even EW Dream, who dropped a 77.2 in the second half of Repechage the other night. So it's not possible, but past 7th place, there were people that were dropping only 20s. So it is possible to have those good games where you are going and popping off, hitting those 20s, 30s, and 40s. But like I said, just like how you said earlier, those teams are definitely gonna have to do something. Aww. Doing something different with the hearts. You love to see it coming in, as we're gonna be locking in for XCG. Gonna be locking in our games here very, very soon, and I'm really excited to see how they're gonna be able to put this together here. But so far, this is it, man. This is the last of them. They're doing a fantastic job of it. So let's hope that they'll be able to put it down. But XCG, they don't really have to worry about much. They can really coast into these games. They can just have fun, do some strategies, and if they want to test something out for fun, they really can if they want to.
Oh yeah, look, if you're XCG and EWG right now, you could realistically just have a terrible day and you're still going to be top 8. I don't think anyone can kick them out of top 8. Yeah, you still want to hold on to 1st and 2nd place, don't get me wrong. But at the end of the day, it doesn't particularly matter as long as you're in top 8, right? That top 8 goes to grand finals. And when you go into grand finals, you're not bringing any points over. So they don't get anything more for being in 1st than they do for being in 8th, right? I don't think anyone can kick EWG or XCG out of those top 2 positions. You know, they cemented their story in the first day of trios. They locked it down, they made it happen. And today, you know, we're going to be watching them, and I'm sure they're going to put on a phenomenal show for us, right? But realistically, it's the likes of 7th through 13th that we're watching, because those are the volatile positions that are going to be changing so drastically today. And those are the teams coming in hungry today, right? Because they're all fighting for those top 8 positions so that they can qualify and go to grand finals. And especially, you know, Q9, KZ, Alliance, JJHRD, those 4 teams in particular are in range of being able to take that 8th place slot And those teams have to if they want to go to World Cup. And nobody wants to go home and not go to World Cup. As we lock in for our first game of the day, game 7 of the series, we're going to take a look here at the teams locking in. Quite a few of the Viper Yodo comps that we're typical of seeing. We're going to see 1, 2, 3, 4 Takeda comps coming through, which I'm very interested in seeing. We're seeing, of course, some Monk comps come through, and you know, that new Monk comp that's solidified. We're dropping Karumi, we're bringing Tomolkin, so we're good from start to finish throughout the game. I'm super fond of this comp personally. It serves them very well in that mid game. Excuse me.
Even with that one too. I mean, obviously these first couple of games are going to be really fun to see who's going to lock this in. Surprisingly, I'm telling you, Takeda's really going to start slipping through the cracks with these trio comps here. I think Takeda really does have a powerful slot when it comes to how to play him. And I think a lot of people have really been honestly understanding it and finding the ways. But look at the spread on the map 1 here. Everybody looks like they're going to be getting a nice little set of loot here. I don't think anybody's really going to be landing and not really getting anything here, because I've been noticing people landing and sometimes they're forced to fist fight, which is interesting. Like, I don't know exactly where that idea has come from, but some people have been struggling with that. And some people have been trying to find many ways of doing different things here. But as we're looking at the map here, the map spread is wild. I mean, Shadow Jade is going to find at least a fair share of people. Alchemist Cottage, all the way to Cape Shore, Wreckage Plains. Nobody's in the massive areas of like Sunwing, Stillside, and even Celestia. But everybody around that rotation, in those small little huts of different things, Council Courtyard, Gamma Mine, Sigma Mine, Servants Grounds, Wayne Shrine, Crow's Nest with the massive tower. This is such an interesting space on how people have been landing. So it's gonna be interesting to see where we go here. But ladies and gentlemen, game 1 is already going and already getting in as Team ASE already inside the confounds of AS and 17JL. As it looks like they're going to be pushing in here. And like I said before, immediately catching up. They find loot immediately. Oh, they get so lucky here. It's Hazy dangerously low here. It was able to find something, which is a bow, but you definitely want to have a melee weapon and not just anything, as AS is going to immediately pop his ulti and gets the grab dangerously off of 1, gets the throwdown, but doesn't get the finish. But obviously ZU is going to come through and is able to claim it, as they're also going to get it with Alex as well here. ASE already coming through already with the first eliminations here. They were struggling towards that top space, so I'm very curious as to why they decided to land there in the first place, because there's not really any loot there.
No, okay, so there's the cave down below. They were trying to realistically beat 17JL down into that cave, and unfortunately they just couldn't. 17JL spawned in a better location there and was able to push the cave just a little bit faster. We're going to see JDG here on the Ballista actually putting in work onto JJHRD as they pick up an elimination onto Godly as well. But yeah, no, unfortunately for them, 17JL just got the better landing space there, and it came down a little bit to RNG. And Ace kind of bet that they were going to be able to get the cave, and unfortunately that bet just doesn't pay off. We're going to see JDG pick up another elimination onto JJHRD. Ventus coming in for the third party now. The shoulder tackle comes out from Zhu. Zhu with the ultimate though, confident to keep pushing into this is Team Ventus. The rest of them show up. Their Monk already up as well as they get a grab. Look at this, Zhu just gonna come in and jump on top of JDG's player there while in Pixel's hand. Hit enough damage through so that Pixel can pick up the elimination there onto Jingshu. WX98 still giving chase here to Lily. Gonna jump cancel into a parry onto Lily. The timing on that parry absolutely insane here from WX98 as they pick up yet another elimination here for Team Ventus, and that's 2 members of JDG down. Lion TT waiting in the wings, seeing if he's going to get the opportunity to potentially pick up the resurrection on his team, but it doesn't look like they will. Turning our attention now to EWG, cleaning up some eliminations here onto NAD. Down on here, the last remaining player of NAD, or sorry, Zhao Jin, the last remaining player here for NAD, getting absolutely butchered by the likes of Yiran and Xiao Liu here. And that's going to be it. EWG picks up 3 eliminations, and they're going to get the resurrection onto Sanzi.
Resurrection as well towards this one is Sanzi, an absolute MVP, like I said, from last time here. Let's see if they're going to be able to find it as Q9 and Alliance are coming through. And oh my goodness, Mentality coming through and shutting down LXY here. that massive Takeda strike really coming through and making some magic happen here. Let's see as Mubai is also going to come through as well, giving out that support to their teammates, doing what they can here. Q9 in a very dangerous situation, both of them low as Gua is going to be the first one that ends up getting found here. Alex Y doing what he can to keep his game alive here. Meanwhile, oh, happened so fast, it doesn't even matter. But here comes Team Bauda to start some issues and problems immediately as Mentality gets dangerously low. Beautiful strike coming in from that blade, but Mentality's going to come through and try to do a nice little switch up here, but his teammates from behind are going to be able to help finish him off here, as now it's Bauda keeping it all together with Alliance. It looks like Alliance is going to sadly get shut down by the third party of Bauda.
Yeah, Bauda coming through with that third party. Absolutely huge for them here as they're able to pick up 2 eliminations and get the ball rolling for themselves. JJHRD here on the run as Aces shows up to try to make some noise. Coming in here now, we see the likes of their Tumulk absolutely locked down by Jin. Jin gonna get turned onto though with a charge right click from the Greatsword. Happens a second time. Jin and Hazley not controlling the situation very well, but the 3v1 just a little too much there for Lixen to be able to overcome, and JJHRD is going to lose their Tumulk, and unfortunately they are going to have to find a way to get him back into the game now. Aces Alex giving chase now to the remaining player here for Ventus, Zhu, very, very low, and it looks like they're going to slide in and pick up yet another elimination. Aces going for their 3rd elimination of the game, and if you notice here, taking a look on that side, those 9th through 13th places, very volatile already. Things shaking up here, shifting positions all over the place. Bauda here looking to go against 17JL here, but Apple absolutely just pushed into a wall by the other monks. He's going to turn around and find one onto 17JL's Zhu though. Will he get the slam? No, he will not. The monk's going to come in and cover, keep Bauda's Apple from being able to get the slam. Rizu's going to go down here. This is what some of these other teams need. They need Bauda to have a bad game, and if they keep losing members like this, it could be bad for them. They are down to just their monk and Temi now, looking for a way to bring them back into the game. Luckily, there's enough chaos going on here. They might be able to slide back in and pick Rizu back up. Xiaonan here, a little bit on the back foot as XCG comes through and absolutely covers for them. They're able to obliterate them. We're now back with EWG Sanzi, who was resurrected not too long ago, and Sanzi is going to be eliminated here, unfortunately leaving EWG with a single member left remaining alive. Bauda's Apple, the last remaining player here for Bauda, as the rest of 17JL chases them down, and that's going to be it for Bauda as they all get sent back to the Soul Altar.
Unfortunately getting back to the Soul Altar, but make sure to check and see those spooky active Steam codes there that you can go redeem right now. And it looks like they're still going to be able to run through with it as well. Let's see who's going to be able to claim those codes. Imagine casting who's going to get the codes. Imagine if you could see that. Who claimed the codes fast enough? Is it this person? JJ Smith 392 was able to claim the first key in 2 seconds. That's crazy. You're fast. As we're going to be able to lock this in here. XCG all the way circling this about here. As looks like GBL is going to start making some problems happen immediately as Cuckoo caught on the outstretches, was able to get around the bend just in time. Not getting caught up as the blades and defenses come in all different sides here. Great defense coming in from all these other players as Han immediately is going to throw out the Yorihime ulti. Looks like he misses out on hitting one of them as Mikasa ends up getting the second blade. And it's so close, and he ends up getting hit by that one as well. Blades that one is able to get the beautiful finish as GBL now struggling as Cuckoo by himself. He's going to have to fight this out as now it looks like Bingtao is going to be able to throw out the massive grab from the monk, as he's going to have to stay alive here and go through these rotations here. Trying to keep the game alive as best as possible here as Mikasa is still alive in this space as they were able to pick up Cuckoo. And now it looks like they might be able to bring it back and run it back as well.
We see GBL Han here moving across trying to lock down Ping Tao. There it is. Ping Tao going to be forced to use the Bella parry coming out though. Ping Tao trying to lock some damage in here so he can get that ultimate charge, get that monk back up, but he's not been able to find anything just yet. That said, GBL going to be forced to use that Wu Chen ult to get out and go for a little bit of a reset. AOW's Mikasa goes to push it, but realizes that Cuckoo and Ping Tao moving the other direction, also looking for a reset. So Mikasa going to back off and regroup with the rest of AOW instead of pushing back in to Team GBL. We are 48 players still alive. No teams completely eliminated yet here as we are on zone 2. XCG pushing into EWG here. Sanzi out in the middle of the zone. Sanzi, I do believe, was just resurrected here, and unfortunately for them, they are on the receiving end of some pain here. They need to kill Xiaonan here before the stun comes through, but there's no hope of that happening. XCG rocks Sanzi down, and now the remaining members of EWG show up. We are going to see the teleport come out from the Wu Chen, though, as EWG in the zone gets the resurrection onto Sanzi and starts making their way out of here. XCG all running on empty here, need to take an opportunity to get a little bit of a reset. Likewise, the same for EWG, as they were able to resurrect Sanzi, but weren't able to find too much of a reset. They are down quite a few resources. No Yotahime ultimate, no Wu Chen ultimate, as XCG continues to push in on this fight. EWG looking to maybe turn it on their head. Xiaonan very, very low, hasn't really had the opportunity to heal too much. NiHQ coming in with the ultimate as they do pick up the Viper from EWG. Now they pick up Yiran. Sanzi, the last remaining player here alive for EWG, as XCG locks down their 6th elimination of the game. Sanzi just trying to keep it alive here for EWG. No resurrections available left on anybody on EWG, so Sanzi really has it cut out for themselves. Wants to go in and push this, but the parry is going to come through. That's going to be it for EWG Sanzi, and EWG, the first team eliminated here in game number 7.
Unfortunate coming into these games here. EWG not able to clock in these eliminations and these finishes the way that he wants to, and sadly they will have to go back and suffer it all the way towards the back. They've done such a fantastic job of it so far, and then just sadly was not able to clutch it up all the way towards the end here. And sometimes it's a real big struggle when you're really trying to find all these extra instances and places where really you can try to find anything towards these. That looks like Apple is going to get stunned, and he's going to get triple teamed by one massive monk here as the Yotahime ulti does come down. They are not giving him any chance, any source to try to get any form of elimination here, as they're just going to absolutely rotate and bully the heck out of him. As now Ruzu by himself also as well here is going to try to see if maybe they can push into this. Down and dangerously low as well here. Bauda, Ruzu trying to do what he can here. It looks like they are going to try to fight for the rush of this one. And Axial is going to end up being on the other side of the blade here. Now looking good as he's going to try to see if he can rotate this out. But XCG is going to shut them down. Bauda gonna have to go through for the resurrections, keep it alive. They were able to claim one elimination, but they were able to pick it up and keep it going. Meanwhile, Bauda has to go back and try to go for their resurrection. Struggling to try to find it, but they were able to do something. But now, got to be able to go back to the top of the order. But XCG, 10 eliminations deep already into these games. 147.5. XCG is coming ahead right now. But look at this. 17 JL with 6 eliminations so far already into our game number 1. They have been doing a lot towards these games already, and they've been really feeling pretty good. They're already in 5th place, but to see that 6 points, that's looking pretty good for them. Meanwhile, AOW has none, so gonna have to pay attention to that. Meanwhile, NAD, 2 eliminations. Ventus with 3, Bauda with 3. Q9 and JJ with 4. So it's looking good for those teams, though. If they can keep that same momentum, it's going to be very interesting towards the very end.
Yeah, you know, great plays coming out from Bauda there, though. They pressured in on that fight. Unfortunately, you know, they had Vermilion Bird's Might. They pick up 1 elimination off the back of that buff. They get to keep all their gear when they get eliminated, but they do feed some more of those kills to XCG. XCG's down on there. Having the Poison Splash actually just kind of destroying Bauda there just a little bit, because they were so hungry to pick up that elimination. Both players go in on Xiaonan. They get the kill, and then Xiaonan Poison Splashes both of them. And now they're fighting the rest of XCG at a massive disadvantage, and then they go down. Speaking of which, starting now to a ton of teams going head-to-head here. JDG going to pick up an elimination on Zhao Jin from NAD. Lion TT making it happen. KZ's LXX coming through as well, picking up an elimination, and it's just third party. Central over here, 17JL shows up for the fifth party. On top of it all, KZ's Rain trying to turn now on to Ziyu and the likes of 17JL, who show up to this no ult zone, and it is just a party over here as all these teams go head-to-head. LXX just on the edge of the no ult zone, using their ultimate, trying to lock somebody down. KZ's Rain gonna come through and lock down 17JL's AS here with the ultimate, but no, he's able to tap dodge away from it there. 17JL's AS able to avoid most of that ultimate, looking to lock somebody else down. Benchu covering for them. WBG slows up for the sixth party, and now the party keeps on going. It's like it's 2 a.m. The cops have showed up and they said, hey, we're gonna hop to another house, we're gonna keep it rolling. Oh my goodness, as AS gets caught out by the likes of WBG, he's gonna be forced to pop that monk ult, and Balda shows up as well after resurrecting with a Vermilion Bird's Mite. He's gonna make it the seventh party. We're gonna find out. WBG's Jing keeping things moving here. On to 17JL's AS. WBG trying to lock it down. Balda also shooting on to 17JLS, which makes it the seventh party here, moving forward. So many teams just collapsing on this one side of the map. JDG looking to show back up as well. 17JL's AS just trying to keep it alive. Not able to, though, as Aces shows up as well. Man, what is this?
Even with all of that, too, let's see. It's a lot of stuff going on, honestly. It's a lot of that momentum, and this is exactly why I talk about it all the time. They're still working around this, and they're still trying to make sure how to put it down. Let's see if they're going to be able to figure this out. But, man, they have not given it much of a thought. As GBL looks like he's going to be able to go through with this and find it. See if they can keep that same momentum as they are going to be able to push in on it. Looks like he's able to find something here. He's got some gold on him as well. Very helpful towards what's next. GBL still with 4 eliminations here. Let's see. They're going to have to figure this out. Meanwhile, Ventus, very similar situation. Finally getting something out of their crates as well. Everybody's got a stack of 4-on-4s, though, with their heals and shields.
I was gonna say, it looks like GBL and Ventus both gonna secure those Draco Storms. They're just waiting out till that timer ticks down to the lowest possible timer, so that they can have that Draco Storm to cover the next set of Moore's Blessings that get ready to come up. As Zone 3 collapses onto Zone 4, we're not going to see any more of those buffs. So these teams looking to use those buffs to secure the golden armor that's going to come up in those next set of Moore's Blessings, which is going to be absolutely massive for these Transformer comps who desperately rely on the level of gear that they have to make things happen in terms of damage and HP when they're transformed. Speaking of which, we're going to take a look at JJHRD up top here. 5 eliminations under their belt. And again, those 9th through 13th places, extremely volatile. When we came into the game today, they were all 1 point difference separating every single one of those teams. So every kill making a massive difference here for all of them. JJHRD just a little behind, if you see there. Even though they have 5 eliminations, they haven't moved up into 9th because they are like 0.5 points behind, not even a whole point, but still quietly climbing the leaderboard here. And the thing is Balda and Ventus still in it. NAD eliminated, so it looks like Balda and Ventus potentially going to be moving up into that 6th place position off the back of maybe one more elimination here. And it's going to be these teams looking to take those 7th and 8th place positions from these other teams. That said, Balda quickly on the way up, almost to 70 points now, continuing to keep a wide gap between them and these other teams that are just below them. And they need to keep having good games and putting points on the board because they are low man on the totem pole right now. Being in 8th place makes you a massive target. You're the target for all of the teams below you, and then you're also a target for the teams that are above you as well, because they're trying to knock you out so that they don't have to deal with you going into grand finals. It really is such a volatile position to be in. GBL here now finding themselves engaged with the likes of Q9. Q9 coming through with a massive Yodohime. LWH able to pick up the elimination onto Ji Niao. And now Han coming back in, looking for another one here from GBL. Is going to find LXY coming back in onto LWH, trying to return the favor here. We're going to see a swarm come out. LWH is going to be eliminated by GBL's Da Bao, and we're going to see now they turn their attention here onto Ace. Ace going to use the Wu-Chen ult to escape the Viper ult, and GBL picks up a couple more eliminations for themselves here, and it moves up just a little bit in terms of points, but unfortunately not in terms of position. They have a lot of work to do if they want to have any hope of taking that 8th place from any of these teams. Now turning our attention here to Ventus. Pixel able to secure that legendary armor we were talking about, that armor that these teams, these transformer comps can be so coveted moving forward. Taking a look over at the board so far, 17JL, Q9, NAD, and EWG, the only teams fully eliminated here. We are 36 players left alive as Zone 4 will begin to collapse onto Zone 5 in the next 65 seconds. WBG using the no ult zone here to cover. I do believe that Morris Blessing just to the edge, but unfortunately doesn't look like they're going to be able to move over and secure that Morris Blessing as Ventus and NPG push in towards the no ult zone, looking to make a fight of it here. Pixel up top, just taking those pistol shots. Doesn't want to quite walk into the no ult zone because he is a monk and very, very reliant on his transformation here. So just holding the space as much as possible, looking to rotate around with the rest of Team Ventus.
We haven't really seen too many eliminations with the Swarm, to be honest. Swarm has been a very, I mean, obviously Swarm is very, kind of one of those guns that we don't necessarily see too often. But when we do, it doesn't make a lot of noise, unlike the Flamebringer. So it's very interesting that we finally really got a chance to see an actual elimination coming in with that weapon. As we're still locking it in here with WBG Sleepwalker. GBL really trying to do what they can here and creating these amounts of eliminations and trying to do the spread as much as possible. Meanwhile, Sleepwalker and Aeolus ends up getting caught by Tumult. Q not looking good. Guys definitely have to be careful about that one because you can get sliced and diced in seconds if you're not paying attention here, as we're still going to be able to work towards the rest of these eliminations and try to lock it in as best as possible here. There's still a whole lot of stuff to be had here, but is there a full-blown chest that is not being contested right now? Excuse me? You just go over there, walk up to it, and ain't nobody fighting for it. This is very rare. Meanwhile, everybody else is fighting for their life. As we look at WBG and GBL and also JDG, the 3 bottom players at the very bottom with 6 eliminations apiece here. Is everybody going to come through and just possibly pop off within these first couple of games? Now, that would be interesting to see the bottom 3 end up coming back in these next 3 games and just go crazy.
It would be great to see. We love a good underdog story, right? I mean, JJHRD here actually able to pick up that legendary armor for their monk, which is absolutely massive coming through for our boy God Lee here. So he's going to have that extra HP to cover that transformation here. But a lot of these teams have some big things to compete with here, including XCG, who's already at 10 eliminations. They've got a ton of good gear under their belt, you know, and they are going to be heading into that final circle. I have no question of it, especially with how they played on day 1. That consistency continuing to come through. Bauda here, Rizu trying to pick up an elimination, but Ventus stealing it out from underneath them here as they pick up that elimination onto Mubai. Rizu still trying to make something happen, but knows that transformation is going to be ending soon. Just going to cover Bauda's Apple as Apple Monk's up here. Monk looking to get some grabs off onto anybody, but we're going to see a Temi ult come out to block him, and really Apple, realistically, no place for him to go look for those grabs. Ventus, Pixel, Godly also both transformed up, looking to find some grabs as well here. That swarm coming through, doing a little bit of damage here on to Pixel. Pixel just trying to play it safe as we see multiple Yueshans running around as well. Gonna come over. Navi loves a little bit of Varja on Varja action here as as he goes over to take at least a little bit chunk of damage out of the other monk. And now we're going to see AOW's Ping Tao waiting for the other monks to demonk now, going to come through and monk up. But a lot of places for these players to hide here. Look at this. No, he can grab them through the wall. That is absolutely free for him. Avis here going to take a ton of bow shots. WBG going very low. Sleepwalker forced over into the edge here. Jing coming through there with the Takeda ultimate, trying to lock down Ping Tao. Ping Tao keeping it alive, though, more than happy with their situation alive. As Ace Jin shows up with the Viper roll, they're going to be able to pick up an elimination here on about Azrizu, and now the Swarm coming down, and then there it is, the Temio coming through from another team. Ace going to be forced to push through that as they are able to pick up the elimination, pick up some gear, and move away from the fight.
Meanwhile, there's still a massive fight handling coming in on the other side here as AOW looks like they're going to start absolutely bullying the WBG as Sleepwalker dangerously low. So is AOW's Mikasa. Jing absolutely splitting off Ping Tao as Ping Tao is going to try to figure out what's up something Ming Tao. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is going to try to scramble to help them out. Jing also in a dangerous situation, getting hit by all sorts of things. I'm talking about arrows. I'm talking about the grapples, all kinds of things here as Jing dangerously low within this space here. Pixel is just has the time and the energy to just stand there by himself. Doesn't have to really worry about anything. Doesn't have to worry about anybody, you know, hitting him with a musket or with a pistol or cannon. Anything. You just stand there and just heal. Very surprised by that one as now looking back at it, we're still going to be able to go through these rotations. Absolutely insane coming into these first games here. So let's see how they're going to manage it all the way to the end of our first game as XCG still up top here. 10 eliminations, still holding their own. But look at this, though. 17 JL with 9 eliminations. Sadly, they are eliminated, but 8 coming in from JDG. It's now working towards this one. They still will be able to find another grab as Pixel's able to get one, and MPG Sorrow ends up getting claimed and thrown and slammed by Pixel. Pixel able to really come through with this one on Team Ventus and really trying to do what they can here. Ventus needs this momentum as he ends up getting stunned here. And sadly, looks like he could possibly get finished here as it looks like he might. Dangerously, oh, L-X ends up getting hit by the back of the blade coming in from the Yoda-Hime ulti, but sadly ends up claiming it, I think almost completely on accident. Meanwhile, AFC ends up getting absolutely shredded seconds after hitting their Yoda-Hime ulti. There's still so much of a spread happening here as KZ Ran and the rest of the team are trying to split off here. They were able to get at least one stun, but was not able to get a full team stun as KZ is going to have to back this off and take this slow as the cannon shots come through and ricochet all the way from the very top towards the bottom as they still are going to have to run through with this rotation and play it smart towards the end of this game. Meanwhile, Ping Tao caught in the air, absolutely getting shredded. He's got to be very, very careful as he drops down with a musket, immediately trying to take shot and trying to get some cover towards the next ones as Ping Tao is going to try to see if he can heal, but he can't really find any space and forces himself to pop his monk ult. Probably the best thing for him to do currently as he ends up getting the first grab. He gets a second and a slam coming through as it looks like he's able to claim another one. It looks like AOW and looks like Cuckoo was able to get the other one, but ends up demonking in that game as well, immediately hitting a 10%. Already starting to build off the next one. He has to get ready towards the final circle here. We do have the circle already closing in here for our circle number 6. Godly up top here with the rest of Team JJ, really trying to do what they can here as Ventus was able to claim another elimination here. AOW able to claim one as well, making it their 4th elimination towards these games. And they still need so much work to do here, but they still have a massive chance here as WBG still has 6 eliminations, but it looks like they only have 1 person alive. JDG still trying to rock with it with 9 eliminations all the way at XCG, still holding the lead up with 10, but it really can be anybody's game here as the only people that are still fully alive here from these teams are XCG, JDG, and it looks like HRG, actually, never mind, JDG just got eliminated from XCG's Zowden, which gives XCG a massive lead of 3 points ahead as they're still going to be able to come through with still so much of this madness here. The AOW's Cuckoo going to try to see if he can get a slam. Here comes XCG's Zowden. Zowden trying to find as many people and ends up shutting down the entirety of the lobby with the the Viper ulti. The timing coming in, and ladies and gentlemen, here comes the Yoda Hime ultis back to back, trying to scramble as LXX ends up claiming an elimination onto Zound, and looks like Jing is able to claim one. Lixing is able to get one on TXJ, still able to come through with that as LXX decides he's going to go nuts. 6 eliminations, holding on to KZ here. He's going to try to see if he can get some grabs here. AOW's Pink Tower is going to get finished and claimed, but no, he ends up surviving the slam coming through from JJ's Godly. They still have a massive opportunity, though, to get this finish. He's still trying to see if he can get a quick grab. As he does he get the second, though? And it doesn't look like he is. He might have to force the throwdown, and he does. Absolutely sending him even outside of the circle. Sadly, was not able to get the cleanup. Or actually, never mind, he does. He gets the second one, but he ends up demunking just before the slam. Lixing Hen is so lucky, but not as lucky as the rest of them, as he ends up getting thrown off of the circle and ends up dying to the tick. Meanwhile, still up top, the slams come through. Ping Tao is about to start joining him in the Monk lair. As now, ladies and gentlemen, you're in my arena. Gets the first grab and wasn't able to. Yes, he does. He is trying to see if maybe he can grab a second for a massive double. They're still all the way surrounding him. Ping Tao is able to at least claim one. He's gonna have to force the demunk, but Ping Tao claims another. He's able to do as much as he can here, but the circle will claim him as well. As Godly's gonna hold it, but AOW's Cuckoo is going to be the best player on their team to hold it all the way to the end here, but it looks like XCG is going to be our decided winner for our game number 1.
XCG coming in, locking it down and making it happen. I mean, they had so many eliminations. No, it's AOW.
AOW?
Look, AOW does come in first place. They might have had enough eliminations here with the multiplier to just be able to inch it in and take that victory here in the very end. We're going to find out when we get to take a look at the scoreboard, but AOW is going to be your MVP here for game number 1. Cuckoo was able to lock it down in the very end, take that first place position, and it seems to have been just enough to lock them down for the MVP, coming through with that massive Yueshan ult, just cleaning up the final circle there. You gotta love a good Yueshan finish. And what a game 1 to start things off on here. There's been quite a bit of shuffling between that 9th through 13th place. I do believe Baodao may still just be holding on to their 8th place position. We will find out as we move forward, but a great game to kick things off here. Game number 7 under our belts, ladies and gentlemen. What a day, Dobby. Things are only going to get more and more insane. I've got to talk about the absolute massive brawl that takes place about midway through that game, because it was like third party, fourth party, fifth party. I think we got all the way up to an 8th party at some point in the middle of that brawl. And the thing was it's not even like they were fighting over Moore's Blessing or something. It just was like dog pile over and over again. And it was just like, nah, there was a no, somebody ran to a no ult zone, popped it, and then they were like, yeah, we're gonna fight you. And then as they're fighting, somebody else goes, hey, there's people over there fighting. Boom, third party comes in. Everybody sees the party happening and they're like, yo, you didn't invite us. Their boys roll up. They're like, hey, what's good? And everybody just dogpiling into this fight. Massive picks being taken from team after team. I think we saw our first 2 teams get eliminated in the middle of that, and just a huge fight coming out. Not something we typically see here in the Pro League. So very, very interesting to see. If that's game number 1, I can't wait for our last 3 games, Dobby.
Knowing that this is only game 1, whew, these next 5 games are gonna be nuts. We're in, me and Rune, myself, we are in for a treat. Let alone the people that are in chat that's watching this right now. We are in for a treat. If that's what our first game brings to the table, you can imagine what the next 5. We have 5 more games after this. I feel like I just went through like game number. This feels like a game 4. I feel like a game 4, not a game 1.
No, look, it doesn't even feel like a game 4. This feels like a game 6, right? We very, very rarely see people just absolutely dogpile fight all the way through mid game like that in trios. It just doesn't happen. Usually, as soon as those Moore's Blessings start coming up, people start dipping. They're like, all right, look, I'm gonna let them get their buff. We're gonna hide in a bush till that buff goes away. We don't want to fight you with Draco Storm. We don't want none of that. And we got the mid game here, and everybody's like, nah, we brawling. Put your hands up. I don't care. Let's go.
Put put them dukes up. This is what we doing. Put them dukes up. What you gonna do? We're not gonna do it like that. Put your dukes up. So, I mean, they were able to do what they can here with the amazing finish, but wow, I didn't think AOW actually was going to take that. I really thought XCG had enough a wideness of a lead to be able to do that, and they still was able to catch an elimination towards this though. So this definitely has to be somewhat of a tight game. I mean, it has to be as we look at the eliminations here. But I'm sorry. What?
Yeah, well, I mean, look at this.
The win and the 5 points took them over for 2 points ahead. Meanwhile, XCG takes second and no,
XCG takes like third. No, they take like fourth or fifth.
Because that's only 1 point.
Yeah. So they go out fourth or fifth here with 12 eliminations. That multiplier buys them a couple more points to a 16.8. They get 1 ranking point, so 17.8. They had a pretty good lead, but AOW was able to just take that first place. And this is how important it is to take those points as deep as you can, right? Those 5 ranking points are absolutely huge here for AOW, buying them that MVP. Almost a 20-point scoreline here for AOW. JJHRD, the only team in our bottom kind of area here, they're able to put together a 15.8 scoreline. Unfortunately, 15 points was exactly how many points they were behind Team Bao Da able to put a 4.1 together, but this means JJHRD is going to be in 9th place now. Bao Da still going to be holding on to 8th, but only by 4 points, which means Bao Da has no padding left whatsoever. They have to come into the next game and have a big game, or they are going to drop into the bottom 8, exactly where they don't want to be. And your MVP for our 7th game, our first game of the night here, is going to be AOW's Ping Tao, picking up 14,000 damage, 5 eliminations and 2 assists. It's going to be his 4th time here on the MVP board. Way to go, AOW's Ping Tao.
His 4th elimination claimed to be so far. And no shadow Jades? No Jades? Am I crazy or did he not have no Jades at all?
No, I think he had Jades. I just don't think they popped up there on the
okay,
MVP.
I just want to make sure because I was like, man had no shadow Jades at all. He didn't have nothing. He didn't have an attack. He didn't have a melee. He didn't have desperation or, Hero's Claw. Nothing. He didn't have none of that. He just, wow. I was surprised by that one. I was like, wait, he didn't have anything? 14k damage coming in from Ping Tao with those amount of eliminations, and obviously his 5th MVP. No, his 4th. Sorry, his 4th MVP coming through with amount of eliminations and just putting it down. But XCG just barely misses out. But let's gonna hand it over to Jaeger here. Should be talking to somebody over at AOW right now. So Jaeger, go ahead and do your thing.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing with Kuku and let him say hello to our audience. Hello Kuku, 先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是
好的，欢迎来到我们这个赛后采访，也恭喜你们第一把就有一个非常好的发挥。So first, congratulations, they get the higher score in the game 1. And happy Halloween and triple treat. So before the interview, I have a question. If we don't need to consider in the race, so which one is the favorite hero you think in the game? And could you please give a pose of this hero and then just choose a candy from the pumpkin? OK， 那今天在我们的这个采访开始之前啊，先是祝大家万圣节快乐。然后我们有个小环节啊，想问一下酷酷，如果说今天不用考虑比赛的话，就可以自由的选择的话，你最喜欢的是哪个英雄？然后能不能模仿一个他的招牌动作给我们看看呢？
好的，我最喜欢的英雄是顾庆涵。然后为什么要说一下？
你也可以说一下。
因为我感觉顾庆涵这个英雄上限就是比较高，所以比较秀，所以挺喜欢。
很秀，很看个人操作。那接下来给我们摆个 pose 好不好？
好。
So do you guys just guess which hero is it? 那来选一颗糖吧，看看你今天的运气值怎么样。Okay, so actually Kuku, his favorite hero is Justina Gu, and why he thinks Justina Gu is his favorite hero is because he thinks it depends on personal skills very much, and if you can control Justina, and it will be very very strong. So how does it taste? How is it taste? 感觉这个糖怎么样？
挺好吃的，挺甜的。
挺甜的。So he chose the sweet one， 你选到了一个甜的，非常非常幸运啊。好 ，Let's get back to the game. So today we saw that you is really important in your team. It's like at the final circle at the ending of the game, you just use the ultimate and give you the I think the survive top 1 in the game 1. So I would like to know how did you consider at that time, and also before you used the ultimate, what happened? 那今天其实我们看到在第一把比赛，酷酷你对你们的团队是至关重要的，特别是那一波，其实在最后的一个战场的时间，你在最后一个梅花桩开出了大招，给你们赢得了在排名分上面是第1名。想问一下那一波当时自己是怎么去进行的考虑，并且在你使用大招之前，当时是发生了怎么样，而且怎么去保持自己的状态的呢？
当时几乎是差不多快缩到最后一个圈了，然后我们家大佛就开启奥义了，然后同时有一个沙男他也开启了奥义，所以因为当时所有人几乎场上所有人都没，除了大佛跟那个沙男，就没有其他人用奥义，所以他们被那个沙男的大招限制的很难受。
对对是的。
这个时候对面那个开启奥义的沙男那个位置就特别好，然后我就观察到这一点。
哦，是的。
对，然后我就用我的个人操作，然后震刀，然后把他击杀，然后抢夺他的位置。
还震刀了，太帅！这波非常的细节，怎么讲话时有点眼含泪水的感觉？
没有。
哦 ，OK， 好 ，So actually because before the I used the ultimate, our monk used the ultimate at first, and at that time I also watched that our another Tamuj from other teams they just used the ultimate, and 2 ultimate in the race they are fighting together, and I just watched out that someone is using the long sword and use the charge energy. So I used the parry and parry his weapon, and then we can have very high damage, and I use the ultimate, so that's why we can get the higher score. Okay, so at last we also have a little game that's because we are going to have the Halloween, and could you please make a face with me together and take a photo? 那最后也有个小环节，就是我们今天因为是庆祝万圣节，我们一起跟镜头去做个鬼脸，然后让大家一起拍照留念一下好吗？好，来准备3、2、1。好的，谢谢酷酷接受我们今天的采访，再次恭喜你们，希望接下来今天会有个很好的发挥，好吗？
好的，谢谢。
Thank you, Cuckoo, for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Two vicious two. Oh my gosh, you're absolutely right. I thought it was going to be a 3 versus 1. Still doable, but there it is, the troop decimation. Minds though, can he survive? They focus on Edward first. This is very smart for them. And Worlds is outside. He's taking so much corruption damage.
สวัสดีครับผมชื่อธนพรวัฒนผลมงคลนะครับในเกมชื่อว่าโอลิเวียครับผมจากสังกัด DA4-TRIOS ครับ
สวัสดีครับผ
ผมทวีศักดิ์อินเลี้ยงครับชื่อในเกมชื่อว่า Paralyzen ครับมาจากทีม BT Sport
สวัสดีครับผมชื่อจงรักกระแพงแก้วชื่อในเกมเลิฟครับมาจากสังกัด BT Sport ครับ
สวัสดีครับผมชื่อณัฐพัฒน์แยมเม่งนะครับชื่อในเกมชื่อไมล์นะครับมาจากทีม BT Sport ก็รู้สึกภูมิใจในตัวเองและภูมิใจในทีมครับที่มาถึงจุดนี้ได้
ส่วนตัวผมนะครับไมล์คือเป็น IGL ที่สั่งแผนในตอนเล่นได้ดีมากครับไมล์เป็นคนที่เล่นกับผมด้วยกันมานานแล้วครับเลยเล่นด้วยกันและไว้ใจได้มากเลยครับส่วนคนต่อไปพาราไลเซนครับเป็นผู้เล่นในทีมที่ใจเย็นช่วยแก้สถานการณ์ในทีมต่างๆได้ดีครับแล้วก็โอลิเวียคือไวเปอร์โนหนึ่งครับ
ระหว่างที่ทำทีมมันนะครับก็เป้าหมายของพวกเราก็คือการที่ได้ตั๋วมาแข่ง NBWC ครับซึ่งตอนนี้ก็ได้มาแล้วเรียบร้อยแล้วก็เป้าหมายถัดไปก็คงเป็นได้แชมป์ครับโปรแชมป์
ถ้าเรื่องของความโดดเด่นของทีมผมมองว่าคงเป็นเรายืดหยุ่นนะครับเราเจอสถานการณ์อะไรก็สามารถแก้ไขได้เฉพาะหน้าได้ดีครับผมเหมือนว่าเราผ่านการฝึกซ้อมมาดีด้วย
ก็เหตุผลหลักๆนะครับที่ได้ทำให้ทีมมาถึงจุดนี้ก็พวกเราซ้อมกันค่อนข้างหนักครับเลยทำให้พวกเรามีประสบการณ์ในการแข่งขันเยอะด้วยแล้วก็สามารถตัดสินใจในรายละเอียดต่างๆที่เล็กน้อยได้ละเอียดครับเลยทำให้ไม่พลาดและมาถึงจุดนี้ได้ครับ
สนใจทีมจากประเทศจีนครับทีม FPX-ZQ ครับทีมเขาเป็นทีมที่มี performance ที่ดีที่สุดครับที่สังเกตมา FPX-ZQ ครับ
ก็เราคงในการเตรียมการก่อนที่จะแข่งก็คงจะมีการพูดคุยครับก่อนที่จะเริ่มซ้อมกันว่าเราจะซ้อมกันยังไงแล้วก็เดี๋ยวเราคงจะมีการทำการบ้านครับก่อนที่จะเริ่มแข่งในแต่ละรอบครับ
ก็คำว่าอันตรายครับเพราะว่าพวกผมอันตรายกว่าที่คิดคนอื่นๆก็คงต้องระวังไว้ให้ดีครับ
ผมไม่สนหรอกว่าคุณเก่งแค่ไหนยังไงผมก็จะส่งคุณกลับบ้านแน่นอน
ก่อนจะเริ่มการแข่งขันนะครับทีมเราจะมีทำการเชียร์อัพแล้วก็มีการตะโกนว่าพวกเราจะฆ่าแม่งให้หมดทุกตัวครับ
อะไร是我，堵满了，快拉！我们扶着出去，我们可以慢慢扶出去的，明白吧？我们扶出去。OK，这毒可以扶得来，我们扶出去，慢慢扶，跟着我走，扶出去。那你再打一个，你还能打上吗？三零？没了，打不上了。来，别走，准备摸三零，得摸出去，这把摸出去。OK，来摸我，怎么走？来，准摸他，别，准摸，只能出。只能这么说，你别摸，上面摸，别勾，是的，不要出勾，会不走是可以走出去的啊，但走的有点慢，只能走。OK， 横地是兄弟们。死了断了，要不要玩了？不，可以，走地线可以够的。来摸他，不要玩了，哥们。这把得死多少次？只要在1分钟，能摸出去2分钟够的。加油！现在摸我，加油！摸我。他们好像被毒死了，一起死了。是的。
2000 years later
走出去吗？ 还在哪？这就是职业精神，宁死不弃。
这把被陷害了，
对，
被弟弟陷害了，
不该选这个点。
没办法，我也想跳这个点。哎，完了，
这个位置看上去不错，
毒死了，那可以，也上3分，上不了大分。
OK，三个
强势了，很舒服。这 KD 不是狂掉？哎，这样会不会狂掉 KD 啊？
这个太变态了吧
A few moments later
干什么呢？
进不来了，他进不来了。
对啊，没了，
没有，还在。
匕首在 A 啊？
什么意思啊？他们不会摁第几吗？这好变态啊！
现在你可以看到积极还在这撑，他们相互之间的一个搀扶的话，已经磨掉了3支队伍了。
慢慢走，不着急，我们是冠军，兄弟们，摸我，完了，死了。
没事，
没完。
快，你俩互拉吧，互拉不行。
记，
没有。
哎呀，快救！完了。18个人，我们坚持了，死了10个人，兄弟们。我们拿1场联赛整个奖，秀不秀？ 确实，机器人拿命给联赛主节目效果，布料们，给布料们。我们这个护栏绝对至少上了2分，战术成功。
上了2分，能上了集锦。上了集锦。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Naraka Blade Point Pro League, where I am your host and caster, Davier, and I'm accompanied by my right-hand man, the person who has been rocking with me since basically the beginning of my whole season casting for Naraka. I mean, way before we even started the Pro League, RuneKeeper TV. We're back at it again for game 2 for our trios, our Repechage, our losers bracket. And our first game was absolutely something that, honestly, I wish we could have got this game 1 all season. I wish we would have gotten these game 1s all season. I mean, just absolute massacres. The amount of fighting, the third parties, the parries, all of the defenses coming through within that first game. Halfway through, I'm talking about circle 3, circle 4. Nobody is being patient. Nobody is being hesitant. Everybody is just going at each other's head, and I love it. Now, outside of that, we still got to give y'all something really, really nice. So make sure to answer this question correctly, because people will be paying attention. The first person that gets it right gets something real nice from Naraka themselves. Which hero was not picked by AOW in game 1? TNI, Mulch, Karumi, or Ueshan? Make sure to put your votes in chat, and somebody will be reaching out to you for a nice little thing you can get in your game.
Oh, absolutely. You don't want to miss out on that one. And make sure you're paying attention to your whispers, because if you get it right, they're going to send you a whisper here on Twitch, and you're going to pick up a legendary weapon skin. You know, you got to have that drip, especially when you got Dobby on point here. You know how my man is about his drip. If you ain't drippy in game, it just ain't good. As we take a look here at AOW, who had a massive game last game, walking away, our MVPs here, sitting in 3rd place currently, still holding on to that 3rd place. I do believe XCG off the back of this game, though, actually comes pretty close to overtaking EWG. Not quite sure if they got enough points to actually close that gap fully, because EWG did pick up a couple of kills there. But still, pretty big game for XCG, as well as they walk away with quite a few points. Man, just a very interesting game all around. Like you said, the amount of action we got in that game was just huge. It was third party after third party after third party, and at one point, I do believe we had like an 8-man dogpile kind of situation, where it was just like every single team in the lobby was coming through and joining a fight, and that fight just never ended till we got to Final Circle. And even in Final Circle, those fights just never stopped, Dobby.
Oh yeah, the circles did not stop in terms of the amount of madness and all the stuff that we were seeing for these games. They did, like I said, such a fantastic job of it that, I mean, we never really had like that downtime moment that we really expected. We never really got that moment where things really did start to calm down, and things were at a point where, hey, things are kind of like a little bit slower here, so let's see what kind of happens towards it. No, they didn't even give us that opportunity. We just saw them absolutely go crazy. There was a lot of time where things just got wild, and like I said before, I'm very excited to see how we can continue to keep that same madness going into this next game.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Things are gonna get just more heated and more intense here as we keep going forward, because the desperation sets in, right? Every single game, the realization of, oh my God, I only have, 5 more games to lock it in and get into one of those top 8 spots, or I only have 3 more games or 2 more games. Just it continues to cascade and make it where these players are coming in and they're bringing out all of the stops, right? Again, we have 6 teams in the bottom 8 right now whose world's run all relies on them making it into top 8 and doing something in grand finals for the season, making it into top 10 for season 2's grand finals here. So 6 of those 8 teams have so much of a reason to want to be able to qualify for grand finals so that they have a chance to go to World Cup. Don't get me wrong, the money in grand finals, phenomenal. But let's be honest, we would be kidding ourselves otherwise if we said that it wasn't about going to World Cup. Because grand finals, a lot of money on the line there. World Cup, there's so much prestige on the line, and then also the fact that that prize pool is massive, Dobby.
Absolutely massive. I mean, it could change my life. To be quite honest, it could change my life in terms of what's been going on. So even in that situation, there's still more to be had, and I'm very, very excited to see how they're going to be able to pull this off and make this kind of magic happen. I still think we still have a lot to do here. I still think there's going to be an insane amount of madness coming in, and let's see if they're going to be able to lock this in for the next couple of games.
Oh, I have no doubt these teams are going to come in and just absolutely put the pedal to the metal going forward. They don't really have too much of a choice.
I call it show up and show out. That's what I call it. You got to show up and you got to show out. So far, that's what the teams are doing.
Look, KZ right now currently in 9th place. They're holding on for dear life at the moment, and man, they need to be, right? Look, KZ so close to that 8th place position, and these guys, they want to go to World Cup right now. After seeing Panda Man yesterday fighting for his absolute life, coming out on top, taking away the MVP in the final game, but not able to qualify for grand finals. Team KZ here really want to make it happen for their boy Panda Man, I'm sure. And I'm sure those thoughts going through their head as we get ready to lock in for our 8th game of the day, Dobby. NAD here sitting in 7th place as well, still holding on to a little bit of a position, but I think Ventus moving up, taking that 6th place position away from NAD here, able to lock it down. Just, you know, these are one of the teams that we talked about at the beginning of the day, right? It was NAD, Ventus, and Baoda who are in contention to lose one of those top 8 spaces to some of these teams that are underneath them in the bottom 8 who are very hungry to climb into those top 8 positions and guarantee themselves a place into grand finals. These teams are the ones we need to be keeping our eye on, because it could very easily end up with them being in that bottom 8 if they're not careful.
Oh yeah, and we were talking about it before here. You definitely have to be careful towards these rotating spaces here. You definitely have to just think about all of what would be coming into this. So you definitely just have to go through with these rotations and just play and be smart. Let's hope that they'll be able to figure it out. As it looks like now we'll be able to go through with these rotations. MPG with a 5.2 average eliminations coming through, as MPG is still in 5th place, so they still have a really big amount of time here. A lot of time, a lot of changes, and a lot of plans ahead. So let's see. It looks like they'll be able to do it, though.
Yeah, MPG actually in very good form right now, and they are hungry for it. They're sitting in a great position. It's going to be hard for them to fall out of top 8, but they definitely want to continue to perform. Alliance here. This is another team that has to currently put in the work. They're down at 11th place. If they do not make it into grand finals, they do not stand a chance to go to World Cup, and they know they want to go to World Cup. They are so desperate for it. You can see it in the way they play. You can see it on their faces. Alliance really wants to make it there and compete at those top levels. And I mean, if you think about it as well, Team Wolves already qualified to go to grand finals, already qualified to go to World Cup. This is the only other EU team, right? Is Team Alliance here. So they want to be able to go and represent not only their esports org, but their country as well, and make things happen, as they are here in the pro league making some big noise, and they have a lot to prove, especially with Team Wolves already having qualified. WBG here, one of those teams that I do believe, I don't think WBG is on the chopping block. I think off their performance in season 1 and their performance in some of the bi-weeklies this season, they have already qualified for Worlds, but they definitely want to go play grand finals, right? I think everybody does. I think one of the big things is, we talked about it yesterday, right? You're talking about 8 teams going home today. 8 teams that this is potentially for them. This is potentially the last they get to play competitive Naraka all year. Because after this, November comes up, we have grand finals, and then we start qualifications for World Cup in November, and then we have actual World Cup in December, and that's it. That's Naraka for the year, ladies and gentlemen. You don't want to be one of those teams that are going home and just don't get a chance to compete.
Oh yeah, you definitely have to be very, very careful about that, as we're definitely going to be locking this in, but there's still a lot more of this to be had. But let's hope that our first game was just as good as our second game is going to be, as we're heading to Holoroth. And the question is are we going to be seeing that same momentum happen in map 2? Because I'm going to be honest here, the way that these teams landed in this first game, I did not expect this amount of fights to happen. But till that time, we still got another video to show you guys.
只能说压力肯定是有的啊，这个说没有是不太可能的。信心呢应该也没什么问题，毕竟我们今天最后一把打下来，感觉排名也算是比较靠前吧，后面只要稳住就行。主要现在这个也是啊，我们这队伍也是很多一路走来很多小问题啊，磕磕绊绊。这有起有伏，到现在也是感觉挺不容易的，我们啊，到现在只能说后面只能说希望有个比较好的一个结果，有个新成员，反正这个东西我们说实话啊，我们现在这个阵容到现在也没多久，这满打满算也才1周2周，所以说到现在也是只能说还在就是在提升了，已经就最起码比刚来的时候慢慢变好了。这东西循序渐进嘛，只能说我们队的氛围最起码还不错的啊，我们感觉啊嘻嘻哈哈的，没事搞耍一下，挺开心的。
Rizu there telling us a little bit about Team Balda and how they're feeling as terms of being here in the Repechage as we get ready to lock in for game number 8, our second game of the day. As Dobby said, we're heading to Holoroth. You take a look here, AOW, of course, our MVPs there for game number 7. We're going to take a look into what team comps our boys are going to be playing here on Holoroth. I expect to see a lot of Takeda here, or no Takeda, as all my expectations averted. We're going to see kind of just the standard either... Wait. It's Ping Tao playing one. I think I see Ping Tao playing, Dobby.
Let me see.
Look at AOW right there.
Oh!
Is that a Tarka G coming through? That he is a Tarka G coming through for Team AOW. Absolutely. We're going to see Ping Tao picking up the Tarka G here as we go into game number 8. And we do see another team swap into the Takeda as well. Ladies and gentlemen, you're in for a treat as we lock in a Tarka G for trios here in the Nbpl Repechage.
We don't do that too often here, and we definitely don't see those too often. So to finally see them really come through with this one is going to be very, very, very interesting all the way down to the very end. Because now we're going to see them lock this in. Very surprised at how this is going to work out. Still insane, but let's see how they're going to be able to rock this down. As the circular teams are going to be interesting. A lot of teams are going to be landing towards middle section, pro mid castle, and it looks like the podium is also going to be a place where people are going to be landing as well. As AOW still going to be on the right side here, but it's definitely some teams landing in Inferno Village. So looks like the ice capsule is definitely going to be a nice place to go. Meanwhile, Cuckoo caught not only on the wall, but also on the stairs as NiHQ ends up coming out and getting sliced and diced as well into that space. Definitely have to play this smart here, as it looks like NiHQ is going to claim at least 2 players of AOW, and the full squad of AOW gets eliminated within the first minute of the game. Unbelievable. XCG coming through immediately, giving out a very strong start to these teams. Let's see if they can keep the same energy going into it. Wow.
Yeah, XCG off to a strong start, like you said. And, you know, no surprises there, quite honestly, with how well XCG and EWG performed the other day. Those two teams doing massively good and setting themselves up for success. As we turn now to GBL over here, looking to move in onto some of these teams. And it looks like we're going to get a fight to break out here between 17JL and I do believe WBG. Turning our attention now to Bowdot and KZ going head-to-head here. KZ, one of those teams we talked about, really trying to make some noise here, make it happen, make sure that they can go on to qualifiers for World Cup here. KZ Rain actually going to lock down Rizu in a meters up there and pick up the elimination. KZ trying to come in. He's going to pick up Apple as well. AXO also going to be picked up. This is not the start that Bowdot needs, with KZ literally only 1 point behind them now. Bowdot sent back to the Soul Altar, and their position in top 8 quickly slipping away here in our second day of Trios Repechage. WBG Sleepwalker gonna get double parried here and picked up. What a huge kill for them here. Now GBL coming in once again onto 17JL. Looks like they were able to pick up one of those. No, 17JL picked up an elimination? Yeah, no, okay. GBL coming in, though, going to pick up some of the scraps off the elimination that 17JL just got. GBL locking them down. We're going to see Benchu go very, very low. Grapple going skyward here as Da Bao trying to lock them down with the Greatsword. It looks like they are going to be able to 3v1 down Benchu, pick up an elimination here as GBL grabs 3 eliminations thus far here in our second game of the day, turning their attention to Ventus's Pixel, who's trying to come across here, but GBL not wanting to overcommit on the side of this cliff. It looks like Pixel might just slip away here, and GBL going to be forced to back off and everybody take a little bit of a reset. AOW going head-to-head here with XCG. Ping Tao going to get picked up immediately by the likes of XCG for their 4th elimination of the day. Unfortunately, AOW loses their Tarka G early here in our second game, and if we take a look at the kill feed, we're going to see Aces picking up multiple eliminations here. Ace moving up to 7 eliminations already here in game number 2, Dobby.
Looks like even with this one too, they're still going to be able to go through with these rotations. Let's see if MPG is going to try to see if they can keep this alive here. Strong start for some of these teams, especially XCG doing a whole lot trying to get through with the amount of stuff that they have through this feed here. Is now we're going to be able to see the rotations come through and in. Still a lot of stuff happening here. Now we're still working towards this one. It looks like Yeron still going to be able to go through on these rotations here, but ASE starting off with 7 eliminations. I'm sorry, but where? Huh? How did they get that many eliminations already? Absolutely scrambling it up and down as Mikasa's going to be able to do what they can here. Let's see if they're going to be able to figure it out here as they've been able to do more. Even during all of that, let's see if they're going to be able to figure this out more and more as NiHQ and MPG is going to fight this out and is going to keep the same energy and momentum going into it. As now Sorrow is going to be able to find this out more and more as now Jen looks like he's going to be able to get the fine print, and no, NiHQ is going to be able to shut this down and get the finish and close it out for the rest of them as MPG is gonna have to go through with the resurrection. Meanwhile, EWG, strong start, but sadly was not able to finish well. Ends with 3 eliminations, starting this game with 3 eliminations. Let's see if they're gonna be able to find it as the Russian comes in. But did they have a Voldo on their team? EWG had a Voldo on their team, and I didn't even notice. Fight! As we were able to see the first throw, the first grab. Is Mubai gonna be able to push him? Oh, I would love for you to push him off the cliff. Oh, punch him off the cliff. Oh, I would love for you to punch him off the cliff, but it doesn't look like he's gonna have the luxury to. As it looks like we will be able to go through with this one and keep the momentum going here. As looks like Zhao caught in between the bubble. It's like they will be able to find it, as it looks like the Monk ends up getting eliminated. Oh man, Zhao almost getting eliminated by the Bane's Breath. Would have been a massive hit for damage on that one here.
XCG off to another explosive start with 8 eliminations under their belt. Ace holding on to second place right now with 7 eliminations. Sanzi, the only remaining player left for EWG, moving around the Valda of the lobby as well. You know, we love a good wombo combo. Valda gonna ult up, Monk ults up, and then just gets a free double grab. Pretty huge there, but unfortunately, XCG's just on a rampage today, man. 8 eliminations already. They picked up 12 eliminations last game and went into second place. These guys are just hungry to prove that they do not deserve to be here in losers bracket, that they should have been in a regular bracket to begin with. We see Ventus picking up another elimination on the Bauda. Bauda down to a single player left alive, and the rest of Ventus chasing them down here. This is going to be it. Bauda, KZ needs a single elimination or one other team to be eliminated to climb up into 8th place. Bauda just not performing well here in day 2 of Trios Repechage, and that's exactly what these other teams need. And it looks like KZ is going to be able to slide up and take that coveted 8th place position away from Bauda here, as we see GBL trying to lock down some kills here, but Team Ventus going to use the Wu Chen ult to get away and take a full reset. They're going to come back in and reinitiate the fight. GBL looking to lock them down. Ventus does still have their Yodohime ultimate here, so they've got some gas left in the tank, as we're going to see Pixel throw down the F3 and go for the reset. GBL looking to come in though and capitalize when that F3 goes up, and here it is. Pixel now going to burn that ultimate as all of GBL clusters up. This is exactly what they were waiting for. They need one more hit onto AXO, and look, they might be monked up right now, but Dabao, the last remaining member for GBL, the Viper ult coming through as well. No place to go. Ventus' Pixel gonna start doing some big damage here to Dabao. Oh my goodness, GBL played this so bad. They should have known Pixel still had their ult available to them. They cluster up and let Pixel bait them into the F3 and the ultimate. Pixel able to hit all 3 members twice with a massive Yodohime ultimate, and they are going to come out on top because of it. Team Ventus just absolutely obliterating GBL.
Looks like they will be able to, though, as NPG looks like he's just about to miss out on an opportunity of getting hit, though, as it looks like he will be going on the other side here. It doesn't look like he's going to find it. See if we can figure this out, though. As now they're going to be able to rotate this in and keep this going. NPG still has to put some elimination on the board. They have nothing. As it looks like now the blessings and the skies are coming down to bless ASE, as they're going to need it here. But they already on the lead here, so they're doing pretty well here. Let's see if they can hold that lead for the rest of this game. Meanwhile, to make sure they can go get that outfit trial card. They giving out 100 of these codes, right? Isn't it 100?
Yeah, so 100 people can redeem that same code.
That's a lot.
It is quite a lot, as we turn now to Q9 over here, waiting for this Draco Storm timer to tick down. They want to wait so they can grab that Draco Storm at the last possible second, hold on to it for as long as possible, and potentially use it to push the next set of Moore's Blessings that come up and guarantee another Moore's Blessing, the loot as well as the buff coming through before we head into stage 4, and those buffs will no longer be available for the teams here. AOW going to be picking up an easy elimination here, going to be going to 4 as they turn their attention to 17JL, who's trying to lock down a Cuckoo right now. Zoo with the Viper ult is going to do exactly that, and Cuckoo disappears in a flash as the stun comes through, and 17JL come in with the follow-up. Team KZ shows up, however, looking to make some noise, and one elimination here would bump KZ up into that 8th place position. We're gonna see JDG picking up that Vermilion Bird's Might. ASE gonna grab Mystic Might, and Team Q9 grabbing the Draco Storm. XCG.
Big advantage for them, though, with that Draco Storm here. Let's see. They're still going to be able to put this down here and see if they're going to be able to pay attention to it. Is now going to try to find it, playing it smart and doing what they can here. Is now going to be able to rotate this in. Tijing Shu gonna try to see. Meanwhile, LWH is just left behind. LWH is just completely left behind, forced to use his ulti. As now LWH and now ends up getting bullied by the full team of JDG. Oh no, LWH putting in so much time just to be able to catch up and ends up getting caught. Let's see if they're gonna be able to work towards this one. Is now still Looks like one of them ends up getting claimed and finished though. Towards this is, oh man, Gua is getting absolutely bullied. That Draco Storm coming in from Q9 being a very helpful tip towards this one, but T.J. Xing ends up getting eliminated as well. The full team of Q9. 3 eliminations so far.
I was gonna say, this was a really good bait by Q9. They purposely had their Justina go out and bait, knowing they could burn their ultimate, and they had their Frost Core to give the rest of Q9 time to come in. They wait for JDG to show up, and as soon as they do, they ult away, they pop into the Frost Core, the rest of Q9 shows up, and they use that Draco Storm to massive effect to go ahead and clean up the eliminations onto JDG. It is Q9's first 3 eliminations, but just a beautiful bait coming out of them. EWG here looks to have been able to get their teammates back, and they are going to be picking up their 7th elimination of the game moving forward, as we see AOW lose 3 of its members and get sent back to the Soul Altar here. Man, a very, very elimination heavy game here. Ventus with 9 eliminations, XCG with 9 eliminations, EWG with 7, Ace with 9. So many eliminations being stacked onto these 4 teams right now that many of the other teams sitting around 2 to 3 eliminations max, and that's if they have any eliminations at all, Dobby.
But if they have none right now, it's going to be a lot harder for them to claim those eliminations and try to get at least a top 3 spot later on, because ASC has 9, same with XCG, same with Ventus. We have a 3-way tie for first right now with 9 eliminations to pop on each side. We got EWG with 7th, and then after that it immediately goes 3, 2, 1. So that's a massive jump from eliminations so far. If you look at the rest of all of the teams that's been absolutely scrambling to try to find something here towards the end of this one.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's exactly what I was just saying, Dobby. There's so many of these teams are just stacked with eliminations. There's not a lot of eliminations left for some of these other teams, right? And if you look, many of these teams, like JJHRD, down to a single member. If you look, Alliance, down to a single member. Many of these teams are scrambling just to stay alive, much less be able to put points on the board. KZ does have 5 eliminations and has officially surpassed Team Baoda into that 8th place position. Ventus here about to pick up their 10th elimination of the game here onto NEW's 40 IWNL. All they need is 1 hit. There it is. Team Ventus going to be moving up to 10 eliminations off the back of finding yet another straggler. Doshi keeping things alive for NAT, just booking it the opposite direction of the map here. I think Ventus might have had a bounty there on 40 IWNL, so he just split away from Doshi to buy their team a little bit of a respite so that at least 1 member can remain alive here. As we take a look, those last 2 Moore's Blessings that have buffs going to be coming through, and I do believe it is going to be Mystic Might and Draco Storm coming through from those 2 Morris Blessings getting ready to spawn here. XCG picks up their 10th elimination. 2 teams with 10 eliminations on the board, another with 9, and 2 more with 7. NPG's waiting. The last remaining member of NPG left alive here. No kills on the board for NPG whatsoever right now, so waiting really can't afford to be caught out, and Xiaonan's gonna find him waiting, gonna be forced to immediately pop the ultimate here, looking for an opportunity to escape from these players. He goes half health almost instantly as we see them put in absolute work with the dagger here. And now another team gonna show up for the 3rd party. I do believe it's Q9, but they might have picked off more than they could chew here with XCG. Q9 trying to come through with the Justino and lock some of these players down. Gua trying to make something happen. We're to see LWH get parried, immediately goes into the Frost Core, is able to pick a katana back up, and now Xiaonan looking to lock down LWH again. There we go. The elimination of the LWH is going to make XCG go to 12 eliminations here. Q9 continues to go desperately low. Gua going to be forced to ult up here. Xiaonan just going to repair right in front of the Monk. No cares while they transform. XCG up to 13 eliminations. They're going to pick up Gua as well. That's going to take them to 14 eliminations here in game number 2. As if XCG needed any more eliminations or points to maintain a top 8 position, they just keep going crazy, and they have decided they're not going to give anyone the opportunity to come anywhere near them. They are going to be the undecided number 1 here in our Trios Repechage.
Man, they are not making it easy for the rest of these ones to come through. Looks like now they're still going to be able to come through. Meanwhile, waiting. Oh no, caught in a bad situation is JDG. Is going to be able to hound the man of waiting himself. Let's see if waiting is going to try to even keep the game alive here. We'd love to see those 1v3s if possible. If waiting can try to find his way to stay alive here. And he's trying to keep the defenses high as well as JDG's Ting Xingzhu. And the rest of them are going to try to see if they can get the elimination. Meanwhile, waiting is going to be able to back out, pop it as well, keep it alive. But it doesn't matter though, as waiting will get found, finished, and claimed. Valiant effort and valiant fight coming from. Definitely does not want to give him the opportunity here to try to get it claimed here, as Mentality and Mumbai are by themselves as they're going through with these rotations here. Still going to be able to go through with it. Let's see, as they're still going to be able to rotate with it. See if they can put this down. Mumbai trying to fight this out with Lion. Still gonna be able to fight this out. Meanwhile, he's gonna be able to pop the massive monk. The question is he gonna be able to do enough? Oh, and he gets the grab, and Lion TT in favor of him gets the throwdown. The question is he gonna get it? He gets it again. Ladies and gentlemen, he can absolutely disrespect this man if he really wants to right now. He does get the first throw, gets it together. He doesn't get it again. He doesn't get it again. But sadly, he doesn't able to get the throw, as Lion is just gonna be like, get off me. Get off me.
Lion there, the Drago Storm just calming down and popping extra damage onto the monk while the monk's also stuck in the zone. Super unfortunate turn of events there for Lion, as he does get the regrab twice, but Lion just gets to stay alive there and keep it going. His teammate shows up, pumps a little bit of extra damage, he even keeps the third slam from going through. We popped over and take a look at JJHRD there for a second. 2 members left remaining alive there for JJHRD. They're having a rough game, 2 eliminations under their belt. And now, turning our attention here to WBG, going head-to-head with 17JL. WBG only 1 elimination under their belt, looking to lock something down. And what an interesting team comp. They decided to drop Yuashan here for Takeda, but it does not seem to be serving them all too well. Look at this, XCG waiting in the wing, Xiaonan trying to set themselves up on this tree for the potential nuclear drop, but thinks better of it and moves back to regroup with the rest of XCG while they wait to see how this fight between WBG and 17JL plays out. They haven't burnt too many resources yet, so XCG just waiting for them to get really committed and heavy in that fight before they come through with the third party. Alliance's Mentality here, one of the last remaining players for Alliance, is the last remaining player for Alliance. Had their hands on some gold armor for just a couple seconds, but Ventus gonna slide in and pick up that elimination, bringing Ventus up to 12 eliminations here in game number 2. And I mean, man, look at this. The eliminations across the board are insane. We only have 24 players left alive in zone 4, Dobby. And if you look, XCG 14 eliminations, Ventus 12. We have the likes of Ace still with 9 eliminations. We have EWG with 8 eliminations now. Just very high elimination game for many of these teams here. 17JLZU. There we go, 17JL gonna back out here, and I'm wondering where XCG is. They've been waiting in the wings here to come in on this fight, but here comes KZ with the third party. KZ with 5 eliminations under their belt, looking to make it more so that they can widen that gap between themselves and Baoda. Now that they've moved into that 8th place position, KZ wants to continue to have a good game here so that they can hold on to that 8th place position for as long as possible. JDG's Ting Xu up top, just taking shots, trading with them. KZ's Rain over here also throwing musket shots way down range, looking to hit anybody they can get their hands on. And we turn now to EWG, opening up one of these coveted Moore's Blessings. Yiran going to be able to get that purple armor there on, or sorry, that legendary armor there on to the Monk, which is a very good position for the likes of EWG to be in. They also have quite a few eliminations, if I'm not mistaken, 8 eliminations under their belt. So EWG really setting themselves up for success here. As we turn back to the fight breaking out between KZ, 17JL, and WBG. WBG's Jin looks to be the first one finally picked up here. 17JL is able to find one. KZ's Rain coming in with a massive Viper looking to make something happen, but Ballista shots coming down range. I'm not sure what team is up on the Ballista. If I'm not mistaken, it might be EWG. And yes, it is EWG taking all sorts of shots downrange with the Ballista, just trying to lock down some of these kills for his team and help cover for his team as they come in. Another shot comes in. He's just going to keep taking them. WBG Eos just barely missed here by the Ballista. EWG's needs to be careful. They do find WBG's Jing, though, and are able to pick up an elimination there. Zhao Liu gonna go ahead and break off of this. He's seen people coming up behind him and he's separated from his team, but it looks like his team needs a little more cover, and they're gonna pick up Sleepwalker for their third Ballista kill here. EWG going from 8 to 11 eliminations very, very quickly off the back of a Ballista covering for them. He's gonna pick up a shot onto Tingshu as well. This Ballista just coming in heavy here for the likes of our boys EWG. That's it. No repair kits left remaining for EWG up on the Ballista. They're going to be forced to either back off or maybe pick up some repair kits from their team, and it looks like they do just that as they take yet another shot at JDG's Tingshu.
Tingshu, even that also has another shot at it too. So let's see if they're going to be able to rotate this out. Remember Tingshu absolutely getting destroyed here by one of the other teams earlier. So always love when you can finally see that second chance happening here. Let's see if they're going to be able to find it and follow suit. As now we're going to be able to find these come in to place for a lot of these teams. There's XCG still alive here, still trying to see what they can do here. They need to make something happen here if they're going to have really any form of opportunity here to really put in any time or effort towards these ones, as XCG leading the pack with 14 eliminations thus far here. Love to see the amount of time that they've put into these spaces here. Is now still going to be able to put this around all towards the ending spaces here, as they're still going to be able to find and figure it out. Only more of it to be found here, so let's see how these rotations go. More and more of it, as now EWG up top here really taking the commanding lead. XCG up top with those 14 eliminations, but EWG's on top of this tower. Beautiful hits coming in from the Ballista. Let's see if he's gonna be able to hit it again. He's just out of render distance. Oh, looks like he almost had the opportunity. He hits that one though. They're gonna be burning a little bit here. Got one bullet left. He's gonna need to make it count. Oh, misses it. Gonna have to go for the reload. Doesn't look like they are, and it looks like they're going to start dipping out very, very soon. Yes, they are. Had a beautiful space though for that one. Was able to hit at least one or two players, but sadly was not able to find any eliminations towards it. Let's see if they can figure this out and push towards it here. See if they can find suit. Follow it out. Brune, what's going on?
XCG up on the backside here, more than happy with their position in life again. 14 eliminations, and they're just trying to make it as deep as they can. Only 20 players left alive. Usually coming into Zone 5, Zone 6, we've got like 32 players left alive. So this has been a very heavy carnage game, and it really shows if you look at the top 4 teams here with 14 eliminations, 12 eliminations, 11 eliminations, 9 eliminations each. These teams really just clutching up so many elims throughout the middle game here, and more than happy to continue to do so. Godly gets hit with a massive scale rush up top and then ends up in a bubble here. Unfortunately, the Valda not able to get to the ground quick enough to follow up onto it. Godly, though, just like, really? This is happening right now? As he takes a couple hits and lands into a bubble here from Sansi. EWG pushing in heavy on the team, trying to make something happen onto the likes of KZ. KZ wanting to keep their game alive, though, because they really, really want to separate themselves from Baoda as much as possible with this one game. Not only were they able to climb up into that 8th place, but they want to make a bigger gap so that Baoda doesn't have a chance of taking it away from them in just a single game. KZ holding on here, just desperate to put some more points on the board. EWG keeping it alive. Ventus' Pixel coming in here. Gonna go ahead and throw the ultimate, but ends up in the Valda ult, the spear to lock them down further into the zone as EWG comes in and picks up WX98, and it looks like they're gonna pick up another one on it to them as well. We're gonna see XCG coming in, and they're gonna lock down Jubilee Annalie before they turn their attention to the rest of Ventus on the backside here. Ventus' Pixel going very, very low. Viperold coming out from WX98, though, is trying to lock some players down, is able to lock down XCG's Nye HQ. XCG not only being denied a kill, but is going to lose one of their members as well. EWG here only able to pick up the one elimination before Ventus was able to slip through their fingertips, and trying to come up top here with the Monk waiting for the opportunity to get a grab. They are going to pick up KZ's Rain, then they are going to pick up the elimination as well. EWG tying it up with XCG, 14 eliminations each. JJHRD's Godly has got Ventus Juju in his hand, but has got to keep running here because he's so low. But it's EWG Sanzi who shows up and picks up the elimination, taking the lead here for EWG as they go to 15 eliminations. XCG down to just 2 members, holding on to 14. We're gonna see EWG lose one of their members as well, but they pick up a 16 elimination as Ventus picks up Sanzi picks up another elimination onto Ventus. Zhao Yu picks up another. They're going to 17. Ladies and gentlemen, Sanzi picks up another. They're going to 18. Will they get a 20 bomb here, ladies and gentlemen? Time will tell. Sanzi, the last remaining member for EWG, gets the armor swap, but the zone tick takes it away from them. They go out in 5th place with 18 eliminations. JDG, Annalie gonna show up and pick up the eliminations onto Ace's Jin as well. KZ coming in looking to make as much noise as possible. They pick up another elimination, going to 8 eliminations. KZ wants this first place so bad. They just need to knock down Ventus's WX98. LXX coming through with a massive Yoda ult, is able to connect onto WX98. We see the Viperold coming through. KZ wants to avoid the stun, but it's never going to come through because Gonfire locks it down for another elimination, bringing them to 9 eliminations and first place. But I don't think it's going to be enough to overtake EWG with their 18 eliminations and 5th place finish. I'm pretty sure EWG is going to be our MVPs here for game number 8 in the series, Dobby.
Yeah, if you have 18 eliminations, I feel like you can be in 6th and 7th place, and I don't think anybody's really going to catch up to you with that many eliminations, knowing that you have so many points that you have to come through with the difference for that with your placements. And regardless of that, I feel like they're still going to end up in at least 2nd or 3rd place. It's going to be very close for 2nd and 3rd place finish. But EWG just coming through with so many eliminations that placement didn't even matter. They really didn't. They could just sit back, get eliminated, watch the rest of the teams, and just be like, hey, you guys did well. It was really awesome. And now we can just watch and just have fun and just get ready for our next game here. And clearly, that's exactly what EWG did here, as they was able to come through with so many eliminations. We almost saw a 20 bomb, and I'm very bummed that we was not able to, but that's okay, because we still got a heck of a game.
Oh yeah, we got a phenomenal game coming out from everybody here. I mean, all 4 of those top teams really in contention to walk away in first place there. There was just so many eliminations coming through and happening for them in the mid game. You know, KZ, though, super, super happy about their performance in this. Not only were they able to surpass Bao Da into that 8th place position, but they're able to secure an extra 3 eliminations on top of that, or actually an extra 4 eliminations on top of that, and then take first place for a big multiplier. And Bao Da goes out very early, so they're able to cement just a little bit of a lead between them and Team Bao Da so that they can hold on to that 8th place, hopefully coming into game number 3 of the day, game number 9 of the series, Dobby.
Yeah, there's still more in reality to be had here, but this second game ended a little bit earlier, honestly, than anticipated and expected, to be honest. I was very surprised to see how the ending circle ended up filing out all the way towards the very end here. And clearly, we still got a nice little show here as KZ was able to bring up a lot more points for themselves. And even with this one, though, they still have more that they need to do. KZ down pretty low in the total standings, if I remember correctly, so they're definitely not in qualifying, but if they can keep up this amount of momentum, we should be able to.
This brought them into qualifying. So when they picked up their 5th elimination of this game, Bao Da dropped into 9th place, and KZ took 8th place from Bao Da. So they picked up 4 eliminations on top of qualifying after that and then took first place. So they've created a gap, a little bit of a gap between them and Bao Da, but they can't really be comfortable. This gets them into qualifying. Now they have to hold on to it. So they've got a lot of work still to do, but Bao Da, off the back of 2 very poor performances here in game 7 and 8, has lost their qualifying position in 8th place and slipped down. KZ, the first team able to break up into that top 8 of those teams we were talking about. And KZ is one of those 6 teams that needs to go to grand finals and place in top 10 of grand finals if they want a shot at going to Worlds. So this is a really good turn of events for Team KZ, but they can't rest now. They made a little bit of a gap by taking first place in this and picking up a couple of extra eliminations, but at most it's like a 10-point gap, and we've seen that 10 points is not enough of a gap to rest whatsoever. KZ needs to keep bringing it in these next couple of games.
I need to see how Ventus is as well here, because I don't think Ventus necessarily had, never mind. Ventus second place, 25.4. See, Ventus was placed just above Bao Da. So with 25.4 points, yeah, they're looking good towards their standings. As we're gonna be able to look at that one as well here. Absolutely insane coming into it. XCG with a 20.6 at 20, and also tied it up with Ventus for those 14 eliminations here. ASE sadly coming through with those 10. And KZ, who ended up winning the game, getting those 5 points. Massive jump for them, making it a 19.4 game score for themselves. Almost 20 points. And now with that one here, KZ is also looking pretty good towards this standing too. Bao Da coming through with absolutely nothing. That is tough, especially after an explosive game they had in our game 1.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, everybody who played here, these top 4 teams really were just gunning for it. Ace unfortunately goes out a little bit earlier than they would like, but they're going to be pretty close, either right behind Bao Da or potentially overtaking Bao Da and moving into that 9th place position. And that's why KZ can't rest. But no surprises here. EWG Sanzi, this whole Repechage, he's just been absolutely a dominant presence, and why not, right? He's such a good player here for EWG. He picks up 14,000 damage, 8 eliminations, 7 assists, and it's going to be his 2nd MVP all season. It's unfortunate that those MVPs are coming through in Repechage, but clearly EWG trying to show that they don't belong here in the Repechage, as they, just been a dominant force. I mean, what do they do? 155 points in the first day of Repechage, Dobby?
That I don't know. I mean, he's had a fat snap of all purple soul jades here. His 2nd MVP, by the way, Sanzi. Obviously, you know what's so crazy? That should have been Sanzi's 3rd MVP. His EWG teammate took his MVP away from him after he put up an amazing performance the other night in his trio game. Remember when I told you ENG Sanzi put up like 6 or 7 eliminations in that final circle? I wanted to see the amount of damage that he got in the final in that game, but he didn't get MVP. He should have. I said it before. His teammate snatched it from him. I don't know how, but he snatched it from him. This should have been Sanzi's 3rd MVP, but it ends up being his 2nd. I still feel some type of way about the other night. That was absolutely insane. But to continue on with all of the insanity so far with our first 2 games, we're about to get ready to lock it in. Jaeger as somebody you guys need to follow up with. So we'll see you guys in a couple minutes for game 3 in our halftime.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And also welcome Xiao Liyu to our post-game interview room and let him say hello to our audience. Hello 小鲤鱼，先和大家打个招呼吧。
我是 DA4-TRIOS 的小鲤鱼。
好的，欢迎来到我们的赛后采访，也恭喜你们在第2把获得了最高分。So first, congratulations, you guys get the higher score in the game 2. And also trick or treat, so you can choose one candy. And before you choose the candy, I have one question. It seems like you guys, your team, you have different colors for everyone's skin today. So why? 那今天呢，就是马上到了我们第1个环节，可以来挑一下你今天的糖果是怎么样的。然后能不能先来给我解答一下？我看到你们对每个人的这个皮肤的颜色都不一样，这是为什么呢？
万圣节 cos 红绿灯。
万圣节 cos 红绿灯，这也是跟大家一起庆祝的方式啊。那也看到了，今天这个红绿灯打出了非常好的一个效果。接下来还有没有类似的小惊喜，能给我们透露一下吗？
慢慢看吧。
慢慢看一看。那我们期待一下，接下来他们会用什么样颜色的皮肤来挑一个。看一看是甜的还是咸的。So we would like to see if the sugar is sweet or soil. So Xiao Liyu just tell me that today they are like because to Happy Halloween and they caused the traffic light in the game. So their skin is like the red and yellow and green, and maybe for the next race they are still consider, and we can just see if they have other skin and other color. So how is taste? 吃起来怎么样？这个汤？挺好吃的。那是甜的还是酸的呢？
甜的。
哦，挺好的，那非常的幸运。So 小吕 is very lucky to choose the sweet sugar. Okay, let's back to the game. So today we saw that your traffic light combo, you have very high damage in the ballista. And I would like to know, so every time you guys just use it and you will like turn around so why to turn around and like to see other place? 那今天我们也看到红绿灯组合在我们的这个工程弩其实打出了非常高的伤害。我观察到一个细节啊，你们在工程弩的时候，每打出一次工程弩的伤害，就会在周围去看一圈，带着工程弩转一圈。这个细节是为什么要这样做呢？
因为脚下有一对红尘刀，就是得预防他一下，他上来开我们，所以得每开一枪就看一眼。
好的，好的。So actually, because just under the ballista, there are also another team. They are using the Yodo and Viper and Wuchen, and we think they are very dangerous. So every time when we used the ballista, we just turn around and to see if they will go on and will we fight with them. And also, I saw that you guys just like not only one in your team just use the ballista, you like one by one. So why? 那今天我也观察到，当你们用这个工程弩的时候啊，你们不是一个人去做的这个瞄准，你们是一个接一个，这是为什么呢？
没有五倍匣了，谁有五倍匣谁就上去开。
好的。So actually, we consider about the weapon cast, if who has it and who used the ballista. Okay, so at last, let's do a face and take some photo to celebrate Halloween. 那最后让我们一起来做一个表情，然后一起来庆祝一下这个万圣节，好吗 ？OK， 来准备，3、2、1。好，谢谢小李接受我们今天采访，也再次恭喜你们，期待接下来你们这个皮肤和表现，好吗？好。谢谢 ，Thank you 小李鱼 for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Sends Ego down below. Ego, so much zone tech. I don't think he's going to be able to make anything happen
He's out.
because of it. Nines LXY going head-to-head here with NAD's Dowie Wei again. Dowie Wei trying to make it happen. The bubble comes down, followed up by the full meter. Dowie Wei doesn't have the F to follow up either.
No way.
Already. The wave comes.
Oh, no way. Zimmerdy up, knocked up. Is he going to get the infinite? It looks like he's done it. Ego's being juggled. He drops him. Not the full infinite. But Ego heavily chunked out, and this should just be enough for Jin to tidy this one up. But Ego isn't done yet as Jin's going low. This is so...
Off that end, Dowie Wei coming in onto Panaman here, and a Wang Liang. Panaman going very low. Dowie Wei gonna go and pop the ultimate. Jump cancels into a parry onto Panaman. Finds another parry onto Wang Liang. My goodness, it stops with literally 1 HP and a 3.
Oh!
Comes through.
No way!
Down to a third party.
Devolute is Jin from J-Team. It is coming forward. Jin unleashes onto Jin to start it out. F abilities are going to get used between the pair of them as Wang Liang about to run around the corner. He heard the clangs and the tings of the fight and wants to get involved. Jin actually armor swaps out, and that is just giving Jin a massive advantage. Panda Man gets the charge click off. There's the buy running very, very low. Another charge click doesn't quite hit. Looking for the counter. Not going to be able to quite get it. They knock each other in the air. The armor's gone on both of these heroes. They've got their F abilities. The freeze is back. Can he make it connect?
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen, Naraka fans? Welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League Season 2 Repechage. Not only is it our last day of Trios Repechage, it's our last day of Repechages, period. This is our last regular day before we get ready to head into our grand finals. And man, what a first two games it has been. I know, it feels like the season just started yesterday, Dobby. And we're already here at the end. It's been an incredible season thus far. There's been so many incredible moments and games. A lot of new players coming through, a lot of teams shuffling around, some new teams joining the league. You know, it's been an incredible experience, and I don't think it's going to slow down anytime soon because we are in Repechage, and this is where we see things get absolutely crazy. We're 2 games deep of today's 6 games, technically 8 games deep of our 12 games.
I don't want it to end.
Look, you look, baby. The ride never ends.
Things have to come to an end eventually.
Look, the season 2 ride might be ending, Dobby, but don't forget later in the coming months after grand finals, we start that roller coaster that is World Cup. It's gonna be okay, baby. There's more Naraka to come. Don't think that there's not, because we keep the action coming here with Naraka Blade Point. As we move forward, we're gonna take a look at a quick question for you guys. Here's a chance for you guys to walk away with the legendary weapon skin, and you got to answer, how many kills did EWG get in game number 2, aka game number 8 of the series? Is it A, 18, B, 19, C, 20, or D, 21? Lock those answers in the Twitch chat right now. The first person to answer correctly is going to get a whisper here on Twitch with some sweet codes for a legendary weapon skin, and you don't want to miss out on those legendary weapon skins because they're pretty darn nice.
Yeah, sadly I can't, submit. But, what can you do? Meanwhile, Q9 still has a lot to do. They got a lot to figure out if they're going to be able to qualify or at least try to get something going here. We're close to the end of the season, man. Been doing so much. It's been tough, man, but I've had a pleasure of being able to work with every last body here. Thank you guys for being here and showing a lot of love. I'm excited for what's next in the future, but the future is in a lot of these players' hands. They just need to take advantage of it. As we look at all of these other ones in ASE coming through and taking the number 8 spot here, that is just qualifying here. The question is, can ASE do it? Can they qualify? Brune, what you think?
I mean, look, they're in 8th place already right now. I was kind of figuring this is going to be it. Look, Balda is now in 9th place, and Ace here is in 8th place, which means KZ has moved up into 7th place, and I do believe that means NAD actually, sorry if I'm not mistaken, NAD has to be in 8th place for this to be so, not 8th place, 9th place, which means Balda dropped all the way to 10th off the back of that game.
That's tough.
So we have 2 teams who have moved up and now in qualification range. They just have to hold on to it. There's 4 more games to go. I will say this is the hardest position to be in right now, right? After the first couple of games, being in those 8th and 7th place positions are the most heavily contested positions. The desperation's coming in. You have to hold that position for 4 games, right? It's something else if you manage to lock down 8th place in like the 5th game or even the 6th game, because then nobody can take it away from you, right? Locking it in early now means those positions are still available for other people to take away from you. You have to continue to put in the work. You can't just go, we're here, we're gonna qualify, because the second you take your foot off that gas pedal is the second you're gonna lose those top 8 positions for yourselves. And historically going forward, if you're a team in 8th or 7th place right now, every team underneath of you is looking to eliminate you early. You know, there's no names on for these competitors in game. They don't know they've killed somebody until they've killed somebody. But all these guys have been playing against each other for 2 seasons now competitively. You kind of know when you start engaging with a team what team it is, just based on the feel of the fight. So a lot of these guys are going to lock into a fight with somebody, and typically they might go, oh, hey, you know, we got a good fight, they backed off, we're going to reset, maybe we don't want that smoke. But if you lock into a fight and you realize, oh man, I'm fighting Ace right now, and they're the team holding 8th place, you don't let that go. You're going to dog them down until either they eliminate you or you eliminate them, because if you eliminate them early, it opens the floodgates, the possibility of you continuing to have a good game and force them back down a position and you able to climb up into that 8th place position. So it's a hard position to be in right now because everybody is gunning for you.
Everybody absolutely is gunning for you, and you have to be very, very careful of that one, as it looks like we're going to be locking it in for this next game here. We're about to get into the halfway game, game number 3. We're going to be seeing where we're going to go towards the end of this one as well. Still going to be able to rotate towards this, and now all the teams are going to be locking it in here. Let's see who's going to be locking in what. We see all these teams come through. A couple of Takedas on each team here. I'm seeing a few Vipers, seeing some Tumultuous. Gonna be very interesting. Even seeing a one Wushin on WBG's end. And Alliance looks like. It looks like Alliance also is gonna be taking a Wushin. Same with JJ, NPG. It looks like EWG also as well here. So very, very happy to see them think about the next steps in these games here and being able to get away in some very, very sticky situations.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is a great comp coming through. I still don't know how I feel about this Matari pick into these Takeda comps. I understand why they end up bringing Matari in, right? Because you don't want to overlap. Like, personally, I think Wu Chen's a better fit into that particular comp, but then you don't have your Wu Chen for your Viper Yodohime comp that you typically run, because you can't use Wu Chen across multiple comps, or you end up risking running too many heroes select points, and then you end up, you know, having to play just absolutely weird stuff. So I get why running Matari for some of these Takeda comps, but it's interesting to see, because I don't think Matari really brings a ton of value to those teams besides being able to counteract Viper. And into a lobby like this, there's not a lot of Vipers for those Mataris to do that with.
Look at this, though, as the circle is going to be widespread on many different areas and situations here, as it looks like there's going to be two headed towards at least desert section near Golden Tortoise or Mohesive Haven. Looks like two are going to be headed towards Zest Winery and Windfall George, and a lot of the other ones are going to be spread out around those small little hut sessions all around Celestra here. Nobody landing inside any of the major cities or major towns within these games here, but it looks like Ventus is trying to push on Mubai here. He doesn't want him to get anything in terms of loot. He just wants to fight. He says, hey, come here. Let's fight this out in mano-y-mano. As never mind, it looks like one of them actually does have a weapon here. Decides to punch him out. And it looks like they're going to be going through with an all-out brawl here, trying to find any type of damage and momentum as they can, as it looks like the feet and the hands are giving them the work alongside the spear. And it looks like Mubai was able to find at least a pistol, though, as WX98 ends up getting drilled. And so does Mubai, but Mubai ends up getting found and finishes. Alex is able to pick up an elimination onto WX. As now ASE and the rest of them are going to be able to try to come through and pick this up. Is able to get the massive parry and the finish as Alex is able to claim 3 eliminations for himself and a squad wipe to start off game number 3. As Mentality is going to push in, surprising the entire team, but Mentality probably should have just backed out and just called it. Now he's just going to just let him go, not give him the opportunity.
Turning our attention now to XCG, who've had 2 very, very strong games back to back here, turning on to JDG, Lion TT, the last remaining member here, and JDG is just gonna, or sorry, XCG is just gonna push them into the tree here and completely eliminate them. XCG gonna get Lynxing back up, and XCG off to a good start once again with 3 eliminations under their belt. Aces right now with a 4. NAD coming in onto NPG. NBG really trying to make something happen here, but struggling as they try to push through this Temi ult. 40 IWNL gonna take some big hits from NPG's Sorrow, and these massive Yodohime ultimate coming down. Unfortunately, not quite able to clean up too many people, as Waiting is the one who gets eliminated here, and NAD continues the hunt as NPG uses that Wu Chen ult to get out to safety. They're trying to take the reset here, but need to be very, very careful. NPG coming in with a massive Viper ult, trying to scare off NAD. The problem is now NPG, nothing left in the tank. No ultimates available. We're going to see the Takeda ult coming through here from NAD's Doshi, and NAD going to start putting in work onto NPG as they are able to pick up Waiting, and now they're looking to pick up Sorrow. No ults again on NPG here. This is kind of a bad push for them here. Back off of that Viper ult coming out a little bit too early from them, especially considering it was the last ultimate they had available to themselves. Sorrow actually able to pick up an elimination, though, coming off of NAD here. Now we're going to see them get parried and almost eliminated, but not quite. They were able to get a little bit of healing there, looking to find a little bit more. Sorrow really just wants to get some more eliminations before they go. They're not able to find another elimination there, and NPG is going to get sent back to the Soul Altar.
Meanwhile, even with that one, though, still going to be able to find it as Chun-Li. It's going to get found, tried, and finished. Sleepwalker and the rest of his team. Oh, no! Trying to get out of harm's way, but sadly, the Bane's Breath is going to call them home, and he's going to get the beautiful finish as JJ is able to do what he can to clutch up a finish and gets 2 more eliminations as he's able to get Godly and Chun-Li up to keep the game going. He says, get up! We still got more to do. Y'all ain't done yet. Water able to come through and absolutely put in work. You love to see it. Absolutely insane coming into these games here as Bauda, meanwhile, has a lot of work to do. 71 points, 11th place. Originally, earlier, before we started this, was in qualifying. Now they're not. They got a lot of work ahead of them. They're gonna need to make something happen here. What do you think is what do you think is the playmaker? What do they need to do to make this happen?
Look, Baoda just has to come alive. They've not done anything in the last 2 games whatsoever. They just get eliminated off rip, and then they're, you know, almost completely eliminated from the game, like 3rd or 4th every single game. They've put 0 points up today whatsoever. They've got to find something. I don't know what's going on with Team Baoda, but they need to find a rhythm, start finding some eliminations, maybe bring some aggression out and come on to some teams. Every time we turn to them, it's always somebody like just coming in onto Baoda. It's like Baoda's not really pushing to go out and try to find teams to fight here. And unfortunately, this is a pacing thing we talked about yesterday during solos. You know, most teams and players not used to playing at an always W key aggression, right? There's kind of the slow middle game, there's playing around the boxes, things that they've come to know in the pro league. But then when you come to, you know, these huge, just everybody is W keying everybody, nobody's willing to slow down even a little bit. These teams have to adjust to that play style, right? They have to adjust to that play rate. And unfortunately, Baoda has not been able to do that. They just haven't been able to come in and start W keying towards teams and picking up eliminations like we're seeing NAD do right now. They just pushed in here onto JJHRD, immediately pick up an elimination. They see the Wu Channel come out, and look at them. They're pushing again instantaneously. They know they have an advantage. They just burned those ultimates off of JJHRD. They still have a little bit of their Takeda ultimate coming in here, and they're just going to keep pressuring that advantage as much as they can. 40IWNL goes a little low, but they're able to turn around and pick up an elimination back off of JJHRD here. No Wu Chen available for them. Chu Li still here, going low. We're going to see Water coming in, trying to lock somebody down here with the Viper ultimate, but the Temi ult comes through and is going to slow everybody down. Water not able to find that ultimate. There's no gas left in the tank for JJHRD, as they have no ultimates left to burn here, and NAD has 3-2 odds advantage here. There's going to go Water down. Now it's 3-1 odds advantage, and unfortunately God Lee does find their ultimate again, but it's way too late, as they are the last remaining member stuck in the zone here. NAD gonna take this poison splash. They're gonna be forced to burn some resources as they are in the zone and poisoned, but they clean up the members of JJHRD, and NAD is able to secure themselves an 11 elimination streak. They had dropped down to 9th place, but off the back of 11 eliminations have climbed significantly back into the leadings, even climbed over NPG. They were in 8th place earlier. Now they're up in 7th place over NPG even. So Ace, who was able to climb into our overall top 8 standings last game, needs to very quickly come alive. I don't think they really have too much of a chance to catch up with NAD right now, because NAD is on a rampage, but they definitely can come back over top of the likes of NPG if they start picking up some kills and get some momentum going. Taking a look at the map here, we're going to see a lot of these teams getting ready to contest some of these Morse blessings as we look at Baoda, who's taken the time to go ahead and open up one of those treasure troves, and we see AXO here with that legendary greatsword coming through. Great choice to put this on the Takeda, as he's able to lock people down and guarantee some of those big hits and get out that massive damage with the legendary weapon dummy.
Meanwhile, with all of this patching in 17JL, another one they also have to put some work in as well here. They're still gonna have to put it in here. Let's see if they can figure this out as well. See if they can figure this out here as KZ, top player from game number 2. Let's see if they can figure this out. As Alliance is lucky, it looks like they're gonna be able to find the chest. They all looks like they're going to be able to claim it for themselves as well. Viper comes out in a beautiful time and fashion. Yo, yesterday, the other day when it came to the trios, you missed out. To mulch pops his ult too early for them to be able to get the chest. One of the other teams comes through, pops their to mulch ult, pushes the other teams out and shuts them down for their chance to get the chest. I've never seen a moment where people was able to pop the ult too early when the chest arrives, only for them not to be able to open it because they were nervous that the other team were going to push in and get aggressive. It was wild. Never seen that before really happen.
Well, Temmie's a little bit of a double-edged sword, right? Because his ult can be canceled out by another Tomolk's ult. You have to be very careful about burning it like that. You know, we see a lot with the Transformers comp that run Tomolk now. The Monk will be the first one typically who burns their ult to guard those chests, right? Those Moore's Blessings. And I've even called some of the teams out before, like, why aren't you just using the Temmie ult? But the thing is if another Temmie shows up and ults on top of that ult, all of a sudden everybody's immune. Those ults aren't doing anything for those two teams, and you're just getting pinched, right? You're in between multiple teams. You're not going to be able to secure the box, and you've burnt your ultimate that you were trying to use to secure it in the first place, so you can't come back in and recontest the box. So you can absolutely burn that ultimate too early and give other teams an advantage. Unfortunately, as I'm talking about this, JJHRD, who had picked up 6 eliminations here, who's trying to climb back into that top 8, gets eliminated. So they're going to be sent back to the Soul Altar, I do believe, but I don't see any resurrections. They might be completely eliminated from the game. I'm not quite sure. As we turn now to GBL, coming in here, Han with a massive Yodohime ultimate doing a ton of damage to LWH, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. No, wait, turns around with the charge left click from the dual blades, is able to pick up an elimination, and then the Wu Chen ult comes out and is able to teleport them to safety. They get the res back on their team. GBL needs to be careful though, because Q9 pushing in, and the only ultimate that they have left is a Viper ultimate. And we saw how this worked out earlier for NPG when they tried to push back into NAD with only that Viper ultimate available for themselves. LWH is also going to find out the Yodohime. Han by themselves over here in the corner catches him with the ultimate there and does quite a substantial amount of damage. GBL just trying to hold on. That Viper ult still available for them, and they might need to push it very soon because now NAD has also shown up, and NAD, man, these guys are hungry to get back in. Look at this. They have climbed from 9th place all the way back up to 6th place with no multiplier, just pure kills. They have 14 eliminations already, Dobby.
14 eliminations and such a massive start coming in from NAD. NAD really trying to show that they are worth the amount of time here. They already have a pretty decent lead to the point where they will get qualified, but with a performance like this, definitely is going to help solidify and certify their win for their chance to qualify for finals here. As we're still going to be able to rotate this in, but let's not knock out ASC with 7 eliminations already towards this lead. So ASC really coming through from the very bottom of the leaderboard. All of a sudden, now ASC is in 9th. They have an opportunity now to qualify. They just need to play out these next couple of games well here, and they have a massive opportunity to do what they need to at the very end of this. Absolutely insane coming into a team that originally we was basically voting them out. We thought that there was no chance for them to win.
Well, no, ASC was an 8th coming into this game. They've actually lost position just because NAD...
I mean from like the start of tonight.
Oh, yeah, from the very start of tonight,
they were in like 13.
Yeah, they have climbed a substantial amount coming forward here, but unfortunately, they've lost their position this game. They're starting to find their footing now, but because NAD has been so aggressive and put so many kills on the board, they've dropped down. That said, they're literally like 1 elimination away from climbing up past NPG right now. I don't see them not taking back that 8th place position. We can't forget the likes of KZ either, who had climbed all the way up to 6th place. They're in 7th, so they're still qualled right now, but things very, very interesting. That middle of the board is really where the excitement's happening. Don't get me wrong, EWG, XCG, the last couple of games have really been putting on good shows, and we appreciate them coming through and rocking it. I mean, even XCG right now, 7 eliminations this game, right? But we kind of know those teams are already qualified, right? Off the back of their performance in day 1, because it was just so huge for them. Both those teams already are almost at 200 points total. What we're really looking at is that 6th through like 12th place right now. These teams really just fighting for their lives to qualify, trying to eliminate these other teams and make room for themselves in the top 8. Here we go. EWG looking to push up potentially on to Alliance, who's trading shots with NAD. Man, NAD is on fire this game, and all they've done is W key the entire lobby, Dobby.
I mean, that's what you have to do with these situations, though, especially towards the very end. You have to W key. There is no way that in these finals, if you're just barely off of being able to qualify, if you're just just making it into qualifying. There's no reason for you at this point to not be trying to W key everything. I know that in these situations, it can be very, very tough. It can be very hectic. And it can get absolutely clouded with everything going on here. But even you have to come into this and realize, hey, you're putting in this amount of work, you're putting in this amount of effort. You got to be able to come through all the way and lock this down and make it hard for everybody else to even want to take you out of a composition. The same thing with Bauda. Bauda's got to come back with a lot of momentum. I think they got a little bit too comfortable here. And obviously that is not helping them out, because now look at them. They're already down in 10th place. But if you look at where ASE was even further past Bauda. And now they have surpassed them in just enough space to clarify. Meanwhile, Sorrow getting hit dangerously low by a bow shot from, it looks like it was from Team NAD, but it looks like NPG will still find find the elimination, not the elimination, but the blessing, the chess, as Sleepwalker immediately coming through with a massive Yorihime strike. Not making it easy for people. Forcing themselves to rotate this out here, catching people in different instances, as it looks like NPG is going to be able to take them out of a recession here. And it looks like Sorrow is going to try to see if maybe they can fight it out. They do have that Draco Storm, so they do have that massive advantage, but Aeolus has to quickly heal as quick as possible, because if they get one strike and it's on top of their Draco Storm, yeah, it's not going to be good for them.
Yeah, like WBG not in a great situation right now. Jing being forced into the zone, and Sorrow chasing here. Jing not full health, Sorrow already full health and has Draco Storm. Jing not really any chance to fight back here, just has to keep it moving and find an opportunity to heal. Both these NPG players coming in as well. Jing just gonna fall here. I mean, no surprises, NPG going to be picking up their second elimination of the game. The thing is WBG Jing did manage to separate most of NPG from the rest of WBG. So they lose Jing, a single player, as they let it be aggressively chased down. And wait, is WBG turning back? There's no way they're going to go try to get their teammate back, right? Into NPG after all that.
I mean, even in the situation though,
insanity.
you still have to be careful with how you still do certain things. But if it does work, it does work, and it does give them the advantage. Though they will need to use every single advantage they have, and that involves numbers as well. You have to play that off as best as possible. You do have to think about certain things here. So even in this situation here, you definitely have to think about that and go, hey, it's definitely worth it to go back and get them, let alone they're not necessarily going to be sitting there that entire time as well. So even with that as well, they still have the chance. You just have to be able to push onwards and go, hey, there's advantage here. There's an opportunity. Let's play this smart, and let's be smart about this. It's better that they do it now and have a teammate all the way towards the very end than not.
XCG here trading blows with JDG, but XCG the massive advantage, the Draco Storm on their back here. JDG is going to pop that material, trying to go invisible, but it's not going to be enough, as they're going to find a Lion, TT, KZ, and Aces waiting in the wing. So XCG needs to be a little careful here. We're going to see some arrows coming down as well from the side, but they are continuing the chase. They see 17JL just around the corner, but XCG wants to hunt some of these other players down from that team. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to. We're going to see Morris Blessing come up. 17JL going to throw the ult down. The Wu Chen ult comes out. They just decide to get out of dodge here, and now unfortunately they are finding themselves onto EWG. Not quite sure why they cave up going for the box there. They had the ult, they had the positioning. Maybe they saw EWG or somebody from EWG out of position and decided to teleport for it, but it's going to be NPG who comes in and secures yet another Morris Blessing, that gold armor going on to Sorrow. They're going to pick up double gold Soul Jades as well as a legendary Swarm. NPG setting themselves up in good positions. EWG still up top with one elimination here. As we take a look at the overall leaderboard, NAD still leading the pack with 14 eliminations, Ace with 8, and XCG with 8 as well, as we get ready for Zone 4 to collapse onto Zone 5 in the next 1 minute and 5 seconds. 37 players still remain here in game number 9.
A lot of madness coming in, and with the rotations of this game here, let's see if they can figure this out here, as they will be able to come through with this. See if they can figure this out towards the rest of this one, as now they're going to be able to push in and keep the madness together here. This is going to be very, very fun. towards this repeating circle here. EWG with 1 point currently. Let's see if they can figure this out. Towards it is now. They're going to be able to go through the rotation. XCG with 8 eliminations. They're still in this massive lead, though. AOW with 2 eliminations. Vinces with 3. 17 Jails got to get some eliminations on the board. I don't think anybody shouldn't have no eliminations in these first 2 or 3 minutes. Somebody's got to be getting those eliminations. You cannot get into these games right now and not getting no points. If this was earlier, maybe there's an opportunity, but as of right now, you should not have you should not have 0 points. You got to have something.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, Bao Da here again, they've put together they've got a legendary greatsword, they've got some armor and stuff together, but they've not come out, they've not contested a Morris Blessing, they've not been engaging with teams, they have 0 points, and they continue to fall in the standings because they've had 2 0-point games back to back to back, and here they are again, no eliminations. They've got 0.5 points just for placement points at the moment, but the thing is it's not going to be enough. They need to be playing aggressively if they want to make anything happen. NPG pushing on to Ventus here. Ventus just going to slide through that front door, come out back, find a little bit of space to reset. Zhu trying to avoid that little fire pit created by some arrows there. We're going to see that swarm start to come out, but Ventus really kind of setting themselves up in a pretty decent position here. They just don't want to end up on the receiving end of some of those cannons. Somebody with Bounce Shell out there just throwing cannon shots downrange. One of my favorite Soul Jades, honestly. Bounce Shell is just such a fun one. Coming through with the cannon. Cannon's just a very, very interesting weapon, and one of the few range weapons that really can drastically be changed by those Soul Jades. It's always fun to watch, and of course here in Trios, that splash damage comes through absolutely massive for a ton of these teams, so it's a very favored weapon in Trios. Xiaonan here also with a cannon trying to throw some shots down range toward the people trying to pick up some scraps from that Morris Blessing, not really able to connect onto too much. See some musket shots also raining from downrange as well. XCG actually not in the greatest of positions at the moment, as many teams have line of sight on them, and they don't really have ground to call their own. JDG's Annalie going very, very low here. KZ gonna come up, gonna be forced to pop that Munko, looking to get some grabs here, but he does get stunned. Unfortunately for the people who stunned him, it's the short stun, so KZ able to get the slam off here, not able to follow up and get the elimination, but still something better than nothing, as KZ's God here literally just trying to keep things alive for KZ as Rain gets picked up and eliminated. EWG, I do believe, picking up that elimination for the second elimination of the game, and now God completely separated from the rest of his team. EWG is going to come in and try to capitalize on this. LXX shows up, but God's going to go down. LXX coming in, catching multiple freezes here, catches a couple. EWG going to be on the receiving end of that poison splash, but we're going to see the Wu Chen have come through and provide a lot of support. Bao Da finally trying to come in, be a little aggressive, sees an opportunity, but doesn't really find too much here. The question is, are they going to back off? No, we're going to see the Wisp come through, and Bao Da actually forced to back off of this engagement. And unfortunately, we finally get to see a little aggression from them, but they're not bringing it through and not able to capitalize on it in any way, shape, or form. I don't even think they were able to put a single point of damage onto anybody. They just immediately get evicted from the space, and Bao Da has to back off.
Even with that one as well, let's see if they're going to be able to go through the rotations, though. Let's see, as Cuckoo is going to be dangerously low, though. Has to be careful, though. As Cuckoo is going to be able to try to go through with these rotations, as Jen is going to find Cuckoo. Gets a nice parry on that loud slash coming in from the long sword here, but is able to do enough just to get away here, as it looks like Bao Da and the rest of the team are going to try to play it around. Meanwhile, the Tumult ult comes out at a beautiful time here. A lot of people going to be towards the middle. Let's see if they're going to be able to figure this out. EWG's Yai Liu is going to try to catch Apple outside, and he does claim the elimination and the finish. Beautiful calling card coming in from the Axiels. Axiel ends up getting caught by the tornado and ends up getting finished by Zyliu. Zyliu doing a last massive amount of damage here, as immediately we're going to see the Viper ult come out, seeing the rest of the team scramble, even getting outside of the circle just to make sure that they don't get hit by the Viper and the strike. Meanwhile, Alex keeping the game alive, getting hit by another team's cannons. Has to be careful towards this, ends up getting healed by the Roshan. Alex coming through with a massive hit on the Zyliu, and Zyliu is going to die from outside the circle. The circle kick is going to claim the elimination, but Alex is going to be the one that ends up claiming that one as well. Leaving it ASE being 11 eliminations, tying it up with XCG with the same amount of points. This is massive for ASE. If ASE comes through with another massive game, potentially even a dub, they're going to be not only in qualification, but they could be even confirmed for qualification if they keep this going. Mind you, we still have 3 more games after this, so it's not over until the very end of this game and the next 3. But man, things are going to get a lot more tighter as Circle is going to be closing in 40 seconds.
Yeah, Ace definitely back into qualification right now, and they want to have a massive game here because they don't want to keep being in that situation where they're yo-yoing in and out of qualification every game, because that's the bad situation to be in. You end up a target, you end up in a situation where it's very hard to qualify, because what happens if you yo-yo out of qualification in the last game? There's no more games left, right? So they want to cement themselves some sort of situation here. XCG coming in, picking up yet another elimination, and this time on the back of NAD, who look to be having the most dominant game yet, and then they pick it up off of Ace as well. XCG eliminates the 2 top contenders in the lobby. 13 eliminations here for XCG, and NAD and Ace eliminated here in our game 3, game number 9 of the series. Ping Tao caught up top. LXY trying to monk up there, but not quite able to find it, as AOW's Ping Tao will find his monk form and picks up Baoda's Rizu. Baoda still 0 eliminations under their belt. Very quickly about to go down here. Oh no, Lynx-X-Hen actually picks up Ping Tao, keeping them from picking up the elimination on to Baoda, as XCG goes to 15 eliminations. There's Baoda's Rizu. Baoda gonna go out once again with a whimper. 0 points on the board for Team Baoda. Xiaonan gonna monk up once more here, throwing hands, trying to catch on to anybody, but not quite able to find who they're looking for. These Wu Chen Fs keeping them from making it happen. Sorrow from NPG going to Yodohime ultimate here, and Xiaonan looking to grab them out of it. They do find the grab on to Sorrow out of it. Going to be forced to go ahead and make the throw, though, looking to find somebody else. They do find another grab there, but Alliance's Mubai picks up the kill, even while it's in Xiaonan's hand with that Yodohime ultimate. And now Xiaonan turning on to Mubai, looking to get a little bit of revenge. We're going to see EWG's Yiran eliminated, and it's just Alliance versus XCG. And man, XCG just cannot be stopped right now. Absolutely on fire. Gonna be walking away with yet another dub here, and I do believe 17 eliminations and a first place finish. Dude, where was this XCG all season, Dobby?
Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, you love to see it. XCG finally able to find it and put it down. You love to see it, as now that's how we're going to be able to do it. That's how we make this magic happen here. Like I said, you love to see it. XCG has been putting in so much time and effort here. All they really need is 1 dub. Now they're really certified. They didn't really need to push for it, but the more MVPs that they end up getting, the better, regardless. And clearly they are wanting these MVPs, and they are making sure that they get them, because XCG wants not only these dubs, but they want the opportunity to come through and say, hey, we put in absolute work for these games. They're not giving up towards the very end here, and clearly they're going to make sure, they're going to solidify it, and they're going to make it easy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. XCG, man. It's really hard for some of these other teams too, because you know, you're in those bottom 8, you're trying to climb up, and you have to have some big games. You want to be able to walk away with some MVPs on the board so that you can get those big points to climb positions, but it's kind of hard to do in the face of XCG. XCG just broke 200 points, and there's still 3 games left to go. These guys are just coming in, kicking in doors and saying, look, you better get out of our way. You might pick up some kills here, you know, you might have 12 eliminations, but those are our scraps. XCG just continues to dominate here in day number 2. EWG trying to continue that dominating path. We see them pick up big eliminations, but it's XCG every time that just keeps coming through and knocking these teams out over and over again, picking up elimination after elimination. And I mean, if they had played like this during the regular season, they easily would have qualified for grand finals already. Like, I mean, I don't know where this energy has come from. XCG's always been a very good team. You know, we talked during
Listen, we didn't need to be here. We didn't need to be here. XCG shouldn't have been here. I'm gonna be honest, XCG shouldn't have been here in the first place. I don't even know why they ended up not making it into qualification in the first place because of what they've been displaying so far. They've been absolutely destroying here. Now, maybe they just needed those extra games to really pop off and say, hey, we really are good. I'm sorry. We've had a bad couple of games. You know, my girlfriend left me. You know, we lost the we lost the pet lizard. You know, something was just going on where it affected my brain and I wasn't necessarily going. Now that I'm focused, now that I'm here with you. I'm right here. You see me? Look at my eyes. Yes, so right there. Roll them. Look at that. Just like that. Back and forth. I'm right here. Pay attention because now I'm XCG.
There's one thing to take in consideration though with Repechage. They're popping off in these games, but the top 8 teams in the league aren't here. So it's really like shooting fish in a barrel for them right now because the big fish, they already qualified. They're shooting little fish, Dobby. They don't have to compete with the top 8 teams.
These little fish ain't that little. They're not that little.
They're not that little.
Because they've been putting up some points though, so they're not that little. And now it'd be really funny if the XCG ends up winning and taking the whole thing in finals, because then I'm gonna be like, well, it looks like everybody was little fish compared to XCG. we just saw their whole like their whole growing arc under the Repechage, because then they ended up popping off in the finals. Maybe that's just me, but XCG comes through with 20 eliminations, 37 game points. I'm sorry, excuse me. Did we finally see a 20 bomb happen? 15 eliminations coming in from NAD and 17 points. And ASE with 12 eliminations, 14.9 in 4th place. What a game from ASE here. ASE really putting in work.
Oh, absolutely. Look, no, XCG, I have no issues with them going forward and ended up taking the thing. You were just asking why they ended up here, and they ended up here because they clearly didn't play better than the other 8 teams who already qualified. So now, with in the face of not having to play against those 8 teams, it makes sense that a team that's always been dominant, because XCG was a very strong team in season 1. You take out the top 8 teams, and all of a sudden, yeah, XCG, yeah, they're the big fish in the little pond, so to speak, and they are popping off. And I mean, popping off hard, because we get our first 20 bomb here as XCG, like you said, walking away with 37 points this game. And again, man, dude, XCG is just like an unstoppable force today. Lineage 10 going to be walking away with their 3rd MVP of the season, 20,000 damage, 8 kills, 9 assists. Love to see Tumult coming through for the MVP. He's got Soul Slash, Universe Slash, and Pridefall. He's got 3 different legendary Soul Jades for 3 different weapons, and putting them to use there, getting all of that extra damage coming out. And most of his damage, believe it or not, coming out from the bow, Dobby.
Even with that one though, Lexington finally 3 MVPs. His 3rd one is he has a lot with him. He had Soul Slash, Universal Slash, Pride's Fall, Fire Arrows, Dual Blade Slap, and a melee resist Soul Jade. You know, just one blue, just throw it out there, just to have one on you, just in case. A little bit of defense is very helpful for you, just in case if anything happens. As we go through with 9 assists, 8 eliminations, and 20k damage. Not only 20k bomb in terms of damage, but 20k total for the team. I mean, Lexington putting in work for this team and making the magic happen here. It is absolutely insane coming into this. Excited to see how it's going to go towards the very end here. It's going to be a good time and a good vibe here. As ladies and gentlemen, we're in the halfway mark. We're halfway
Dobby.
Through our Repechage.
I mean, much further than halfway through, quite honestly. Halfway through the day, but we are day 4 of Repechage, day
of our trio
trios Repechage. Yeah, I know. It's been an insane ride, Dobby. There's no reason to cry, baby. There's more Naraka coming. You and me are not going anywhere. We're gonna be here with the Naraka community for a very, very long time. Dobby over here playing a little possum for his chat. But man,
you know, we do have finals, we got worlds, you know, and all that, but I'm still gonna miss you, you know, a lot, you know. I'll miss everybody in chat, you know. It's okay. I gotta. All right, stay focused. Gotta stay focused. We gotta stay
three games down, 3 games to go here in our last day of Trios Repechage, and the desperation continues to set in. But we've got an interview for you, so we're gonna throw things over to Jaeger before we come back and lock in for game number 10.
Hi everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing with 奈何桥 and let him say hello to our audience.Hello， 奈何桥，先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是插鞋季的奈何桥。
好的，欢迎来到赛后采访。我们目前为止啊，复活赛也已经就今天的6把比赛已经过半了，要恭喜你们在刚才这把比赛获得最高分。So first, congratulations that today we have 6 games and already we have half of them, and you guys get the highest score in the game 3.And I know that your team, you have really deep friendship, not only in this game and also like before you guys come to the team together, you recognize a long time. So could you introduce it to us? 那我们也知道，其实 XCG 你们是之前就有非常深厚的友谊。其实，在大家一起来到这个战队之前就已经认识，能不能给我们讲讲你们认识的这个经历
？XCG 就李星恒嘛，李星恒之前是我的老队友了。哦。然后南哥的话就是之前星恒的老队友，就跟星恒一起组到了XCG嘛，XCG也愿意要我们3个。
所以这个样子，大家就有机会聚到了一起，是不是？当然，我们今天呢有个万圣节的小环节，我这个罐头里啊有甜的糖，也有酸的糖。来，你先挑一颗，我们来看看你的运气怎么样，会拿到甜的还是酸的？
它是很。
不一定，我们来看一看自己的运气好。So actually for our friendship, it's like Li Xingheng is my old teammate and also Xiaonan is Li Xingheng's teammate and they like playing game for a long time and before they come to the team, they already cooperate for a long time. And after that, our 3 just came together and be the teammate together and we cooperate very well. And I would like to know how is it taste? 那这个糖果的感觉怎么样？
酸的，
有点酸，是不是？哦 ，it's a sweet candy. OK， 那因为刚才讲到你们深厚的友谊啊，愿不愿意今天拿2颗回去给你的队友，让他们看看他们的运气今天怎么样 ？So just choose 2 candy for your teammate and to see if they are lucky or not. They will have the sweet candy or the sour candy. OK？
我看你说有没有？酸的，我想拿2个酸的回去给他们吃。
So actually, 奈何桥 want to choose 2 soy candy for his teammate. Wow, you guys are teammate. 你们是队友，为什么要这样对待他们？
那我也吃到酸的了呀。
所以队友大家就要尝一样的东西，是不是 ？Because he just get the soy candy, so he wants the teammate have the same feeling with him. Okay, so we back to the game that today we saw that at the beginning of the game, you guys have really high damage and have very good equipment. So tell us how you can operate at the beginning of the game. 那给我们讲讲你们前期整个运营的思路是怎么样的？因为我看到你们今天这一把的前期其实就已经拿到了非常好的装备，也给你们的后期带来了巨大的优势。这个当时的思路是怎么样的呢？
前期跟别人搂点了嘛，就在魔鬼院，然后打赢了之后又抓到一队来魔鬼院跟我们打的，然后继续打赢了，就导致我们前期很肥嘛。然后再加上我们天赋就可以赌玉啊什么的，所以就滚雪球滚起来了。
对对，所以跟你们的天赋技能也有关系啊。Okay, so actually before we just enter the game and we choose a position and roll with another team, and after that another team just come and want to fight with us, and then we won this fight. And because of our gift. So we can like use to have the good soul jade. So that's why we have very high damage and very good equipment till the end of the game. Okay, so because we know in the Western we are going to celebrate the Halloween, and would you please like take a photo with me and we can make a face together? 那我们也知道，其实，在我们的西方国家马上就要过这个万圣节了，愿不愿意和我一起在镜头面前做一个鬼脸，然后我们一起合影留念？
怎么做鬼脸？
就随便都可以。你想不想叫上你的队友一起？
算了，
算了，
已经走过去了。
啊，看到了他渴望眼神 ，so his teammate just walk away and he's like looking forward to them and just okay, just take the photo with me. OK， 那我们一起来拍照吧，来，3、2、1。好，谢谢奈何桥接受我们今天的采访，也再次恭喜你们。Thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
场均伤害14000，第4双周常规赛积分第1。面对来势汹汹的挑战者们，他还能夺冠吗？2022 Nbpl S2 第4双周单排周决赛中，小蜘蛛最后一局扛住压力，稳中求胜，并拿下天选，再次斩获周冠，最强新人的称号当之无愧。我是主持人陈瑜，本期 Nbpl 名场面，让我们一起来复盘一下 WBG 小蜘蛛决定胜负的一局吧。周决赛最后一局中，小蜘蛛选择的英雄是殷子平，天赋上选择携带6个本源体能、6个极阴灵巧、6个极阳神锁以及6个万物顽石。技能上选择携带 F2 一起安魂滋养以及 V1 悬壶济世。小蜘蛛开局选择苍翠居为跳点，遇到了同样在搜寻装备的黄福来，与对方拉扯消耗几轮后，小蜘蛛收下了第6局第1个击败分。随后，小蜘蛛在落日4毁罪殿遇到王良，被王良震刀后血量落入下风，使用 F2 进入金霸体规避伤害。此时奥义还未准备就绪，便往殿内开始拉扯。这里大家要注意哦，在殷子平释放 F 技能或者开启奥义时，会获得短暂的金霸体效果。除了不会被敌人打进僵直状态以外，受到的伤害也会大幅降低。利用这个特性，在博弈失败时，也可以很好的规避掉一些伤害，例如长枪的龙王破等等。拉扯过程中，小蜘蛛在只有1个飞索的情况下，利用毁罪殿的墙壁多次使用 B 击，快速逃离战场。最终，小蜘蛛连续使用2次防炎 B 击，瞬间拉开了与王良的距离，成功躲避了王良的追击。这里我们来向小蜘蛛学习一下身法的小技巧。小蜘蛛在 B 击之后空中蓄力，目的是为了躲避飞索命中后产生僵直状态，而利用防炎连续 B 击，则是为了与对手迅速拉开距离。空中蓄力是一个非常实用的技巧，可以运用在逃跑或者突袭当中。那么如何使用空中蓄力呢？空中蓄力有3种方式。首先 ，B 击后按 AD 加 Shift， 使用侧身闪避后可以进行空中蓄力攻击。其次，在使用飞索往空中飞起后，按 AD 加 Shift， 使用侧身闪避后可以进行蓄力攻击。另外，在冲顶攻击结束时，按 AD 加 Shift， 使用侧身闪避后也可以使用蓄力攻击。简单来说，在 B 击、飞索飞袭、冲顶攻击的动作结束后，使用侧身闪避就可以用出空中蓄力。让我们回到小蜘蛛的第一视角，看看小蜘蛛2连震刀手刃劲敌的名场面。此时，小蜘蛛与凯豹分数差距极小，决赛圈仅剩小蜘蛛、凯豹独白3人。如果小蜘蛛被凯豹击杀，凯豹的积分将会超过他，并拿下周冠。但小蜘蛛主动出击，选择直接追击凯豹。凯豹使用蓄力 1.0， 小蜘蛛也释放蓄力，顶掉了凯豹的蓄力。第2次，凯豹同样蓄了 1.0， 小蜘蛛成功震刀。而凯豹第3次蓄力时，已经抓住对方心理的小蜘蛛使用 AC 阵再次震刀成功，震刀反击带走了夺冠路上最大的竞争者。那么什么是 AC 阵呢？ 顾名思义 ，AC 阵就是使用普通攻击后按 C 键取消当前动作，立即震刀。在我们与敌人蓄力博弈时，对方看到你使用了普通攻击后，则有较大概率释放蓄力攻击。这时，如果你使用 AC 阵，则有较大概率能成功震刀。而在对方残血时，我们可以使用白刀攻击持续消耗对手，给予对方压力。敌人血量越低，就越容易释放蓄力。在这种情况下，我们再使用 AC 阵，震刀成功的概率则可大幅度提高。回到现场，小蜘蛛解决掉最大的竞争对手后，气势如虹。在与独白的战斗中，小蜘蛛左键蓄力盘龙棍，独白绕背准备震刀，但小蜘蛛的盘龙棍第二段攻击快打到对方时，使用飞索取消了蓄力攻击，避免了被震刀。在部分武器的蓝霸体打出时，按 Q 并射出飞索就可以取消。在实战中，这也是一个非常好用的博弈技巧。最后，小蜘蛛击败独白，拿下天选，成功拿下第2次周冠。小蜘蛛作为联赛的新人，但其极其冷静的头脑、过硬的基本功，奠定了他再次夺下周冠的基础，无愧于最强新人的称号。接杯中国大陆赛区预选赛即将到来，让我们一起期待他接下来的表现吧。好了，本期 Nbpl 名场面到这里就结束了。如果大家觉得还不错的话，还请一键3连哟！欢迎大家留言告诉我们你想要剖析的选手或者技巧。下期 Nbpl 名场面我们不见不散哟！
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Naraka Blade Point Pro League. We're at our Repechage, our losers bracket, and these teams are fighting to get into the top 8. That's right, only 8 teams are going to be making it all the way towards the very end as we're looking in. And as of right now, Bauda has lost their place in the top 8. And as of right now, ASC is officially qualified if they survive these next 3 games. ASC was down at the very bottom in 13th place, took it all the way up to 8th place, and now they are just qualified into this. Same with NAD and NPG coming back, actually surprising us all, getting into the number 6 spot. And obviously XCG at the very top with 212 EWG. But as of right now, these 3 teams, yes, it's very interesting to see them fight it out. But what's really important is 6 through 8. Who is just going to make it? That's where I think the fun is. Obviously, it's really cool to see who's going to take the number 1 spot, but this is for Repechage. I want to see who just barely makes it into qualifying.
Look, NAD and Aces moving back up there into our top 8. Unfortunately, that means KZ and Bauda both moving down into the bottom 8. KZ just a couple of points behind those, so their teams can't really rest here whatsoever. Ace able to make it back into top 8, but they've been teetering. NAD had moved down and was in 9th place and has been able to secure themselves off the back of a massive game here, being back in 7th place. So a lot of shuffling happened here, and this is exactly what we talked about coming into the day, right? For most of these teams, there was like a 1-point difference under all of them. So now every single game, we're going to see a lot of that leaderboard shuffle going around. Look, Ace was in 7th place at one point, and they dropped down in that game and were able to climb back up into position. And speaking of being able to climb back up into position, if you want to climb your way into a legendary weapon skin, you need to answer the question, which weapon did the most damage by XCG's Ling XN? Was it A, the nunchucks, B, the bow, C, the cannon, or D, the Flamebringer here in our last game? I know the answer. Question is, do you guys at home know? You better lock those answers in very quick. The first person to get it right is going to get a whisper right here on Twitch, and that whisper is going to contain a code for you to lock in some legendary weapon skins. Who knows? Maybe you'll get one for the weapon that Ling XN did the most damage with here. That would be pretty darn cool. But for those of you who are at home and don't have Naraka Blade Point and can't answer this question, stick around because we're going to be giving away some codes for a copy on Steam every single game. We're giving away 5 different codes. You guys have an opportunity to pick up not only some goodies in game, but the game itself. If you're new here and you haven't been playing Naraka Blade Point, and I promise you, and Dobby will promise you too, you want to be playing Naraka Blade Point.
Definitely in these spaces, you definitely want to be in these ones, as obviously by Lexington, there's going to be a lot of stuff related to this one, as we're going to see this question come in, and I don't know, man. You know, I feel like if you was watching that last game, I feel like you would know, because one of these that we definitely noticed, he definitely went off on. And I mean, when I mean went off, he went crazy. As now we're gonna see kind of how they're able to do it here, but they still have more to go. And it looks like they're still gonna be able to put this down here. Let's see if they're gonna be able to figure this out, as they're gonna be able to lock this in. But man, there's a lot of surprises coming in from a lot of these spaces here, honestly.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, today has been a day of ups and downs, and it's going to continue to be. Again, we're 3 games deep. We're halfway. If you guys thought the first 3 games were crazy, I hate to break it to you, the next 3 going to be even more crazy. I just, I usually want to watch the middle of the pack. It's all about telling that story about who's going to qualify or not. But right now, the question that's on my mind is, can anybody stop XCG? Because they are a freaking monster today. They are just coming in and dropping big game after big game, showing no signs of slowing down whatsoever, Dobby.
Oh yeah, whatsoever. Even within these spaces, though, they're still able to do what they can here. But here's my question for you, Rune. So far, we've seen a lot of surprises so far tonight when it comes to all of these players, all of these games, and how people have been playing. It's been a lot of W key action. Hasn't been really a lot of downtime, as we call it. You know, that moment where it's circle 5, circle 4. A lot of people are hopping around, not a lot of actions going on. Everybody's just kind of being very, very like just chill, relax. My question to you is, for the new players, the new teams that have just qualified, what do they need to do to stay there?
Oh, look, we're going to answer that question as soon as we come back from a short video and just before we lock in for game number 10.
当时打完就随便找了一家店剪发，当时打完就进了家，本来是地图上看好的，就有一家比较好的，然后想去，然后去错了之后那家还关门了，我就随便找了一家，然后进去，那托尼老师没给我剪好，就进黑店了，他没办法，就只能说再等1个月，等头发长出来，再理一个稍微好点的发型。我们教练就婉月有本事，有点本事，但很装逼，确实有点本事，不过很装。就玩嘴，我们俱乐部没人玩得过他，他的嘴是最硬的那个，就基本说不过他。然后他说的东西我们就去试嘛，然后错了那就再改嘛。
NiHQ here giving us a little bit of insight to his coach, and says his coach talks pretty big, says nobody can beat him in Naraka Blade Point, as it were, and is even not willing to admit when he does lose to some of the members of XCG. You love to see that kind of camaraderie coming out. The coach talking big is always big things, but you ask what these players have to do, Dobby, and they have to come in aggressive. That's all there is. We've seen what not doing aggressive does, and what not doing aggressive does is what's happened to Team Baoda, and they have put 3 zeros on the board today and dropped all the way from 8th place to 11th place. You can't come in and not play aggressive because it's going to cost you big. We see XCG here, the winner of our last game, but they were 2nd place in both 1st and 2nd as well. They had a ton of points on the board, and I don't see them slowing down anytime soon. They're going to be coming in with the Takeda comp here. We are going back-to-back Morsile, as it is the 4th game of the day, the 10th game of the set. And we're seeing a lot of Takeda comps come through. We're seeing JJHRD, 17JL, NAD, Aces, EWG, and XCG all locking in Takeda. Quite a few Viper, Yodohime comps, and quite a few Transformer comps as well. Kind of the 3 comps we've come to expect coming in from these teams thus far. And, Ventus, with a very, very weird comp coming through. The Yodohime, Pixel going to be playing Tianhai, and Zhu on Temi. This is a very interesting take on this particular comp here, replacing Yueshan with Yodohime. Before the nerf, I think I agreed with this. I don't know about after the nerf on Yodohime if I quite agree with this particular comp, Dubby.
I mean, even with this one too, it's still going to be fun to see how people are going to be rotating this out, and they're rotating it all fairly similar to these last 2 games. Nobody landing in massive, big places a lot of them have been staying around these kind of all right-ish areas here. Only one team is headed towards a massive place, and that's still Side Temple, and that is Team GBL. But everybody else, notice how it's been the same pattern every single game. I'm curious what has been the forefront of these games here. As looks like WX98 comes through, steals something, and then just dips out. Ends up punching him and says, "See you later, buddy. I am out." As MPG already claims the first elimination and kill for tonight. Already putting it together, and they're not giving them any chance to figure out anything else here, as they're going to be able to put this out. Let's see if they want to be able to figure that out, though, towards this one and go forth to that, though.
Turning our attention to EWG and Aces here. These two teams have been typically towards the top of the pack, so seeing them go head-to-head early is pretty interesting here, and it looks like Ace gonna go ahead and clean it up with another early lead on eliminations, 3 eliminations under their belt. If you remember last game, they took a very early lead with 7 eliminations, and the game before that, before we even got, you know, to see it happen, we watched one team clean up 3 eliminations and turned, and Aces had 7. So Ace continuing with those aggressive early leads, and it has served them well, and especially right now they're playing a very hyper aggressive early game comp, so they're going to want to pressure onto as many teams and pick up as many eliminations as they can. And Bao Da eliminated off the rip again. They still have a resurrection, but man, Bao Da just can't find it today. I don't know what's going on for these guys, but they are absolutely struggling. As we now turn to Team JDG going head-to-head with NPG. We're see the Viper ult coming out from Lily, looking to lock down many of the members here from NPG, but it's Waiting that gets the focus turned on to them, and now the odds are in the favor of JDG. That ult buying them a 3-2 advantage here. Sorrow forced to pop the ultimate, but the Yodo ultimate coming back out from JDG as well. NPG looking to try to lock these players down, but JDG not wanting to let it happen. They are going to get the Wu Chen ult out, but JDG waiting just in the wings. They get the resurrection just barely, Waiting, trying to get that Viper ultimate off before they go away, and now they're going to return the favor. The Wu Chen ult comes out from somebody. JDG comes in, picks up an elimination onto NPG, and now it's a 2v2 situation. Sorrow going very low. The Viper F coming through, going to deny Sorrow the ability to use that F3, but now Waiting comes in, and they instantly turn on to Waiting. Waiting's going to get eliminated here. Sorrow finds an armor swap, but I don't think it's going to be enough to silence Ends. They're able to get an F3 out, but it's not really buying them any space or any kind of advantage here. The parry comes through. JDG's Lion TT picks up the elimination, and JDG's going to be able to go pick their body back up and save their friend here after picking up multiple eliminations. Turning our attention now to XCG, the absolute monster that is XCG right now. We're going to see a parry come out from Ling X Hen there, a little scissor parry, locking the things down onto NAD for their 3rd elimination of the game here. And I don't think XCG's going to slow down after that either, because they have been absolute monsters all day.
Whole lot of momentum coming into these teams here, as there's still a lot of redemption to be made from a lot of these teams here. And as of right now, ASE is one of the main teams that have really redeemed themselves in this losers bracket here. So a whole lot of momentum coming into it. As it's going to be fun to see how they can put this one together here and see where we can push it towards what's next. Let's see if they can figure it out towards the rest of these. As now they're going to be able to make some form of decisions, as AOW still being able to put this one down as well here. ASC with 3 eliminations, and so is NPG. NPG and ASC wants this. This will be amazing to see them qualify. Not only qualify, but even crack top 5 if they can do this, as there's absolute so much madness coming in. AOW was able to claim another elimination on KZ's Reign. They're able to get the first grab, though, coming in from 1. Leo was able to get a nice throwdown from that player, as KZ Glod ends up coming through and ends up picking up Ping Tao. Ends up picking up WX98, as Pixel is going to be able to punch him right towards it, right before he can throw him down. Fight. Give him the Hellmaker. Yes, indeed, as we finally see the elimination come in. Pixel is able to claim an elimination with just his hands. You love to see it, as we haven't seen the month-on-month fight all the time, but boy, am I happy to finally see that go down. As now the ulti comes in from the Yoda. It looks like his ulti going to claim it on Pixel, shutting bring him down. The Ventus, it comes through trying to keep the game alive here, but Sleepwalker and Viper is going to be able to come through, close in, shut it down, and full scoot team wipe this team and let them know what's going on. Meanwhile, Ventus by himself trying to keep the game alive and is going to hide to make sure that he can stay alive. Meanwhile, NiHQ is caught inside a small tornado here, but also caught inside the Bane's Breath, which this team called. So much madness and momentum coming into his NiHQ is going to be able to work around the momentum here. Let's see if they can figure this out here. Still a whole lot of craziness going down here as they're going to be able to find it. Let's see if NiHQ and the rest of the team is going to be able to push in and claim these eliminations onto NAD here. They're not going to let them do it.
NiHQ trying it to lock down the members of NAD. The Temi ult coming out though, so NiHQ going to be locked down here. They're going to pop the Matari ult as they continue to push on to Team NAD. And XCG, man, they are just monsters. There you go. They're going to pick up the elimination onto 40 IWNL. It's going to take them to 4 eliminations. As they continue to push over the hill looking for eliminations, they're going to run into the likes of GBL and JJHRD, who are engaged in combat right now, still chasing down Zhaojin here from Team NAD, and they have no intention of stopping anytime soon, as they are going to pick up a quick elimination here. GBL and JJHRD need to be very, very careful though, because XCG's coming in and they have most of a full tank coming into this third party. Here we go. GBL's Han caught out on the backside, and XCG wanting to chase this kill might buy JJHRD the time they need to get out of here, because the last thing they really want to do is go into a fully charged XCG. But no, maybe they do, as they turn back into this fight. They're going to parry NiHQ off of it. We're going to see the Temi-Wisp come out though and pick up God Lee. Lingx catches the Dragon's Rush into the Nexus Might. Everybody's going low here. JJHRD loses water. They look like they're going to lose another. They lose Zhaojin. No, Zhaojin gets picked off here. Zhaonan, sorry, gets picked off by JJHRD's Chu Li. But then NiHQ picks up Chu Li. Aces shows up to clean up the fight here. God Lee still alive, trying to fight with everything that they have. XCG sent back to the Soul Altar. JJHRD gonna get cleaned up by Aces as well, but not before XCG picks up 8 eliminations this early into the game.
So much of this happening though, as they are able to do it, and let's see if they can figure this out. Is still going to be able to put this down towards it and see if they can figure this out. Still a whole lot happening though, as EWG sadly has no eliminations, but look at the spread though. Absolutely spread it out here. This is one of those moments that I really was surprised by. We don't see this too often. We really don't. We don't see the amount of momentum where we see these moments of these players not pushing so hard and actually getting a place to go first and actually focusing on the priority of just getting loot from the very get-go. There's still that amount of momentum here, and honestly, I'm very surprised, but I'm also shocked because we haven't seen this the whole season.
I'm not shocked at all, quite honestly, Davi. It's Repechage. You can't leave anything on the table. I expected teams to come in and W key, and quite honestly, they need to if they're going to learn to play against some of these teams who do play aggressive, and it serves them so well during the regular season. We just are seeing it coming out from everybody because the desperation is there. And in Repechage, this is the kind of action I want to see. This is why I always get so excited for Repechage. Oof, and unfortunately, we're going to see EWG being picked up by the likes of Aces. Aces moving into that first place with 9 eliminations. JDG and XCG tying it up in second place right now with 8 eliminations each. And we're going to see JDG here pick up that Draco Storm and go on the hunt immediately. These guys are hungry to chase some teams down and continue to widen that gap, because right now they are in 15th place. They have so much work to do if they want to even have a chance of touching top 8 in these next 3 games. So JDG trying to keep their hopes alive, and let's just hope they don't get eliminated here in the mid game like they have the last couple of games. 17JL here waiting to pick up that Draco Storm, is going to find that Draco Storm as well for their teammates here. Benchu, 17JL looking to go out and pressure onto some of these teams, and they're going to find Team Ace's Jin off to the side here. But Jin by themselves here, I do believe they actually might have a bounty here onto Jin, and that's why Jin has separated from their team. Yeah, Jin running into the zone here. They're trying to pull 17JL as far away from their team as humanly possible, trying to get them away from that Draco Storm. They do not want them to be caught out because of this bounty. Jin gonna throw the ult down, just looking to keep the distance running. AS might actually not be able to pick up the elimination. Benshu shows up, but here we go. Two members of 17JL now way out in the zone. They do pick up Jin, but they only pick up Jin as the rest of Ace has separated, and they knew exactly what they were doing here. There was a bounty on Jin. They wanted them to just go ahead and push out into the zone and survive. And yeah, they have more than enough money to just buy Jin straight back. So no problem for Team Ace here. Jin baits the troubling team, 17JL, way out and away from them. And Team Ace immediately just is going to buy Jin back. We're going to see Jin back in this game in very, very short order. And then Team Ace is just going to keep going on the rampage that they've been going on with their 9 eliminations. They might not have that coveted buff from the Moore's Blessings, but they are playing smart. They are playing aggressive, and it has bought themselves 6th place. Because like you said earlier, they were all the way down in like, what, I think 13th place at the beginning of the day, Dobby, and they have worked hard to climb up as high as they have here into the 6th place, into a top 8 position where they contend for an opportunity to go compete in the grand finals.
Meanwhile, with this one, Q9 keeping this alive, pushing on to Team ASE here, keeping that same momentum as ASE finally gets a clean 100 points. Putting them in 6th place. Ladies and gentlemen, the play out that we have seen from ASE is absolutely phenomenal coming into these games here, as it just looks like ASE is not stacking up. They are going to keep this alive here with 9 eliminations, even though there's only 2 players alive here. For their team, they're going to have to go out and try to pick up their teammates if they're going to want to at least see themselves in a decent standing for this game. But as of now, they still look good towards this, and they still have a lot of momentum happening, as it looks like we're still going to keep it happening, though, towards the rest of these games here, as LXY still able to come through, though, trying to see if maybe they can get some strikes in for some of this. Let's see if they can keep this same momentum going on here, as they still have to be able to rotate this around. Let's see if they can find this out here, as now still with all of this momentum coming into it, they're gonna have to play this smart, as JJ and the rest of the team going through the rotations, though, still have a lot to do and a lot to cover. Alliance is lucky. Looks like they're gonna be able to go through and find some stuff as well here, doing what they can towards this one. Let's see if they're gonna be able to work towards it and figure it out. Still got more happening, so this is gonna be fun towards the final circle here. A lot of stuff happening. A lot of these games have really been. Oh, he ends up getting dangerously close. Liu is gonna find one, and so is Pingtown. Looks like they're gonna be bullying KZ Rain. Both gonna be able to push in and keep the same aggression. The F3 comes down, and it looks like he was gonna pop the Yoda Emate. It looks like he does. Popping it out at such great time and recession. He's gonna be able to find the hits onto LXX, though. He's gonna need to find the next one, though, as he gets close. Meanwhile, KZ1 God is gonna be able to find the bot heading in, and it looks like he's gonna be able to do it as well here. Let's see if he's going to be able to patch this through and see if he can get a grab. Question is, can he find it, though? Oh, and he does! KZ1 God finds one of the picks. The question is, can he find the second? He doesn't look like he is, but no, he ends up dropping it with Pingtown. Is able to throw out a massive Viper ult stun. Both of them already ulted here, so the stun is going to be a lot harder for them to do what they need to. Meanwhile, Pingtown is getting chased by both of them. K1Z God dangerously low on heals. Had some shield, but now Liu's going to take that away. And now it is a 1v3 as one God does go down. AOW is going to start pushing in on LXX, but LXX already is out of the way and gone.
Yeah, LWX is just going to go ahead and get out of here, trying to keep things alive for KZ here. KZ, hold on to that 9th place position right now, is only a couple of points behind NAD, so they really, really need to lock something in this game so that they can take back an 8th place position and qualify for those grand finals. Turning your attention to Bao Da with 1 elimination under their belt this game, the most points they put up on the board all day, looking to secure this Moore's Blessing. They need to be very careful though, as we do hear those ballistas coming in from up top. We're gonna hear the Viper ult come through now, and unfortunately Team Baoda gonna burn 2 ultimates and not be able to defend the Moore's Blessing as Team JDG comes through, ready to play hyper aggressive here onto the likes of Team Baoda. But WBG shows up for the third party. Jing coming in with a Viper ult, gonna lock down JDG's Lion. TT turns around with the F2 immediately. JDG gonna be forced to use the Wu Chen ult to get out, and it's gonna be WBG who's able to secure the Moore's Blessing, and they're gonna be lording over this Draco Storm, waiting it out, trying to pick it up for themselves at the last possible second so they can contest those stage 4 Moore's Blessings as they come through. GBL doing the same thing on the other side of the map, just waiting for the last possible second to pick up that buff so that they can carry it through into the next set of Moore's Blessings. As we take a look here at the top of the order, XCG with 8 eliminations, Aces with 9 eliminations, though Ace just lost yet another member. They had the opportunity to bring one of their members back, but unfortunately they've been being chased down this entire time ever since they bought that charm to be able to get them back into the game, and haven't had the opportunity to go secure those reses. So Ace now, I do believe the Matari still has more than enough money to buy back both of these members. They just need to lock it in, and it looks like that player from Ace is going to go completely away. No, all of Ace is going to get eliminated, as Hazy is actually picked up and eliminated by Q9. Ace with 9 eliminations under their belt does bring themselves a cool 100 points onto the board, but that is it for Team Ace this game. Hopefully they can hold on to their current position as we move towards Zone 3, collapsing onto Zone 4. 40 players still left remaining here in the lobby. Baoda holding on for dear life. 1 elimination under the belt. But that is it, and Baoda needs to come in and be aggressive. Every game they're not aggressive, the harder and harder it gets for them to climb up in terms of points. And then on top of that, the less games they have to get points going forward. KZ's LXX finally caught out here by the likes of GBL. LXX just trying to keep it desperately alive here. They need something this game if they want to climb back into top 8. They do not want to go out with 0 points, no eliminations. They find a spot on the side here, and they are going to risk taking a pot, which is going to potentially give away their position, and it does as Dabao hears the shield pot going off, and Alex is going to be forced to back off. But those 2 pots, because of his advanced heal, going to buy him so much HP. He's looking to try to use some of these bushes to hide in. Does find an invisibility bush. So we turn our attention back to WBG, who's got Q9 literally pushed into a corner, and Q9 going to be forced to use that Wu Chen ult out of the zone to try to get the resurrection back. WBG now going to turn their attention to NPG as they push in with that Draco Storm. Sorrow going to get a parry there onto Jing, but not able to follow it up quite as much as they would like because they are so far away. And WBG does have a huge advantage here with the Draco Storm. And now the Viper ult coming out as well. Going to stop any semblance of NPG's retaliation here as waiting goes down. WBG going to use the Wu Chen ult to back out as the third party from Alliance starts to come through.
Looks like they will be able to make it come through, though, as it looks like they will be able to take the Wu Chen and dip out as fast as possible. And it looks like now NPG is able to keep the game alive here. Able to do what they need to, though. Let's see if they will be able to figure it out towards this end, though, as Alliances is still going to be able to rotate this out. But I will say this, though. ASC can afford 1 early loss. But mind you, 9 eliminations is still really good. I think they can afford 1. If they lose the second one, now they're struggling. But with 9 eliminations, that looks pretty good. Even though they don't get any placement points, that's still going to be pretty decent for them as well. Now, if you look at it from another standpoint, XCG is just at this point making their lead a little bit more further. They can afford 2 or 3 if they really wanted to. If they didn't make another point never since then, they will be okay towards the very end here, as they're going to be able to work in towards the other ones here. Let's see if they're going to be able to rotate this around.
Q9 buying a little bit of space here with the Viper ult for themselves as they are able to pressure these teams off, but they are still very, very nearby. The bounty still on to LXY as well. LXY has a bounty. I apologize. But LXY able to find just enough space to get some resets off as WBG, 17JL, and Alliance all trading shots with one another. But if WBG walks up top, it could spell disaster. The likes of Q9's last remaining member here. Everybody's still just fighting for that coveted 8th place position. Even KZ with a single member left alive, just trying to buy themselves a couple more points here to make anything happen. Ventus's Pixel able to secure that legendary set of armor here as they come through onto this Morris Blessing, and they are gonna start to lock some of these players down in GBL. Dabao taking the dual blades in the back here, but all of Ventus going so low. Ventus just absolutely forced to pop the Monk ult here as they lose WX98. This set of gold armor could cost Ventus this match as we see a massive ballista shot coming out from up top as well. There's no place for Team Ventus to go. We're going to see GBL's Nixon out, picked up by XCG's Ling X10. NPG Sorrow up top here, going to pick up Ventus's WX98 with a massive ballista shot, and that is going to be Jiu gone as well. I do believe the last remaining member of Team Ventus is Pixel, and not sure where they are. This ballista putting in so much work as NAD loses 40 IWNL. NAD's Doshi going so low, gets a massive parry onto GU, but then actually cancels the parry into another parry, and it misses the parry and is going to go down. Doesn't even get the riposte coming through. AOW's pinked out, trying to lock down these players. I do believe that is Ventus's, no, that's GBL's Dabao, sorry, not Ventus's Pixel, in the corner over here. Going to take a ton of damage after being stunned there. KZ's LXX going to be picked up by Ventus's Pixel. And unfortunately, that means they are going to be eliminated here from this game. Aces drops a position as NPG picks up another elimination. And just barely surpasses them by 0.1 point. 17JL continuing the assault here on to the members of GBL, going airborne now as well as they drop back down and look to turn attentions towards the rest of GBL. We now see NPG up top still trading shots from the ballista, getting some repairs off as they get ready to turn around to some of these members coming topside. 17JL is going to pick up AOW's Ping Tao and Cuckoo, and that's going to be it for AOW here in this game as 17JL continues to pop off. 5 eliminations, another ballista shot coming down. NPG's waiting, just trying to lock down all of Team Alliance up here. They are actually going to pick up a couple of stuns, and Sorrow instantly back up on the ballista, looking to make some more picks. We're on a ballista watch, ladies and gentlemen, as all these teams cower in as close as possible. NPG just putting in work with the ballista, pumping out damage, threatening everybody, and forcing these teams to be on top of each other, making more of these fights break out. We're zone 5 getting ready to collapse onto zone 6 in the next 5 seconds with 27 players left remaining.
Meanwhile, still able to put this together though. 11 eliminations, leading for XCG. JDG with 9 eliminations, but sadly so far down in the total standings here, it doesn't look like any other points are going to matter regardless of these games here. Meanwhile, JJ still alive here with 3 eliminations here. KZ officially eliminated from this game. NAD with 2 eliminations. MPG with 5. Tied it up with 17JL currently here, as now they have tied up ASE with 100 points. Matter of fact, make that 100.1. You love to see it. It's just the points. The little 0.1s, 0.2s, 0.3s end up being a deciding factor here. Meanwhile, JDG's Lily and the rest of the team trying to fight this out as the Yoni email comes in from Lion TT. Outside of circle, the dangerous tick starting to take it away little by little here. Let's see if they're going to be able to find it. Still with this rotation though, Lion TT ends up getting fought and claimed as he will get finished sadly, and so does Binshu. AS trying to keep the game alive, so is ZU. They've lost one of their players with WBG fully alive here. Still has a chance. The Takeda comes through with a massive Q. Oh, ends up doing a massive finish onto Jing Jing, dangerously low. Absolutely insane here. But can he finish him off though? 17JL AS ends up getting finished by WBG Sleep. Well, actually, no. Godly ends up taking it away. JJ ends up taking it away from him as he ends up claiming the elimination, making it 4 eliminations total.
XCG Xiaonan picks up an elimination as well. We're going to see Liang also pick up one. XCG just can't be stopped, man. They're a monster. They're 14 eliminations here into 6th circle. Again, Alliance is lucky coming in, trying to make something happen with a big Viper ult here. Is not able to find anybody with the lockdown, though, unfortunately. JJHRD coming in to push on to Team Alliance, looking to make a little bit of a name for themselves, get some points going, as JJHRD has moved up into sorry, no, I thought that was the overall standings, but they are in 8th place currently in the lobby with 4 eliminations to their name here. NPG Sorrow quite low, forced to armor swap into a white armor here. Alliance is lucky on the edge of the circle, no place to go. They're going to pick up Mentality, they're going to pick up Lucky. XCG able to grab that elimination from Lucky, bringing XCG to a total of 15 eliminations. And I mean, can anybody stop these guys? JDG with 11 eliminations, but down to just their Wu Chen here, currently holding on to that 2nd place. 17 JLZU going very, very low. JDG just needs to survive. The higher position they get, the better. And we're going to see XCG pick up their 16th elimination. Literally, like, nobody can stop these guys. They're absolute monsters. 16 eliminations, 17 eliminations, as that's going to be it for Team Baoda. No, Baoda has 2 players left alive. I apologize. But we're going to see Apple go ahead and monk up here. But Apple is in the bad situation as Waiting drops down with a huge, massive Viper ult from NPG. Baoda is going to lose Apple and AXO, and that's going to be it for Team Baoda as they are eliminated here. Xiaonan going to pick up NPG's Waiting after that's done. XCG going for another 20 bomb game here right now, currently with 18 eliminations. NPG Sorrow airborne, using that ultimate to just buy themselves some time, as much time as they possibly can. Now HQ looking to go in for an elimination. It gets knocked back with a huge soul slash coming out from the Katana. Alliance's Mubai just hiding in the corner, holding on for dear life. NPG is going to lose Sorrows. JJHR D is able to pick up their 5th eliminations. Xiaonan, Mubai, just a gentleman's agreement, hiding in the corner over here in the same bush. JJHRD is going to, no, Xiaonan picks up the elimination on to Tingshu, and that's going to be it for JDG. And this is already a 20 bomb as Ling XN picks up their 21st elimination of the lobby. We do see them on fire, able to get pots off though, and XCG literally just cannot be stopped as they continue to dominate every single lobby here in the Repechage, the losers bracket. XCG trying to make a statement, trying to tell everybody here they should have qualified. Something was off during the season and they just barely missed making it happen, and they are not gonna let anybody take it away from them. They don't care how big their lead is. They are going to dominate every single person they see. Han trying to make something happen here on the UA channel, but just getting absolutely bullied by the likes of XCG. Han gonna be picked up by Nai HQ. That's gonna be 22 eliminations, and that's gonna be it. NAD Zhaojin picked up, and we see XCG once again walking away MVP. Just completely dominant force as they pick up 22 eliminations and a 1st place finish, Davi.
Man, I want them to keep the same energy once they qualify. I mean, at this point, we already know they are. We still have 2 games left here, but they've been putting in so much of this time, so much of this work. They've made it look very good towards the very end here. I mean, and obviously, it's not stopping anytime soon with another back-to-back dub. I mean, they did the same thing last week. They did the same thing a couple days ago. Literally did the exact same thing here, and it was absolutely amazing to really see them come through and absolutely destroy. I mean, even with all this, they're still able to put in more work, more time and effort. So let's see if they're going to find it. But XCG, we already know, is going to qualify. The real question is, what about our bottom placements, our top bottom 8 from 8 through 6? Where are they at in these games? Where are they at for these next ones? I want to see how they look towards this one, and I want to see where that goes from there. It's going to be very, very exciting. So I really hope that they keep the same energy going into the next 2 games, because boy, these next 2, if I thought that these games were already impressive, I cannot wait for these last 2. They have to be bangers.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you know, JDG trying to come alive in these last couple games, but it's a little too late, honestly, for JDG. They were down in 15th place. Another game where they put a ton of kills together and then don't make top 5. Like they just can't make it happen. It seems they can get the kills on the board, but then they can't make it into that top 5 space. They can't lock down the lobby. And I mean, to be fair, into the faces of XCG, nobody's really been able to lock down these lobbies whatsoever. XCG, I think, has had the highest kill score every single game. They might not have walked out the MVP our first 2 games, but I still think they had the highest kill score in both of those games. And you know, off the back of that, they were second place game 1, second place game 2, and now games 3 and 4, they have been first place, walking away with MVP. And I mean, this game a complete shutout. It's 22 eliminations and a first place finish. That's another 30 odd points, Dobby. They're over 250 points right now. They might walk away with 300 points today in the repechage.
Sadly, this is still losers brackets. Now, if this was the finals, it'd be a completely different conversation, but 300 would still be. I'm curious, what is the max points that we've seen so far towards the very end of our circuit for Naraka Blade Point Pro League? I know last season was really, really high within those standings. I think we were hitting 300s towards it. So I'm curious to see how that goes all the way towards the very end here. But I'll tell you this though, XCG definitely has confirmed and showed that they deserve to be reserved with all of the best players that have already qualified. Now, hopefully they keep the same energy and the same momentum going into finals and we don't see them fall apart and crash and bomb. Now, as for some of these other teams that are just below the qualifications here, I mean, at this point, 24 eliminations, 43.4 points. I mean, another 40 plus bomb happening from XCG. I want to see y'all keep the same energy going into the finals. Please keep this same energy. I want to see it coming out of XCG. ASC with 9 eliminations. Look at this. 4th place. Not a single lick of breaking points here, but was able to get 9 kill points to lock it in for top 4. That is still incredibly impressive coming in, as we saw JJ with 5, Alliance with 4, 17 JL with 6, but with those 0.5 and those 2, it's just enough to be just under ASC. ASC is still doing 1, and I said this before, they can afford one not that great game. And believe it or not, this was that not that great game where they had 9 points and they still end up in top 5.
Yeah, you know, honestly, I wouldn't even say this wasn't a not that great game for them. This game pushed them further up in that top 8, so they're not sitting in that 8th place position, and that's huge for Team Ace, even if they didn't get a massive dub. JDG, fairly big game for them. 16.4 is good, but they needed the type of game that XCG had. They needed a 40-point game so they could try to climb back in to those top 8 positions. Unfortunately, it's still a very tall order for JDG. And I mean, look at this, NiHQ coming through here. It's going to be a 6 MVP of the season, 20,000 damage, 9 eliminations, 8 assists. To Takeda coming through as well for the MVP of the game. And I mean, XCG right now is quite literally a monster. Nobody can stop these guys. The momentum that they have built up, they're like a snowball rolling downhill, and now they've turned like a Godzilla size at the bottom of the hill, and they are just stomping on everybody here in the Repechage, Dobby.
Even with that one, that was Salt, Nether Step, Assassin's Lunge, Alchemy, Stamina Strike, and 1 range resist. Soul Jade, you know, you got to throw out 1 in there. You got to have 1, at least that 1 blue in there as well, just to keep it alive here. But so far, they've done a fantastic job of it. But XCG's NiHQ is able to get 1. Question is, can we get 3? That's the question. Can we get 3?
Okay, so technically, this is their 4th MVP of this series, because it is 12 games deep, right? This was game 10. It's our 4th game of the day, but game 10. So they've got 4 already. My question is, can they get 6? Can they take half the games, Dobby, walking away MVP? I think they can do it at this point.
I think they can, but at this point, why would you do it now? Don't do it now. You guys have already done well. Take the next of it and go to the next one, right? Which is back at finals. So once we do this in finals, then we're going to be able to do it even better, right? Why do that specific situation now? Yes, you want to try to make a statement, but this is the losers bracket.
Look, it doesn't matter. They're here. They might as well play the games, Dobby.
It doesn't matter.
It's good practice. It doesn't matter that it doesn't matter. It's good practice. Come in.
You know what you said? You know what you said earlier? You know what you said earlier?
What's that?
These are the little fish. Why are we doing big fish things for little fish? Isn't that what you just said? As we're going to go into this conversation and keep this going, we are also going to be taking a short break after we go through this interview, and we're going to get ready for game number 5, our second to last game for our losers bracket. Jaeger, go ahead, do your thing.
Hi everyone, welcome to post-game interview, and this is Jaeger. And let's say congratulations again to XCG, and let him say hello to our audience. Hello， 先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 XCG 的李星恒。
好的，欢迎星恒来到我们的这个赛后采访。So first of all, congratulations and trick or treat. So I would like to know, because you guys are the second time get the higher score today, and I think your teammate did him bring the candy to you. 那因为今天已经是 XCG 第2次接受采访了，你们的队友刚才有没有给你们带回来这个糖果呢？
他就带了2个嘛。然后我以为他在逗我，然后我就没吃。
没有吃。
南哥吃了。
是的。So actually, because our teammate just bring 2 candies for us, but I think it's a joke, so I didn't eat it. So it's the time for you to choose a candy and to choose the sweet one or the sour candy. Okay, so before to choose the candy, I have a question. If you don't need to consider about the race today, so which one is your favorite hero? 那今天在选糖果之前，我有个小问题，就如果说不用考虑，星恒如果不用考虑比赛的话，你自己最喜欢的武器是哪个呢？
武器？
对不起，最喜欢的英雄。
英雄就是火男嘛，因为一直想玩一把。
一直想玩一把，接下来2把有没有机会能看到火男的登场？
主要是看教练的安排，那教练让玩，我们就是快乐起来。
如果他能同意，我们就可以看到。那能不能在这边给我们来表演一下火男的一些经典的 pose 呢？或者那个变身？可
能就怒火焚身。
然后呢？
直接就跳起来。
然后跑起来是吗 ？OK， 好的，谢谢星恒，来先挑一个糖吧。So actually, Xinghen said his favorite hero he want to use is the对 is the Tarkaji, and if he will use it or not is he have to listen to the coach if he can allow him to use it, and he will use it in the race. And also he gave us the pose of the Tarkaji. And wow, 我看到你这个反应啊，就想问一下这个糖是什么样的口味呢？
就是有点酸嘛，但其实对吃糖这件事还是有点阴影。
为什么？
因为就前阵子我们就是俱乐部不是录那个怪味的糖果那个挑战吗？
是的。
对那个糖味道有点阴影，怕吃到那种。
我看你都有点要哭了，那个意思是想到这个故事还是被酸的？
想到这个故事，就想到那天的味道。
好的。So actually, Xinghen today is this candy remind him of a story with with the candy, just like they are in the team and they have like a joke and a game together, and they taste a sugar is really taste bad, and this sugar remind him of this story, so he also want to cry because of this sugar. Okay, so let's back to the game. So today we saw that XCG, you guys really have bravo and excellent performance. So I would like to know, did coach give you any ambition you have to do in the Repechage? 那我今天其实我们回到游戏的话，我其实看到你们队今天每一把都发挥的，我感觉太出色了，就特别想问一下，你们的教练是下了什么指标吗？今天？
因为今天就是定了一个200分的目标嘛，然后就是上一把打完，然后让我们打漂亮一点，稍微
打漂亮一点。那现在你觉得这个你们说要打漂亮一点，你感觉你们有没有达到那个标准？因为现在你们的总分已经远超200分了。
就感觉还可以吧，就是
还可以，那还会有更好发挥，期待一下。Okay, so coach gave us the ambition is to like more than 200 score, and we know that they already is over the 200. So I just asked him that how's the feeling like today's performance. He said just okay. He think they can do better next time. 好的，也期待你们接下来的一个表现啊。也说到刚才觉得一般般，还能打得更漂亮。那今天说到漂亮嘛，我们今天也是要庆祝一下万圣节，我们做一个漂亮的鬼脸，然后在我们的镜头前面一起合影留念，好吗？想好了吗？
还没想好。
So as last, just give us a pose and we will take a face and give a pose to the camera and together. So are you ready? 我们一起来做一下好吗？来，准备，3、2、1。好，谢谢金恒，再次感谢你，也恭喜你们。So thank you 金恒 for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
We will make sure that our team, ESK, will get into the finals. Mark my words.
Big fight coming in from Mang as well. As you can see here, they've already spotted out one. Valdequi, one of the opponents that they are going up against here, as the ultimate in the Tamil is activated, but that does nothing to quell the rage that is Mang.
Hi guys, I'm Stephen Manrique, or aka ESK Gaboy from Team SK.
Hi everyone, I'm Kenneth Perez, aka ESK Corrects.
Hello, my name is Juno Ignacio, also known as ESK Juno-san.
My name is ESK Apol, and I'm the team captain of ESK, and we are representing Team Philippines. We never actually expecting to be part of this prestigious event, but it's been an honor. It's a very big honor for us to be part of this prestigious event. This really actually means a lot.
For that, our objective is to get better and to put the Filipinos in the leaderboards, to be more recognized that we are actually competitive and we can give problems to other regions.
We wanna showcase our skills and prove to them that us from Philippines also got the strength or the skills to compete with the stuff.
I think that's because we played a lot together and practiced together. Even though we don't have time to play together, we give time and practice and teach others their mistake and learn not to do it again. I think that's why we got qualified in this.
I think the most obvious answer is always China, since they have the most players and the most competitive players, not just only in this game but in every other game. Chinese players are really committed when it comes to games. So we really want to learn a lot from these Chinese players, but maybe also we want to see from other regions, since we all have our own unique skill sets for each region.
We trust each other a lot. I think that's our advantage to other people, to other teams, and hoping that will be the key to earn or to get into the finals.
Our advantage is that I think we still have a lot to improve. This is also our first time to compete in a high level. I think not a lot of players will pay attention on us or scout us. I think we will really surprise them.
Right now, we're trying to play together as much as possible, since we're really trying to sync our movements and play at the highest level possible.
We will prepare as much as we practice together and play together, and also watch other team how they play and how they rotate the map.
For you guys there, watch out. Team from Philippines would make sure to surprise you.
Don't forget to pick up your weapon when you get parried.
Watch yourselves. We're coming to get you.
无尘
火野破甲，
我来了，他交踢了吗？
交踢了，交了，看我。
帮他留，帮他留。
火野那个帮我顶一下，帮我顶一下那个。
我没顶。真了2把。
OK。
炸死。
OK。来高蒂姆，是刚反了，是。我看能不能留那个，把指甲。
死完。
死了，咱得离着远点了。
指甲呢？
尝试一下能不能先我不能，你自己搞吧。
OK。
他们再抓一个独狼了。
就2个了，那。
不用拉我，那个真起了。
我起了，我把那风蓝投 K 了，
好战。要到那个。
我被踢了，
劈死了。
帮他。
吃花奈何你吃花？
你开水遁。
我有血阵。
哦，好。
奈何你。奈何。是啊，兄弟。
奈何。
最后一队被我们打的是谁？我想知道。
我太坐牢了，兄弟们。
没事，南哥。
我太坐牢了。
兄弟们手感爆炸。
我太坐牢了，奈何。奈何这波跳阵跟谁学的？
木鸭了。
好劈，只能说好劈。妈双变，16个头吃鸡，做梦都想不到。
我这把真的
只能说没辜负你给我拉起来，最后那一批劈到了。
好劈呢，还有几把？还有2把。
还有2把。
我以为
还一把妖红尘加一把风男，
随便干。
怎么输？
这么猛奈何？无敌！原来我的大才是自爆，你才是进攻啊！
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to Naraka Blade Point Pro League Repechage. I'm your host and your caster, the Runekeeper. Joining me, as always, is my main man, my right-hand man, the OG himself. Been here with me since day one in the casting biz for Naraka Blade Point, Nbpl. And man, what a 4-game day it's already been. And, you know, we're talking a lot about all these players in the middle. You know, obviously we're very interested in who's going to qualify, who's not going to qualify, but honestly,
we know what XCG is going to do.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, I was just saying, honestly. By the way, for chat here, I want a little clarification on this. These are no longer the first person who gets the question right. It is going to be picked at random from everybody who does get the question correctly, and somebody's going to be sent a lovely legendary weapon skin. So everybody, try to get your answers in. We want as many people answering as possible. And the question is, which hero won the MVP of Game 4? Was it A, Yuashan, B, Tamolk, C, Takeda, or D, Viper? We talked about this for a little bit, so you guys should know the answer. I ain't even gonna give you a hint on this one. But what we were talking about just now was, man, XCG, dude, this is some different stuff. And you're right, you know, I mentioned earlier that they're big fish in a little pond right now, right? They're competing like this without the top 8 teams here. So they could very much qualify and go to grand finals and not perform whatsoever. That said, something's different about XCG here. I know the top 8 teams aren't...
Takeda!
Well, it wasn't even Takeda. This was the first game they played Takeda. Every other game today, they've been top 2 or top 1.
No,
so it's not just
Takeda. There's a reason why I didn't.
Oh, you know,
something else.
Oh, you know what? You're right. But yeah, no, I mean,
that was funny though. No, that was great though. That was great timing though, because you're not wrong. I wasn't wrong about that, but it was just the timing of that happening was just funny.
But I mean, XCG is just absolutely on a tear. I don't know what's gotten into them. Maybe their coach lit a fire under their ass, what it is, but they are hungry in a different way that I've never seen them hungry. And they could literally, Dobby, they could step away from for these next 2 games and probably maintain first place.
How much is Worlds again?
I mean, Worlds is a lot of cheddar, don't get me wrong.
How much is Worlds again? You remember how much it was?
I think it comes out pretty close to like 3 or 4 million RMB. It's a lot of money.
So that would be the motivation right there. That would be the motivation.
I mean, the thing is they're already
motivation.
They're already qualified though, right? Like they could literally step up and walk away from the stage for the next 2 games and probably still be first place realistically. Honestly, they're that deep and far ahead. I think they're 60 points over EWG right now. 60 points over second place. They could realistically walk off stage for the next 2 games, not compete, and be in first place. They're actually just monsters right now. Everybody else in here, regular old Naraka player, XCG, demons. Just coming through and tearing everybody up. And I don't think they're going to slow down just because they already in first place and have a 60-point lead. Quite honestly, they have something to prove today, whether it's to prove to themselves, to prove to the audience, to prove to us, or to prove to their team. They have already proved it, and I don't think they're going to stop trying to prove it. And as we cut immediately to XCG to kick things off here, we're going to take a look. Yeah, they're at 256 points right now. They have a 55-point lead over EWG. They have a 100-point lead over third place, Dobby.
That is absolutely insane coming into these games. They've been doing so much here, and they've been making it look good towards the rest of these circles here. And they've still been pushing through. As now we're going to see XCG really put in the amount of effort and momentum into these next games here, as it's been looking good thus far. Let's see if they're going to be able to rotate and see if they can figure this out here. As XCG is down and just trying and struggling so hard to get any type of hits at all. As this is a different game coming in, as KZ Rain is going to shut down XCG all the way to the end, taking out the #1 player, as KZ got a little bit of payback.
KZ needs this though. I mean, look, they were in 9th place last game and they only needed like 2-3 eliminations to go up into 8th place over NAD, and they just couldn't find a single elimination last game. So them coming in, knocking XCG out early is pretty good for them. Now XCG does still have resurrections here, but it gives 3 eliminations under the belts of KZ. KZ can find a little bit of momentum and hopefully carry that all the way through the game and to take that 8th place that they've been trying to lock down here. But I mean, look at 6th through 9th right now. I'm sorry, 6th through 8th right now. Very few points separating these teams whatsoever, right? They're all around that 100-point mark. So a lot of positions open to be taken here to climb for these teams to change. And then KZ just behind them as well has an opportunity to climb up and take that 8th position. So anyone in 6th through 8th right now could realistically be bumped down into that bottom 8. And especially if KZ continues to have a good performance here in this particular game. And they seem hungry for it, as like you said, off the rip here, they were able to eliminate the likes of XCG.
Even with that one though, Pixel is going to be able to come through with a massive hit and a nice little bit of a nice little swing here. Let's see if they're going to be able to figure this out as well towards this one. Trying to find it out. They did a great job of it thus far. Let's see if they're going to be able to do that again. They found him the first time. Let's see if they can do it again, as NAD trying to fight this out here. Nice bull shots coming in from Ziyu. Ziyu seeing if maybe they can try to find something as well here, but is unable to, as it looks like Daoshi getting nice little bits of some height up top here, trying to find something here. Let's see if they're going to be able to find it as well. As it looks like they will be able to keep going towards this rotation though. Looks like they still want to really fight this out here, but they're on the other side here, so they don't necessarily need to push out if they don't need to here, as KZ able to come through. They're in 9th right now. They have a lot of work to do. I'm gonna be honest. They say they have a lot of work to do. I know I said that 10 points isn't that big, but knowing that we're at the 5th to last game, they got a lot of work to do.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, KZ though has had a fairly strong performance today. You gotta remember they were all the way down in 13th, I think, or no, they were in like 12th.
Right.
So they've been putting in the work. They broke into top 8 at least once today. They didn't have a great game last game, and off of that, now they're in 9th place. But they do have 2 games to continue to put points up on the board. They're off to a good start this game. It's very plausible for them to climb up into those top 8 positions, quite honestly. You see JJHRD coming across here. One of those teams also fighting for those positions, currently in 10th, and they've got a little bit more work to do. Maybe, you know, they're like 15, 16 points behind, still trying to climb up and catch the likes of NAD here. Coming across onto Dabao now, looking to lock Dabao down. Godly immediately going to monk up in the face of Dabao's monk, but Dabao gets the opportunity to take that first hit here. We are going to see Godly pick one of them up, though. The headshot comes through. He's going to get the slam. Great communication coming through from JJHRD. He goes for the regrab. He does get a grab onto Han, but the question is, yeah, he's not going to get the slam here because Dabao is going to actually cover for him. Godly, though, still with the purple armor, doing fairly well, can just come in and start to push in onto these other players. Han was able to find their ultimate, but so was Water here from JJHRD. JJHRD coming in is going to find the elimination here on to Jin now here, as now Han comes through. Godly with the coverage, still has the armor, still has had their F ability available to block that big damage from Han. And there's Han coming out of it immediately into the blender as Godly comes through with the dual blades. Needs one hit. There it is. GBL is going to go down. JJHRD is going to pick up all 3 and immediately grab 3 eliminations here and move up in the standings. 89.9 points. JJHRD closing that gap very quickly here on to KZ as well. They're hungry to make things happen here as they know their time is running out. There's not that many games left for them to do anything. Ace Hazily here trying to get an elimination before they get sent back to the Soul Altar. They know they're going to go back to the Soul Altar anyway. There's no point in leading Bao Da to which direction they're going to go into. So they're trying to pick up an elimination. Unfortunately, they don't. Bao Da finally finds some kind of momentum under their feet. They get 3 eliminations this game. That's more eliminations than they've had any game. But the rest of Ace, is Ace coming for the salty run back? They are. Ace trying to come in with the salty and make something happen here. Rizu going low, Alex going low. Hazily is dead though. So unfortunately, they're kind of running it back into a... Oh, no, it is 2v2 because Apple is dead, but AXO has the ultimate here, and Ace now really on the back foot. And there's going to go Jin. We're going to see Alex show up. AXO trying to hold this down for Bao Da, is holding it down. Alex is there. I do believe Alex is the last remaining member here for Team Ace, and this could go very poorly as they are eliminated there. No, wait, Herzli shows up. Why are they doing this? Why are they salty running this back? This is not the game to run this back into here. This could cost them their position as now they have dropped down into 8th place, and they're not going to stand a chance to put any points up on the board. This is going to open them up to being taken over here. I don't understand why they would run this particular fight back, especially with Hazily just being eliminated. They ran it back into a 2v3. Like, what was the thought process here? Aces gets eliminated first out of the lobby off of that. Sorry, second, I guess GBL was eliminated while we were watching that fight, but still, Ace now potentially going to be in the bottom 8. All KZ has to do is put together a couple more kills and some decent placement.
It's going to be an interesting change coming in, and sometimes, like we said before, we talk about it all the time, but sometimes these different placements can be absolutely wild if you were to really think about how a lot of these placements go into more and more of these momentums here, and you definitely have to be careful as to how certain things go and how you can be able to put this down. And you have to be careful. You have to think about all types of the considerations, and knowing that they were still up pretty well. They still had a massive opportunity though. They just had to play it smart here, and sadly, you know, sometimes that definitely can bite you back on your behind, and I guess it definitely did for them as they do end up getting eliminated here. They still have 1 game left to absolutely pop off, and I think they have a really good opportunity to. They just have to hold their own and do what they've been doing thus far. I don't think they necessarily need the salty run back, and I don't think that was necessarily warranted when they could have just lasted all the way to the end. So let's hope that they can do what they can to push towards it and see if they can figure it out towards the next one. But as of right now, it doesn't look good for ASE right now.
Yeah, no, ASE definitely making a huge player mistake there, team mistake. Somebody made that call. And if I'm ASE's coach right now, I'm looking at them like, I want to give them the Gibbs slap. For those of you who knows what the Gibbs slap is, on the back of the head, where you just thunk them and like, what were you thinking? Really? Really? That's what we're doing? What the heck were you thinking? Get out of here with that. KZ coming in here now on to Team Bao-Da. Bao-Da has struggled so hard today. Apple goes down. Rizu goes down. Bao-Da down to a single player left alive. And something I've noticed today, 101 TN. One of our top players last season who moved over to Team Bao-Da this season, not playing with Bao-Da today. You would think here, it's the last day of Repechage. They were in 8th place coming into today. You would think they would want to have 101 TN here competing with them on the last chance for them to qualify to go into grand finals. But for some reason, decision's been made for their best player not to show up and play with the team today. As we turn our attention to NAD's Xiaojin over here on Amor's Blessing, waiting for that Draco Storm to come up so they can go ahead and secure it. We're going to take a look at the overall leaderboard right now. Bao-Da with 6 kills, but down to a single player left alive, unfortunately. As we also look, KZ 5 eliminations, AOW 6 eliminations, rounding out our kind of top spots. JDG picked up another 7 eliminations this game, and now they're eliminated. These guys, like, they're so close to being able to climb that leaderboard. They just haven't been able to take it into the end game. And now they have 1 game to do it. They have to be MVP next game if they even want to touch top 8. We see EWG getting picked off here as well as they get eliminated. And XCG with 3 eliminations under their belt, looking to come up and find another team to push in onto. And they're going to see WBG and JJHRD starting to take a fight here. WBG is sitting on that no ult zone. As JJHRD out there doing a little bit of shopping there to the edge of the zone. WBG going to go ahead and pop that no ult zone here, as they do not want XCG to push into this any more than they already have, and they want to buy themselves a little bit of protection. And that's it. XCG is going to go ahead and back away from this fight. They don't want to push in to the no ult zone here. They're going to land a couple of bow shots here, but WBG has to be careful because JJHRD waiting in the wings nearby, potentially looking for that third party potential. As we jump across the map, we're going to see NAD just keeping it moving here with the Draco Storm, looking to find some teams to eliminate here. They're going to pop that bell, but I don't think anyone pops up on their radar. So NAD going to turn around and do a little bit of looting while they've got some free time and they've got that advantage. Bao-Da's AXO here, just holding on for dear life, trying to keep it together. Somebody does have a bounty on his head though, so AXO not in the best of situations given he is the last player remaining for Team Bao-Da.
Team Bao-Da still has a lot of work to do though. Let's see if they're going to be able to figure this out here. And it looks like now we're going to be able to go through towards the rotations though. JJ, 3 eliminations. Also, just with the same line set as KZ, has a massive opportunity to qualify. This is a lot coming in from these 2 teams. If they end up playing well here, they can absolutely dethrone as well here, but it looks like XCG is just on a different level playing field here, and they're making it easy. They're not stopping this, as they're going to be able to claim the elimination onto Aeolus, and Sleepwalker here are going to be able to absolutely push in and keep the same momentum already into it here, as MPG is just going to be able to shut down WBG. As it looks like NPG's waiting also gets claimed by Alliance. Team Alliance really trying to do everything that they can here. Alliance also has a small window of opportunity too. They just have to pop off in these next 2 games. They can't do anything less than what they've already been doing. They need to go absolutely off and get back-to-back MVPs for a shot at winning here. So having the opportunity though, they do have it. As we look at the percentages though, it's very low for some of them, but that doesn't mean that it's not possible. It's just that it's going to be a lot harder.
Oh yeah, look, it's not over till the final game's played, till that last kill hits the leaderboard. We've seen it before. We've seen the Hail Marys come out. You know, I will always hark back to season 1 Repechage, where, you know, Wolves Kai Bao was in 15th place. and we were like, there's no way he climbs back up into top 8 and then comes in and absolutely just decimates an entire lobby. I think he picked up, what, 9 eliminations or something like that, and takes a first place and climbs all the way from 15th to like 8th or no, to 7th place. And then off the back of that goes into grand finals and takes a 6th place finish in grand finals. So it's never over. You can't really count a team out just yet. I mean, I think we can count GBL out, but still, for the most part, many of these teams still have an opportunity to make something happen if they absolutely pop off and have a huge game. That said, it's a pretty tall order into the likes of XCG. They have just been so ridiculously dominant. NAD here just getting blitzed down by JJHRD as they come in and pick up Zhaojin with a massive 3-on-1 combination. Now 17JL trying to turn things around on JJHRD, but the F3 comes out and JJHRD instantly able to retake control of this situation. Water forced to D ultimate here, but is able to pick up the Soul Bloom and then turns it around with a massive parry. 17JL's AS gonna pop that Yotahime ultimate, and it looks like 17JL, after losing one of their members, is gonna be forced to use that Wu-Chen ult to get out, and XCG waiting in the wings. XCG very much a very scary team to just be chilling, waiting around. JJHRD trying to lock down this Moore's Blessing right now as well, using the Monk to cover. These guys are hungry right now. They want to get one of those top 8 spots and lock it down. This would be the game to do it, because then they only have to keep it for one game. They just have to play a consistency game after this for the most part. As long as the team directly underneath them doesn't have a massive pop-off game, they're okay. Now, coming in, 17JL back at it again here with the Viper ult as they find XCG, but XCG gonna burn the Wu-Chen ult and get them out. And I do believe we just watched AS walk into one of those spike pits and take a massive chunk of armor off of them there, which was quite hilarious to see. You see NPG and Team Ventus going head-to-head now. NPG's waiting, gonna throw down that Viper ult, trying to make something happen here, but are they able to land it onto anybody? It doesn't look like they do. And now Team Ventus quickly going to turn things back around. NPG more than happy to burn that Wu-Chen ultimate to not be in that situation anymore. They are down 2 ultimates now, though. They only have the one. They need to be careful. It doesn't look like Ventus able to catch up with them just because of how massive the verticality is there, and Wu-Chen playing that very, very smart, as Team Ventus going to be forced to back off here with their Draco Storm and turn their attention in the direction of Balda's AXO, because I do believe Pixel just saw them. Yeah, and Pixel is in hot pursuit right now, looking to come pick this up, and we're going to see JJHRD secure a Draco Storm for themselves, waiting to move in onto some of these other teams. JJHRD with 5 eliminations in the belt. They're 2 points behind KZ, 8 points behind ASE. They could easily climb into top 8 this game if they keep the momentum going. Ventus Pixel checking every single bush here while they have Draco Storm, trying to make the most of that buff while they have it. Alliance over here doing a little bit of shopping mentality on the backside there. NAD waiting in the wings. We are 29 players left alive as Zone 3 collapses on to Zone 4.
Even with this win as well, Alliance still trying to see if they can get any form of eliminations in. They do have 3, but they're going to have to do way more than what they already have if they're going to be able to rock this down, as Ping Tao is going to be able to rock this in. AOW still trying to keep it alive here with 7 eliminations. They're at the top here, and they have a very far lead, so they don't really have to worry about too much here with a 163.7. They have very, very little to worry about. Now they just have to worry about if they can even make it past 200 points. Because as of right now, they have a massive lead, XCG, between XCG and, of course, EWG. So 60+ points is the difference between them and XCG WG. AOW has more than at least 100+ points in order to at least make it work. So they still have a lot to do if they have an opportunity to take it to #1. But like I said, the real focus here is top 8 through, I'm gonna even say 8th through 5th. As JJ immediately is going to pop in and capture this massive fight here. Q9 Gua struggling. Same with Q9's LHH here. Q9 has been struggling all season long. Q9 has just been one of them teams that has just come into these fights, a lot of confidence, and then just gets absolutely shredded. Gets absolutely shredded and finished to the point where there really isn't any opportunity and or shot for them to even try to win any fights. They've just been getting destroyed. And with a 71.2 close to the very bottom here, I mean, it's very similar to GBL. GBL, surprisingly, as a solo, completely different beast of a person. But in terms of trios, they've been just having a really tough time.
Yeah, no, you know, Q9 just struggling, unfortunately. And, you know, it's really unfortunate because Q9 last season was one of those very, very strong teams. And they've just not been able to make it happen here in Season 2, whether they've just not been able to adjust to the new meta or the changes in the hero rules, the Holoroth being added, a lot of things to adjust to in general, and they just haven't been making it happen. And I mean, one of the big things is, of course, Q9 losing Eagle. Eagle was kind of what that team was built on, and now that he's playing for another team, it's kind of hard for them to keep that sort of momentum coming from Season 1. Eagle, of course, playing for J-Team now, as we finally have our first kind of lull in a game, Dobby, because there's been so much violence already here in this game. There's still a lot of map available, so many of these teams slowing down just a little bit for a moment, giving us an opportunity to talk about some of these more interesting aspects of the game. Alliance just chilling over here, vibing. Looks like nobody's going to go contest that Morris Blessing. We are Zone 4, so no more buffs in those Morris Blessings. We're just going to see that gold armor come through, which is going to be very, very good for some of these Transformers comps. But, I mean, taking a look here, we're going to see Alliance actually able to come in, trying to lock this down. Lucky keeping Cuckoo off of it while Mubai Mentality use that Temi ult to try to buy the space. And there it is. Mubai is going to be able to pick up the legendary armor here, which sets them up for a pretty decent game here. XCG, though, still in the lobby, still a dominant force. JJHRD and AOW holding on to first place, though, tied with 7 eliminations each. KZ and XCG holding on to second place with 6 eliminations each.
Meanwhile, with this one, JJ still trying to keep it alive here. Cannon shots galore from all over the place here. Let's see if they're going to be able to rotate this and figure this out here. Godly up top. JJ has been putting up a decent performance here, top 10, but they do have a chance to squeeze in as well for qualifying. They just have to play these next games as strong and as powerful as MPG and NAD has. And same with ASC, which sadly they have been eliminated though. So they're gonna have to play these next two to the best of their abilities here if they're even wanting to be considered to be qualified in these next couple of games here. Now back at the top of the order here. JJ's up top, Alliance is at the very bottom under them. 17 JL's on the right side, very bottom. Meanwhile, left side, Ventus, AOW towards that south ending section. There's still a lot to be done in these final circles here. Now, the elevation is important, but is it really necessary? It might be just to get a little bit of some separation, but if you have the cannon, you definitely have the advantage of just ricocheting damage down. Just boom, boom, boom. Classifying, putting in work, wop, wop, wop. It's just like a Megan Thee Stallion video. Anyway, even with that, still going to be able to put that down. Let's see if they're going to be able to make this happen, though. XCG, they've already made it happen. They've been a 264. If they keep going at this rate, we might see them with 300 points at the end of this as JJ Godly gets an elimination off of Lucky. It looks like Alliance decided to push up top here, and they got real tired of hearing all that thumping up top of the roof. Meanwhile, Godly up top trying to go for some heals here, as it looks like Alliance is going to be able to pull up top here, and is going to make something happen here as he does end up shutting down Mentality. Mentality trying to get a little bit of an aggression here, but Alliance is sadly going to pay for it here as the Monk comes out from Godly. Looks like he's going to try to see if he can get some throws and some grabs. Almost gets the grab of one player, but sadly is not able to, as he's still able to find and cast the rotations here. Let's see if they're going to be able to do anything to try to claim these eliminations thus far here. Like I said, I think they've done a fantastic job of really holding their own towards these finals here, but it's just not done enough to really make it happen here. So now, even with all of this, let's see if they can go through with the rotations though and find out, as now they're going to be able to make it happen. Yes, going to be able to come out with a massive Yoda email, but it's not going to be able to do anything because it doesn't look like they found anything.
JJHRD, they're able to just barely slip away. NAD shows up for the third party onto the third party, is going to buy JJHRD the space that they need to back out of that. And JJHRD needs that, right? They have 9 eliminations. They do lose their Yuashan right now, but JJHRD needs to make the most of these 9 eliminations that they can. And if they have the opportunity, pick their Yuashan back up, because this game could bring them into that 8th position. They are only 3 points behind 8th place right now. So even one more placement, 2 more placements will be enough. So JJHRD just trying to survive right now and slide into that 8th place, and then they just have to hold it. They just have to play well enough to do better than Aces in the next match, and they will secure themselves a position into Grand Finals for Season 2. I see Ventus unfortunately eliminated out of this match, and they slide down out of 4th place into 5th place here. 17JL moves up. 17JL really just making sure that there's no place for anybody to slip up past them and take them out of top 8. They want to make sure that nobody is in that sort of position. Godly here is very, very low. A lot of players looking to eliminate Godly right now. He's just trying to stay airborne here, trying to separate from these other teams, looking for a space to reset. Looks like he's gonna find it on top of this little tower up here. You know, he's got space. He could easily just stop and take a pot here, but he's just holding that space for as long as he can. I'm not quite sure where the other player for JJHRD is alive. I know the Temi is alive out there somewhere. There he is. He's airborne. He's trying to get over it, but all of AOW shows up onto Godly, and I think Lixen decides better of it and tries not to push over there and says, God, you need to come over here to me, because I don't want to be dealing with all of AOW here. Lixen just on the outside of the circle there, getting a little bit of a heal before he comes back in here. NAD here going to pick up an elimination on the 17JL's AS, and NAD needs every elimination they can to maintain their position in top 8. They have 5 eliminations this game, and it's the only reason they're holding on.
Wait. Is 17JL and Alliance in the same bush?
I'm not sure.
Look at the bottom right.
Okay, so Alliance's move by is there. So here's the thing: when you go invisible in a bush, you don't see who else is in that bush. The only way you can tell is if you walk into their hitbox. Yeah, so they are, you know, the one that was in there originally, Mubai, is, I do believe, yeah, he's the last remaining player for Alliance. So he's not going to come out and poke his head out and, like, make any noise, right? Look at 17, they're going to come over here. They don't realize that they're hitting Mubai's hitbox. They don't know that he is there. What's funny is Bentu definitely just walked into his hitbox and wasn't able to move deeper into that corner, and they just didn't realize what was going on. Godly here going for the double grab, needs to throw down. There we go. We're going to see the throw go down, but Godly kind of caught out in the middle here. They need to stay alive. They just need a couple more points to move forward. JJHRD not able to get the elimination. Godly was hoping to get it. Lixen needs to stay alive. He can't go down here. Unfortunately, he does. They do not look like they're going to be moving into top 8. I'm not going to be able to tell till we see their ranking points come through. XCG going to be eliminated here, but I mean, really, does XCG even care at this point? NAD's Doshi coming topside here, looking to just hold on here for NAD. This is very important for NAD to get as many points as they can so that they are not out of contention for those top 8 spaces. AOW really looking to lock somebody down here. I don't think any team has a full 3 left. It's NPG, AOW with 2 players left alive, and then 17JL also with 2 players left alive. No, NAD's down to a single player.
NAD able to come through with this one though. Meanwhile, MPG, massive ulti though, but it doesn't look like he's really gonna hit anybody though. He's been trying to see if maybe he can claim something here, but MPG trying to keep this alive. AOW finally able to take this lead maybe and possibly close this out. Here's MPG. Nevermind is going to shut down one of those players here, as it looks like MPG Sorrow is going to be able to try to see if they can do something. A massive hit from the ulti and the Soul Jade of the Takeda here, as he's going to eliminate Ping Tao here, but it looks like MPG might be possibly the winners here. But hold on, this really could be anybody's final circle here. 17JL is going to be able to hold it. A dual slashes coming in from all of these blades as they're going to try to keep the game alive here. NAD trying to do it also as well here. NPG Sorrow is going to capture Ben Shu in this corner right on the side of this rock. He's going to hit massive damage, but Ziyu is going to be able to come through with the Viper ulti. He's going to be able to snap on the rest of the entirety of this lobby here, waiting it out, but the Takeda comes through with a massive hit of the Q. Does so much here, but it looks like Mumbai might actually be the one that keeps the game alive and claims 2 more eliminations here, but obviously we know who won. We saw the elimination. Oh, never mind. It's NPG who ends up taking the lead for this game and being the MVP winners.
Yeah, NPG gonna lock it down for the MVP. You know, XCG just goes out a little bit too early. They don't have a ton of eliminations this game. I don't think they broke 10. I think they were at 9 last time I looked at them. I could be wrong. But I mean, XCG is in such a strong position. They don't really care, right? They could come in again. They could have walked in this game and the next game and just got up and left the stage and probably still been first place. It's how dominant of a lead that they have. Like, they really just are. I don't think EWG can even take it back for them after this game, because EWG goes out fairly early this game as well, and they already have a 60-point lead over them. A 60-point game is like 40 eliminations. They would literally have to get every single kill in the lobby to take first place away from XCG after this game. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. This is 5 games down. The next game, everything is on the line. Every single kill is going to matter for every single one of these teams. NAD looking to hold on to the position for themselves. KZ looking to climb back up. JJHRD, I think, is like 0.1 point behind 8th place. They really need like 1 elimination to climb into that 8th place. And this is big for them, right? Honestly, I think JJHRD is in the best position going forward, because if they take 8th place in this game, they don't have to defend it. They literally just have to take 8th place this game, and that's it. They're qualified. There's no games after this next one. That's it. So JJHRD, 0.1 point away from qualifying, sitting in a very good situation.
You know what? Can I show you something real quick? You know what I'm gonna do? Some hand sanitizer on my hands, because that last game got a little dirty. Need to clean myself off after that one, as it looks like now we're going to be able to lock in on probably our dirtiest game yet, and that will be our game 6, because someone's getting screwed over. Someone is losing out on a chance here. I have to clean and prepare, knowing how dirty this last game is going to be, okay? This last game is going to be dangerous. Somebody is getting griefed. Somebody is getting pushed. Somebody is getting pulled and yanked out of this. I'm telling you, I want to see all of the dirty plays. I want to see them all. I want to see all of the runes get taken. I want to see people snatching shields and hiding them. I want to see people push unnecessary things that you don't need to push just to make sure that they don't make it. I want to see dirty plays. I want it all. You know what I'm saying? You know, when you're just barely there and you know somebody might be, if you get rid of them, you know what I'm saying? I want to see that. Oh, they're qualified. Not after this game. And they just, I want to see it. Give it to me.
Oh, look, you know, there's going to be some feelings hurt. There were feelings hurt yesterday, absolutely, for sure. Some players definitely kept other players from qualifying. Some rivalries were born. But NPG here is going to take 12 eliminations, going to be walking away in second place, going to get a 21 game score. Alliance with 8. Takes first place, gets a 17.8. AOW with 11 comes in with a 17.4 game score. JJHRD, 9 eliminations, going to be taking a 12.7. They get 1 ranking point. They get a couple of extra points there from the multiplier. JJHRD might have actually taken by 1 point 8th place. So now they just need to not let the likes of ASE have a better game than them. If they have, no matter what, if they have a better game than ASE does, I'm pretty sure JJHRD qualifies.
It looks like they might, but let's see towards the final standing, because I don't know. That's all I'm going to say. I think that's what's going to be good towards this end, though, as NAD is going to get those 11 points. 10.8 coming in from XCG, so they still got something, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. They already qualified. They know they qualified. At this point, this is just a march. This is just a march towards the end of their games and going, hey, this is what's going on. We don't really need to be going crazy here. We've already done well here. So now it's about time that we focus on what is next. And what is next is that, like I said, those bottom three, the top three is what's going to be important here. But as we look in here, we're going to see who's going to be the MVP of our game here. As it looks in, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be Sorrow coming in with his second MVP of our season with Armor Pierce, Repair Roll, Dragon Roar, Venom Tip, and 1 Melee Resist Soul Jade, leaving 1 blank. Usually don't see too many blank things with that one though, but so let's see kind of what we can do here with that one, and then just kind of be able to like figure that out from there. As now we're going to be able to lock this in here. We still have one more game left, and ladies and gentlemen, I'm guarantee you this is going to be one of our best games. And I hope, like I said, I've said it before, I hope it is dirty. I had to get some hand sanitizer in my hands. I hope that they pull out all of the stops to make sure that they qualify and the others don't. I want to see it.
Oh, absolutely, man. Game 6, our 12th game of the series, is going to be absolutely insane when we come back and head into that game. And I mean, man, there is so much on the line for these teams. It is going to get dirty, like you said. Feelings are going to be hurt, man. And I mean, look, there's more on the line this season than there was last season, right? Because after last season, you're like, all right, cool, we got another season before Worlds. You know, we're going to come back, we're going to get to compete. But for 6 of these teams, if they don't qualify for grand finals, that is it for them this year in terms of competitive Naraka. They're not going to grand finals. They don't get to go to qualifiers to try to qualify for Worlds. They don't get to go to Worlds. They get to pack their bags and go home for a little while.
You don't want to do that.
No, you don't want to be that. But unfortunately, 8
Somebody's
teams
gotta be
today. Yeah, for there to be a winner, there's got to be a loser, and 8 teams are walking home today, and it's going to be a bad feeling for all of them. But you know what's not a bad feeling? A lovely interview from Jaeger. We've got one more coming at you guys before we come back and lock things down for our 12th and final game of the season.
Oh, this is going to be crazy.
Hey everyone, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And this is Waiting, and let him say hello to our audience. Hello Waiting， 先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 Nbpl 的 Waiting。
Hello， 欢迎来到我们这个英文采访，也再次恭喜你们在刚才这把比赛获得最高分。So first of all, we would like to say congratulations, and also for the Repechage, it's the last Holoros map, and you guys, congratulations, get the higher score. And because we are going to have the Halloween, so we have trick or treat. You can choose a candy, and before the candy, so I would like to have a question of like the Halloween. Like tonight, if you have to choose a hero to like scare your teammate, which one will choose? 那我们因为马上就要庆祝这个万圣节了嘛，所以我们有个 trick or treat 的环节，你可以在这边选一个糖果，它有酸的也有甜的，然后来可以选择一个。现在在选择的时候呢，就是我想问一下，如果今天晚上想 cos 一个英雄，然后觉得可以吓到自己的队友的话，你觉得你 cos 哪个英雄可以吓到自己队友
？cos 个苍狼，沙包苍狼吧。
cos 为什么觉得他能吓到队友呀？
因为主要够霸气。
好的，可以来品尝一下这颗糖，看看你自己幸不幸运。Okay, so if I have to choose a hero and to scare my teammate and to happy Halloween together, and I will choose Tamush because I think Tamush is really strong, and I think it will trolling and they will be scared. Okay, 你现在觉得这个糖味道怎么样？是甜的还是酸的？
甜的。
甜的 So it's a sweet sugar, so congratulations, you're very lucky. Okay, so we also know Waiting is a Viper player, so I would like to know how long you have been playing with Viper, and like we discussed a lot about how to kick the people, and do you have any skill can share with us? 那我们也知道其实 Waiting 他是一个宁红叶的玩家，我在这边特别想问一下Waiting， 你自己玩宁红叶已经有多长的时间了？然后宁红叶我们都知道踢人其实是需要技巧的，能不能在这里给我们透露一下你的技巧呢？
玩宁红叶从刚开始先行者测试就开始玩了。
这么早？
虽然那会儿宁红叶很弱。
哦。
然后 关于小技巧的话，就是一般霓虹叶就是要么奔跑中的踢，钩索踢，就大概就这2种踢比较常用。
好的好的。你说在先行者时间就开始，大概到目前为止应该是1年半左右到2年之间了吧？
对对对。
有2年了吗？
有差不多快2年了吧。
Almost 2 years， 好，差不多快2年了啊。So actually, I've been playing Viper from this game just start. It's like almost for 2 years, and my skill of using the Viper skill, like kick the people, I think when running, to use the skills when running or use the grappling hook, it will give you more benefit and it will have very high damage. Okay, and last we can have a pose and take a photo together. 那最后我们就一起来拍个照，然后做个鬼脸打卡一下，好不好？来，准备好，3、2、1。好，谢谢 Waiting， 再次恭喜你们 ，Thank you Waiting for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
变，我变了，别死，不能死，你要活着。我包里符还在的，你没事。先打样，死不了的。你得先把我包里的符拿了。他们先把我包里符拿了，他们要进来舔包。完了，放，我这个符没用啊。直接聪明反被聪明误了，兄弟。2张符。给狼队送大分，2张符没了，钱也丢了，白买兄弟，还不如开个包呢，我还不如。好冷啊，真可冷，但我找不到人进别怪我。不是你，我穿个这都没事，你娃穿个这还一直摸摸我的手。没事，快，身体不快疼死的湿了，兄弟，我今天没喝枸杞原谅。
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point Pro League. I'm your host and your caster, the Runekeeper. I hope you guys are having a fantastic day here in the Repechage as we get ready to lock in for game number 12. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been one heck of a roller coaster going throughout all of these games. It's not over yet because anybody could still take that coveted 8th place position away from every single buddy else. And man, it is gonna be a wild ride. Isn't that right, Dobby? Dobby, you with us, baby?
Oh. Wait.
Dobby, I think we lost you there for a second.
I'm not gonna lie, my brain just kind of shut down there for a minute. I'm still thinking about the last game. All right.
Well, last game's over. We're getting ready to lock in for game number 12, baby.
We really went through 11 whole games. How do you feel, Rune?
I'm feeling good, baby.
Are you ready?
Oh, absolutely.
I'm ready. Are you ready, chat? But before we say that, though, y'all still gotta answer one last question. I know, I'm sorry, but hey, people have been getting some nice loot here, so somebody's gonna have to get another. As we're gonna lock in, which team is leading the scoreboard as of now? This one should be easy. If y'all get this one wrong, I don't know what to tell you. NPG, XCG, AOW, and WBG. Come on now, who have we been talking about the entire day? Who have we been talking about the entire day? Just a quick little who have we been talking about the entire day?
Yeah, if you don't know this one,
I don't tell you.
Yeah, I feel bad for you because what have you been watching? Clearly not the Naraka Blade Point. That's for sure. Yeah, like
clearly not Blade Point Pro League. Clearly, because no, they have not been focusing on this one as they've been able to make this one happen here. And clearly, we've been talking about it the entire time, and they've been putting in a lot of work towards this one as we're going to be able to focus on it more and more. And yeah, y'all should get this one right. I'm watching chat. I shouldn't see a single wrong answer unless you're trolling. If you're trolling, then you're trolling, but you got to be able to say that because I'm calling you out. You better not get it wrong.
All right. So I got a question for you, Dami.
Okay.
XCG at this point, they literally can't lose first place. There's
no way
EWG can, So if you were to see just an absolutely bonkers comp come out from them, just because, I mean, at this point, they don't even have to play for first place. They're there. It's solidified. EWG can't take it from them. What comp do you want to see come out from XCG? Just something absolutely crazy off the wall.
That's a good question, actually. I think you know what I would love to see? I would love to see an unorthodox one that makes no sense. You know what I'd love to see? I'd love to see a Karumi, a Justina, and a Ziping.
That'd be interesting to see.
Just a team, nothing but almost healing.
Just infinite lockdown there. I like that.
Infinite healing for no reason. Just because they just... You know how hard it would be to eliminate a team that just continues to heal over and over again? Not to where they have to back out, but then Ziping heals them. And then the line coming in from Karumi heals them. And then Justina freezing the team, the enemy team. At that point, that would just be dangerous. But what I would love to see, here's what I would really love to see. We were really talking about that and aggression and all that. I would love to see a Tarka. I would love to see a Takeda. And I think to round it out, ooh, that's a tough one. That's a tough one.
I mean, if you're talking aggression, it's got to be Yueshan, right?
I was going to say Yueshan, but, you know, the one thing I want to see is Evalda. I think Evalda, like, just extra aggression would be insane. Can you imagine catching somebody in a wave, throwing a fireball at him, watching him burn, and then literally hitting like the next, like, you know what I'm saying?
So what I want to see coming out from XCG, if I could pick a comp for them to play right now, is I want to see Valda, Tian Hai, and Viper, right? Because this is what happens. Valda ults and grabs at least 2 people in her ult. Tian Hai then ults. He gets a double grab for free because they're stuck on top of the water tornadoes and they can't move. And all the while, Viper has already popped their ult. So as soon as he gets the double slam, they're also then stunned immediately. So if they somehow survive the double slam, it's just donezo. They're gone. They're locked down and stunned. They're like one hit. They clean up both of them, and it's just a free elimination. The reason we don't see this particular comp in pro play is because you have to burn 3 ultimates to guarantee the elimination onto one team. And if you get third-partied after it, you're just guaranteed dead because you don't have any ultimates left and you're a comp that's built entirely around ultimates. So you don't see it in pro play for that reason. But XCG literally has nothing to lose. They can't even be knocked into second place. So at this point, you just bring in the Wombo combo to have fun. And then can you imagine if you're the team that gets picked up by the Wombo combo, Dobby? How mad would you be?
That'd be tough. That'd be tough. That would actually be tough, to be honest with you. Even if you were able to put that down and really make that magic happening there, it still would be pretty crazy to put that down. As we're going to be able to lock it in for our final team here. Let's see who is going to be absolutely insane. Let's see if they're going to be able to put that together.
Just coming through with the regular old Takeda comp. I really expected them to play something a little bit wild, man. Unfortunate to see that they're, you know, I mean, at this point, obviously they want to, I think they want to break 300, right? Either you go for the wacky comp just for the fun of it, which is what Q9 looks like they're doing. Justina, Yodohime, Yueishan. What is this comp? We're going to see EWG bringing in Tarka as well. So we are going to get at least a Tarka coming out here. But I think XCG, they want that 300 points, right? I think they're going for it. If they have another 40-point game, they could potentially hit it.
Meanwhile, this map landing is going to be very, very interesting towards this one. Let's see if they're going to be able to put this in or down. And so far, it's a lot to come through, as it looks like the spread is very similar to a lot of these, but it looks like it's, instead of going Victims Haven and Zest Winery towards the left, it looks like they're going to be going towards the right side. It looks like a little bit down towards the bottom here. Council Courtyard's going to find some people. Celestia is finally going to see a little bit of some fighting action here. The only main place that people are actually landing here. Meanwhile, EWG and ASE going to be landing right next to each other, fighting it out for all of the loot inside of Cave. Meanwhile, it looks like Hazery is looks like they're going to find something here. I don't know what ASC is doing here. It looks like they're going to find the pressure on the Xiaolu, and it looks like they're going to keep the same momentum as one ends up getting parried. ASC's Alex is going to be able to pop the Yodohime ulti and throwing EWG back out, not giving him a chance really to try to find anything towards the attacks here, but they don't have great loot here, and it's not looking good for ASE. ASE cannot afford to get eliminated this badly towards this rotation. Meanwhile, EWG dangerously low here as ASC's Alex is able to claim the elimination onto Sanzi. Beautiful right click hitting onto Yeron, as Yeron is going to be able to return it right back towards them, though. If Yeron is going to be able to clutch this up, this could be absolutely massive for them, as Yeron trying to keep EWG alive for this first game, doesn't want to risk the first elimination here towards these games. Alex putting in so much time and work, but Yeron is going to get pushed and finished, and that's pretty impressive coming in from ASE, knowing that the other team actually was able to drop in and get the loot first.
You know, these are the teams, right? ASC and JJHRD are the two teams that I'm watching. They're literally within 1 point of each other, and they both have 3 eliminations right now. All JJHRD needs is to have 1 kill more than Aces this game. If Ace has an equal game or better, then JJHRD doesn't qualify. It's going to be so very close. You know, I mean, and they had a really good game last game as well. They're just a couple of points right there. They're on the cusp. They just need to do a little bit better than Ace this game. It all comes down to, I think, which of them get eliminated first, quite honestly. As we're going to see now about coming in, picking up an elimination here onto LXY. Rizu going very low off the back of a huge longsword hit to the face, but WBG trying to freeze them out. Not quite sure where the rest of Powda just disappeared, but WBG now turning that energy onto Q9. Q9 gonna get a parry onto Olus. Olus still coming in with the fist, does not care. Olus? Go pick your weapon up before you ult here. You're gonna do like no damage, my guy. Goes for Apple. They're gonna deform out. WBG not gonna get anything out of this ultimate, and now Alliance is lucky coming in for the third party is just absolutely gonna blitz them down here, and sure enough, WBG's Aeolus just gonna disappear very, very quickly as Alliance comes in for the fourth party into this fight and starts cleaning up multiple eliminations. The ult coming out here, heading towards LWHH, trying to lock him down. There's the stun as well. Q9 still looking to get out of this fight. LXY shows up trying to help, but LWH is going very, very low. Alliance is lucky, goes a little low. And now the fourth party comes in as Balda turns back in on this action. All of them with the resurrections. It looked like AXO was able to go pick up the rest of Balda and get them back into the fight, but Rizu very, very low now. WBG also showing back up to this fight after getting their teammates picked back up. It looks like it is going to be third party, fourth party central here. The bubble coming out from WBG's Jing. Jing going to go up into the ultimate, is not using the wave version of the ultimate, is just going to go topside here. Very interesting as they're able to catch out Rizu for just a second there. Rizu still holding on though. Q9 looking to make some noise as well off the back of WBG Jing's ultimate. The freeze comes out from Justina. Jing trying to get away here. That Justina running V3. Very smart decision here into trios. Always interesting to see the variation coming out. Alliance coming down, and wait, is Water Wheel available? That's the question. Do we get to see a Water Wheel elimination here? I know if I'm WBG, I'm trying to hit that Water Wheel so hard right now. Aeolus just getting locked down though. No opportunity to make it happen here as Alliance makes it go down. Q9 up top, Bowda up top. Where's my Water Wheel? The Alliance just down there for free. Nobody gonna go take the bow shot and just send the Water Wheel flying? So unfortunate. We could have had it there, Dobby.
It's gonna be massive putting out towards it though. Let's see if they will be able to figure it out towards this one. It should be really good to be able to make that happen. Is Alliance is still gonna be able to go through these rotations. Let's see if they're gonna be able to work towards it. Still putting it down as best as possible and with what they need to here, as they are gonna be able to work towards it here. Bowda looks like they're going to be pushing in on Q9. Q9 struggling so far. Definitely looks like they will not be qualifying as well into these games here, as AOW does sadly get eliminated. The first the game being eliminated, but it's okay though. Bowda claiming the elimination off of Rizzo right now. Bowda has to do a lot of work if they're going to see themselves in top 8. They have to do the most. The pressure is on Bowda. Bowda has to be able to put this together. This is the final game. They got to put it all on the line here now, or it's never. As Rizu is going to try to see if he can go for it and try to claim this elimination off of LXY. LXY being dangerously low here. Could be a big opportunity strike for them to get the elimination. But it looks like LXY is going to make it a little bit harder, as they are going to pop the ulti, and now they're going to find out what's next here, as they are going to find it. Let's see if they can put forth towards the next one here and see if they can find and or follow it. As it looks like Alliance is lucky. Is just going to be sitting back, watching through, seeing what's next here. It looks like they will be able to find it. Let's see if they can put forth towards what's next. And Lucky is going to find LWH here. Looks like they're going to catch him on the inside, throws him off, and it looks like LWH is going to try to see if he can maneuver, getting away here. Movement speeds is his best friend right now, as he's maneuvering through windows, over and up and out and left and right. As Alliance is just going to push in on Lucky, but it looks like LWH is going to be able to try to see if he can find a corner, but sadly that corner is going to find him, and he will get eliminated because of that.
Alliance trying so hard to take this position away from ASC. They've climbed over JJHRD into 9th place. They're 1.6 points behind the likes of ASC. Alliance is hungry. They want this spot. We've been talking about JJHRD, but Alliance all of a sudden coming alive in the final hour. They've been able to keep themselves in a decent enough position where they are in contention for 8th place right now by a single elimination. Alliance, who would have thought, could potentially come back and lock this down against all odds. We're gonna find out, as KZ also struggling to try to catch up. KZ also only 1 point behind JJHRD right now. A lot of shifting happening in these 8th through 12th place positions. Bowda still unfortunately would have to just have a massive game. I think they have to have a 30-40 point game to even stand a chance to be in top 8 here, but they're gonna try their dang, as we see KZ, LXX just trying to take some shots at GBL's Dob out here. We're gonna see the resurrections going to go away very, very soon here for the likes of KZ, so they can't afford to lose this encounter into GBL because those resurrections can be gone in just a couple seconds. The Matari ult comes out. Flower trying to come in and make some things happen here, but Han for Team GBL putting in a massive amount of work there with that Takeda ultimate, as we see KZ just now trying to stay off of the back foot. Dabao coming in, looking to lock down the members of KZ, and KZ doesn't want their hopes of going to grand finals to be eliminated by the lowest seeded team right now. This would be very unfortunate, and unfortunate it is as two members go down, and LXX gets blitzed out of existence by the likes of GBL, and KZ's hopes of climbing into the coveted top 8 position and of qualifying for grand finals goes away as the lowest seeded team eliminates them.
Oh, looks like that's going to be so unfortunate for KZ, and any shot that they had to really try to clutch this up, sadly they were not able to find it, and just like that, they weren't able to do it though. It's highly, highly unfortunate. They have been putting in so much work, but that is going to be a GG's and a game over for man himself, KZ. The team has been putting in work so far throughout a lot of stuff here, and sadly they just weren't able to find it here. Is now looks like they will be able to go through more and more of these rotations, with the rest of it ending towards these last couple of circles here. Bauda with 5 eliminations, but they do have 1 player not available towards this one. It's not looking good. Been struggling out of this. Let's see if they're going to be able to make more of it towards these rotations, though.
Yeah, JJHRD needs to make some noise here as well. Yeah, you know, they were 1 point away from slipping into 8th place, but now because Alliance is popping off, they've fallen behind. They need to start picking up some more eliminations here, and it looks like Godly is going to do exactly that as they pick up NADs. Zhao Jin, and they're looking to go for another team wipe here. Doshi going to get parried out as well, but JJHRD, Chuli coming in. 40 IWNL gets picked up. JJHRD slowly climbing back up the ranks here towards that coveted 8th place position. Ace able to pick up 9 eliminations, has slipped into 7th, so they're gonna have to climb over NAD now because Ace is just having an incredible game. JJHRD moving up into 9th place, but they are still 5 points behind NAD. NAD currently eliminated, but still has their resurrections, it looks like, so they're heading towards the Soul Altars very, very soon. But JJHRD needs to keep this level of momentum going because Ace has come out and put on a blistering pace here in our 12th and final game. JJHRD is so close. They can taste it, Dobby. And Alliance just behind them as well, only 0.2 points behind. So JJHRD can't afford to slow down if they want that 8th place. They have to take it away from NAD.
Same with ASE, man. I feel like there is an opportunity for someone else to potentially take it as well, and it's Alliance. Alliance has 7 eliminations with a 106.5. Right behind them, right behind JJ with a 106.7. If they both end up playing really well, they can take over NAD and ASE, and JJ and Alliance will be qualifying, and ASE and NAD will be out of this equation. So even within this finals, they have 7 eliminations. They can do what they need to. They can just sit in that bush and just vibe. They have 7 eliminations. They don't necessarily need to push. They don't need to be as hardcore as they need to. They just need to play this smart. Meanwhile, their solo players are already qualified. That's Jux. Jux watching from the sidelines here and saying, hey, I need my team to be able to qualify as well. I can't do it all by myself, even though he's a solo. And even though we're going to be able to go through these rotations, they still have to make this happen, though. So, like I said, Alliance can just chill now. They can just chill until towards it gets close to the end. I would say they don't. I know what you're going to say. They can't, right? But you also don't want to risk the points that you have, knowing you have 7 eliminations. Now, if they had 3 or 4, I'd say no, they need to keep going. But they have 7 eliminations right now. They can rest for at least one to 2 circles. And if they find, and you never know, they might find somebody slipping, just like how they just found GBL here, and they could get a free elimination just off this one. As Lucky is going to be able to catch one, and it looks like he might be able to get him off the landslide here of this team. They could have also just been waiting for another team here, and that's exactly what I was talking about. Even with this one, though, it looks like they will be pulled out, and Alliance is going to be able to take the reset here, as GBL might actually push on out and try to keep the same aggression. They said, oh, you want to bring up this energy? We can do the same thing. And it looks like GBL might have also found their maker.
Yeah, Alliance just really can't afford to rest here because JJHRD's in front of them and NAD's in front of them, and every point that those teams put on the board is a point further Alliance is away from it, right? So Alliance really needs to keep it going. They're on to GBL right now, but the problem is NAD is shown up for the third party, and this has put quite a wrench into it as mentality goes down because NAD's Doshi locking these down. They also lock down GBL's Dabao. NAD just really wants to make sure they hold on to this, and this is a problem because every kill that NAD gets, Alliance slips further and further away from that 8th place position. Now, they did just pick up an extra elimination here, but they are down to 2 members left remaining. They have to play so carefully going forward now. They do slip into 9th place though, and are only a few points behind ASE as NAD has been able to slip back ahead of ASE. It is a very, very tight scoreboard. NAD's Zhao Jin here trying to come in and lock down Nai EXO, and is going to do exactly that. Goes for the bell. They bait the bell, but then he tap dodges backwards and is able to find the parry. But NPG waiting in the wings. So Zhao Jin here can't really rest on his laurels whatsoever as NPG comes in, and it looks like NAD might be losing their last remaining member very soon. And there it is. He does he have a resurrection? No, he does not. I do believe that only Doshi remains. Doshi going to come in, and I think just bought back one of their members. I do believe they're going to bring back 40 IWNL here. They need to get back into the zone very quickly, though. And now we turn our attention to Team Ace here, who's picking up yet another elimination on EWG's Yiran. Ace trying to close that gap back over to NAD so that they can be in that 7th place and have a little bit of a breathing room going forward. But Ace absolutely on fire this game. 10 eliminations, keeping that energy moving forward. EWG waiting in the bush, literally right there, but JJHRD also nearby. Somebody dropping that Bane's Breath down to get a little bit of coverage here, but it's going to be JJHRD using their Wu Chen here to buy them time to open this box. That Draco Storm available for them, and they're instantly going to start pushing here. They see EWG out in the open. They have the advantage. This could be the push that JJHRD needs to be able to climb up into that 8th place position. They're going to chase Zhao Lu here, and if they pick up this elimination, it's going to be big for them, and then they need to keep that energy going forward. There it is. The Tarka just getting absolutely blitzed down here. Zhao Liu just taking it from all of JJHRD, coming in with that Draco Storm, the parry. There it is. No place for Zhao Liu to go. He's got the F up, but that's all he's got as they do eliminate the last remaining member of EWG, JJHRD, moving back in to that 9th place position, tied up with Alliance now. JJHRD trying to catch up to ASE. ASE, though, with a 6-point lead over them as they are absolutely on fire this game. They have to keep the momentum going. JJHRD, Alliance, neither of them can afford to slow down because of how dominant Ace has been this match, and NAD with just enough points to keep them going as well. We're going to see these teams continue to just pressure non-stop as Sorrow looks to go forward here, throwing range shots down with the musket, looking to lock on to anybody. And Doshi, the last remaining member for NAD, being chased down by Team Ventus. NAD trying to just keep it alive here, because if they get eliminated, Ace only 0.8 points behind them here, and they know this will be it. They will likely fall in to the bottom 8 if Doshi does not stay alive, because JJHRD and Alliance are so very hungry to find that 8th place position. Doshi just has to hold on. It's going to be forced to sit in the zone here. Going to scale rush back into the zone. He's got some healing pots. He's just going to let Ventus walk away. More than happy to hold on to that position in the zone just so that Ventus will not find them. Alliance on the back foot here. Mentality still missing from Team Alliance. They are not set up for success here, but holding on for dear life. Meanwhile, we turn our attention to NAD's Doshi, who's caught out by Ventus, and this could be very big. This could open up positions for some of these teams in the bottom 8 to climb up. If NAD goes out, Ace will without a doubt overtake them, and NAD will be in 8th place, the position that everybody's trying to climb up over top of Doshi, doing everything they can. Look at this. Chilling in this bush as much as possible, but there it is. Ventus' WX98 is going to find them. Doshi, no ultimate left. They do have a frost core. They're going to be forced to pop it, but the flame breath comes out. Doshi, no place to go. That's going to be it. NAD gets eliminated All Ace needs is one position higher or even a single elimination to take 7th place from NAD. NAD can't possibly put any more points up on the board. They're going to be dropping down to 8th place. And now the question is, can JJHRD or Alliance find enough eliminations to potentially claim that 8th place from the likes of Team NAD?
Or the placement too. The placement is also just as important as well. If they can get at least 2 to 3 points on top of their placement, that's still going to be massive for them, and that pretty much is going to be a game changer for that team as well here. All that JJ and or Alliance needs in this situation at this point here, and this could be the absolute game changer that they need, as we're going to be able to lock this in here. NPG all the way inside, able to get the nice little box opening here from the Morris Blessing. Let's see if they're going to be able to find it. There's still a lot more time though, but sadly that is going to be a GG's for NAD and 17JL as well. Look at this, XCG already eliminated, AOW, EWG. They don't need to fight this out. They are good. At this point, it is about who is going to qualify. Is it going to be ASE? Is it going to be JJ? This is where the fun is going to be. Meanwhile, Alliance fighting this out by himself. Lucky trying to hold on as best as possible. They're in 10th. All they need, he's able to get a shield swap from the purple. Alliance trying to hold on as long as possible. Beautiful right click happening, but is able to not do enough as Alliance loses one of their players. That could be a massive play coming in from Bauda. Bauda with 13 eliminations coming into this game. We did say that they needed a pop-off game. This could be the pop-off game to get them back into qualifications. And now, sadly, Mobai, by himself, Alliance has to keep the game alive as a solo. Meanwhile, JJ, HRD, full squad, still alive. Godly, half heals, half shields. Lixing, half heals, still has to be able to rotate this around, and Alex with only a blue shield here. They have to play this to the best of their abilities here. Meanwhile, ASE has all the confidence in the world here with 10 eliminations. It is enough currently for them to be able to top this off. I think ASE has already qualified, but I think with this, they definitely have confirmed it. I think it's a confirmation at this point that ASE has qualified. We'll see towards the very end because Bauda does have 13 eliminations. But even with that, though, Bauda has to pop off with almost a 20 bomb for a shot at taking 8th and or 7th, depending on what's going on here. As Alliance Mobai is going to try to run away and keep this alive, but he ends up getting caught inside of a massive ulti, and Alliance loses out just short of one placement for qualifying out of these games. Alliance, sadly, that is a GG's coming in from Alliance. They have played an absolute heck of a season. They've been doing so much. They've done a fantastic job of it, but sadly, just not enough to be able to qualify. Still able to do it more and more and more. They've made it look good thus far, and sadly, it's just not enough to claim it. As sadly, they're going to be able to put this together, and let's see if they're going to be able to figure this out. As now, they will be able to dub this in more and more as ASC, 10 eliminations deep here. Bauda going to be able to go through the rotations and try to play this smart here. Meanwhile, NPG already in 4th here. They don't really need to do a whole lot. Ain't nobody really trying to threaten their placement from where they are. And Ventus ends up losing with 9 eliminations, 135.4. Obviously, it'll be a little bit higher for them, as they will be able to go through with these rotations. They've been playing it out so well. They've been playing this game so good thus far, and clearly we're going to be seeing Ventus at the end of this at the finals. They've done what they can. They've done what they need to. Now it's time for much, much more, as we will be able to lock this in with JJHRD. They've been playing it over and over again. They've been playing it to the best of their abilities here. So now it's time for more, as JJHRD trying to hold on for as long as possible. 7 eliminations towards this one. Let's see if they're going to be able to keep this one alive. As
yeah,
now,
I say JJHRD kind of has a lot of work to do here, because Bauda with that 13 points right now, if they don't get eliminated very soon, JJHRD is going to lose just off the back of the multiplier alone. So they need to start looking towards picking some of these eliminations while still trying to stay alive. I mean, right now they are in our top, what, 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 5 teams left alive. That's it. And we're on zone 5, right? So they're top 5 already. Bauda has a ton of eliminations, and they already have a big multiplier. JJHRD needs them not to get even more of a multiplier here. They need to finish above them or they need to pick up some more eliminations to hold on to that 8th place position, because right now placement alone might be able to buy JJHRD into 8th place, but they have got to play this very carefully. This is quite the nail biter, because this is going to come down to the very last moments. It's either going to be Baoda or JJHRD who take that coveted 8th place. I think if I'm NAD right now, I'm trying not to lose my mind, because they're eliminated, and it looks like either JJHRD or Baoda is going to take that spot. They're very, very close to being able to do so. The multiplier coming into effect, the ranking points coming into effect, like it's
all coming into
Team
their
NAD.
It's all coming into their factor though for Baoda though. As long as they keep alive here, as long as they at least end with even a top 5, those ranking points are, with their 13 points, are going to be enough for them to be able to do what they need to here. Sadly, Baoda might be risking that one, as he is going to try to find somebody to claim here, but Rizu is going to get absolutely pushed and shoved all the way towards where they are placed, as Baoda loses with 13 eliminations in 11th. We're going to have to see at the very end here if it's going to be enough for them to qualify here, as they are going to be able to push out here. But JJHRD still has a massive opportunity to stay alive here. All they have to do is keep it together. They already have lost 1 player here, but they still have 2 more, and they still are affected by their numbers. NPG, full team alive here, so they have a shot here. They just have to play it to the best of their abilities. 4 teams left. By the way, this is one of those rare games to really see where they come out so early here. NPG, which is a lot of time on their hands, and a lot of players, they do have a lot. They don't necessarily need to push any harder than they need to. They have already qualified, but waiting ends up getting shredded by the Yorihime ulti. Godly is going to be able to push through, as he's going to get pushed, chased by by Lily's Viper. Sadly, not going to be able to get claimed though, as he is going to be able to get away just in time, as Lily trying to dish out some damage, trying to find somebody that's going to push in and keep the same aggression, but sadly, nobody is nearby, as Sorrow is going to be pushing and getting so many damage from the cannon, just pushing out and shooting it as much as possible through it. And let's see if they're going to be able to find it, as more and more of it comes through with these rotations though. Godly looks like he's going to be able to find a shield swap, and it looks like they're still going to be able to push in on this. This is massive for JJHRD. JJ already officially at this point has qualified. JJHRD has made it to our finals. They are officially in, ladies and gentlemen. The question is, are they going to bump out somebody or no? Does Baoda have the opportunity to push out NAD? NAD, this is going to be a very, very, very close one. Like I said, we're more so focused on 6th through 8th. As of right now, ASC is in 7th, JJHRD is in 8th, as it looks like JJ looks like they're going to lose one of their teammates here, as ASC Alex is also going to lose his life as well to NPG Sorrow. NPG trying to clutch up as much eliminations and points as possible here. This could be massive still regardless, as Godly is going to throw out an insane Yorihime ulti, trying to push Sorrow out of Storm, making the Storm tick hurt more and more towards this team, as it looks like JJ is going to be able to take their team out of the fight. Doesn't need to necessarily push, and they're just going to maintain, as they are going to try to see if they can claim this MVP. Sometimes all you need is that one MVP to do what you need to, as now still going to be able to go through the rotations and go through what they need to. Don't necessarily need to push onwards as much as possible here, but let's see if they're going to find this out, as they're going to be able to fight NPG Sorrow. They're going to be able to run that back and shut down Sorrow. The salty run back, but not in the way that we usually do, just happened on NPG, because NPG was putting down so much cannon fire on the JJ. I know they were absolutely sick of it. Meanwhile, still able to do what they need to though, as they're going to be able to dish this out, put in more time and effort towards it, and it looks like they will be able to lock this game up for our final game here, as JJ is going to be our winner. So they do get the massive amount of points and also a dub. That is massive points for them, as it looks like JJ has definitely qualified for our grand finals.
JJHRD coming in the final moments. This is what I was talking about. They were literally 1 point away from 8th place coming into this game, and they were in the perfect position to climb into 8th and hold on to it. They were able to make it happen. It looked like Aces was going to absolutely just edge them out, because all they needed to do was have a better game than Ace. But coming into the final, unfortunately, it's NAD who drops the ball and lets Ace go up above them. And then here in the end, JJHRD not only able to have a better game than Ace, but clutch it out for the MVP, solidifying themselves in not 8th place, but 7th place, and guaranteeing that they qualify here for the Season 2 Grand Finals. And man, they have got to be on top of the world right now because JJHRD put in the work. They were able to come up. They were able to climb the insurmountable mountain that was the Repechage, able to get into 7th place. They're going to be going on to compete there in Grand Finals. And not only are they going to compete in Grand Finals, but this buys them a chance to qualify for World Cup, or sorry, to qualify, to go to qualifiers for World Cup, which means they do still stand a chance of competing in the NBC. And I mean, it is huge for this team here because, man, what a game coming out here from JJHRD in the end. If they had one pop-off game, this was the game that they needed to have. And look, it looked like it was going to come up Bao for a while, but Bao pushed in and JJHRD said, you need to go ahead and sit down because this is our game. You got your 13 kills already, but we're qualifying. Get out of here with that.
Let's see, though, even with that one as well here, they still have an opportunity, but I'm curious on NAD, if NAD actually survived. Obviously, they got eliminated early, though, with those 4 eliminations. And Bauda, even though they were in 10th, they still had 13 eliminations. I think they have maybe 1 placement point, possibly. So I'm curious to see if that is going to be just enough for them to make it into the top 8. They might have bumped out NAD possibly, or NAD might have survived with just the skin of their teeth, because best believe JJHRD took over NAD's slot. But that means they got bumped down early. If Bauda has just enough, they could have just snatched over NAD's slot for that 8th place.
NAD's in 9th place right now. So even if Bauda overcomes NAD, they don't qualify, unfortunately, because JJHRD actually bumped Aces down into 8th place, which bumped down NAD all the way down into 9th. So they don't have a chance to qualify, unfortunately. Bauda, the most they can hope to do is come up into 9th place off the back of that ranking point you're talking about. But unfortunately, they can't climb up and overcome Ace. There were too many points behind when they were eliminated. They had a very good game. They had a good run, but they needed those ranking points and that extra multiplier from like a 3rd place finish or a 2nd place finish to really lock it down for them. And unfortunately, they pressed onto JJHRD, and JJHRD said no. This is our game. We're not losing. We're qualifying. And matter of fact, those eliminations onto Bauda were really what bought them their position into the top 8. At that point, they were 0.2 points behind NAD, who was just barely holding on. And at that point, all they needed to do was ride out 1 placement to guarantee it. I think the ranking points alone would have got it for them at the end of the game there. So they basically had already qualified. And then they turned around on top of that and said, oh, hey, we just eliminated Bauda. We're going to go on a tear and we're going to kill everybody and take MVP. And that's exactly what we saw JJHRD do. And I mean, right now they're on cloud 9. Those guys struggled so hard today to climb that mountain to make it happen for themselves. And here it is. We're going to take a look at the scores. Look at this. Yeah, a 29-point score line. Bauda comes in with a 20.2, but it's not enough. JJHRD was already ahead of them coming into this, and they just move forward. Aces, a 19.5. Bauda only makes 0.5 points more than Aces, and Aces was above JJHRD coming into this. Right. They get very, very close, but they needed to not be eliminated when they got eliminated. They needed like 1-2 more placements would have been the difference maker for Bauda. They got a little too hungry. They tried to bite off JJHRD, and JJHRD just proved to be a little more than they could chew.
Even with this one as well here, NAD with that 6.2. I don't know. Do you think NAD qualified?
No, they're 9th place. They got bumped all the way down.
They got bumped out just in time here, which means that ASE and JJ will be the two that end up making it towards the qualifications here. But who gets the third, though? Because there's 3 placements, it's 6th through 8th, but we're going to have to find out here, as Godly is going to be our last MVP for our trios, for our Repechage, with 4 eliminations, 19k in damage. 4 is 4th MVP, and he comes through with a Razor Swift, Rupture Gale Orb, Cavalry Bloom, and 3 attack Soul Jades. Very helpful if you're Yonahime. Coming in with dual blades and skills and ultimates. The skills and ultimates coming in with almost 6k damage, and dual blades similar with the 6100 damage coming in. Godly putting it down as our final placemaker for these games, and obviously he made it look good towards the very end of these games here, and now he can walk away with 4 MVPs to his name and says, hey, I came here and did what I needed to do, and we made it happen.
Look, JJHRD is the new kid on the block, right? This team didn't exist in season 1. We had a team disband, XSG from season 1, ended up disbanding after season 1. JJHRD had a lot on the line today. They really, really wanted to prove that they deserved to be here, and they weren't just here because XCG disbanded, right? And this solidifies a place for them to compete in grand finals. And clearly that's a statement made by JJHRD that says, hey, look, you know, there's an interesting story behind JJHRD. They were 2 teams that were in a lower bracket from XCG that came together to make a pro team, and now in their first season they were able to make it happen. But we're gonna find out probably from them here in just a second, because we got one more interview for you guys before we call an end here to the Repechage. So we're gonna throw things over to Jaeger before we come right back.
Thank you to Caster, and this is Jaeger, and welcome to post-game interview. And hello, this is Chu Yue, and let him say hello to our audience. Hello， 初月，先和大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是集结号阿弟的初月。
好的，恭喜你们拿到了本场比赛最高分，也是成功的进入了我们的决赛。So first, we would like to say congratulations, team JJHRD. You guys really good and really excited. And you know, at the last race, I was like, my heart is always boom boom. It's like so excited now. So first, I would like to know how's your feeling right now. 那我就这一把真的打得非常的惊心动魄，我也看得很激动。初月怎么饱含热泪了？此刻已经，现在自己什么感觉？
其实很激动嘛，就是毕竟我们就是这2天打起来，就是感觉还有点差强人意，就是很多不足的地方。然后之后就是今天就是最后一把，就是打出就是我们该有的东西了。
是的，是的，今天发挥的真的非常棒。So I'm very excited now, and because this is Jaeger, and I can see his tears is already in his eyes. It's like he is so excited because sometimes he thinks his team, they some place they are not good enough, and it's very dangerous in the Repechage, and they will try their best, and now they have the ticket to the final. Okay, now so also we would like to say Happy Halloween and trick or treat. So choose one sugar. 先来选一个你的这个糖果，因为我们当中有甜的和酸的，然后看看你今天的运气怎么样，好不好？
好的。
我也特别想问一下初月啊，今天因为马上就是这个万圣节，如果要选择一个角色去 cos 的话，会选择谁呢？
无尘吧。
为什么呀？
就是因为我在团队里主要玩的就是无尘位置，就3号位。
好的。So actually for 你可以品尝一下你的糖了。So actually for the Happy Halloween, he's like to cos Wu Chen because in the team his position is to play Wu Chen, and he thinks it's a very strong hero. Okay, so we just come back to the is the soil or sweet sugar? 就是这个是很酸吗？还是看还好是吧？So it's okay, it's not like too soil. Okay, so let's get back to the game. And we just finished the whole journey of the Repechage. And we know, like sometimes for your teams, you're really excited. And some teams, we just have to say bye-bye to them in the season 2. So for these teams, which one you think is really like a pity, and anything you want to say to them? 那我们也知道，其实今天是我们整个复活赛旅程的最后一站了。我相信在这条路上，大家会有欢乐，会有圆满，会有像你们队今天终于拼进决赛的这种激动，但也会有遗憾。 特别想问一下，在这些目前无缘我们 S2决赛的这些队伍里面，哪一支队伍你是觉得最可惜的？能不能有什么话给他们讲的吗？
就是按比分来说的话，就是觉得 AD 就比较可惜一点嘛。对，当时就是刚才才说的嘛，就是以为是 KZ 没进，然后之后 AD， 然后结果是 AD 没进啊，不对，是 ASE。
是的，是的，
然后之后就感觉 AD， 因为之前他们比我们是高了大概10分左右嘛，然后之后我们感觉追他们分就是有点困难嘛。
对，是的。
然后最后2把的话，就是我们和 ASE 就是分打的都挺高的。
对。
然后之后就把他反超了，有点挺可惜的。
没有想到会把 NAD 反超了。Okay, so the which team for me, I think it's a pity, it's the team NAD because like we are very close score to the ASE and we are fighting with them and we all want to just join in the final in the season 2. And so it's like we didn't imagine that both of our team can go to the final, but NAD can't. So I still think they are a very strong team, and I think it's very pity. OK， 好，最后因为今天是我们的万圣节，所以说我们一起来做一个小鬼脸，然后给大家合影留念，好不好？
要怎么做？
就随便都可以，我们就随便做一个开心一点的或者小鬼脸，来吗？好，准备3、2、1。好，谢谢初月 ，Thank you 初月 for today's interview, and we will get back to the casters.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Jaeger, thank you for yet another wonderful interview. We really appreciate it. And man, JJHRD, I gotta give him a big clap. XCG as well. XCG, just what a dominant performance here in Repechage. And of course, JJHRD, congratulations. Coming back in the final game, playing the best game you've played all of Repechage and just able to lock in that position to qualify for grand finals. You could see it on his face, man. He's on top of the world. So happy to be here and competing. And speaking of which, we're going to take a look here in just a little bit and see who all did qualify. We're going to take a look at the final scoreboards because all of these players, even the 8 teams that didn't qualify, deserve to, their efforts deserve to be immortalized here to show that they were here and did play the game. Unfortunately, for many of them, that is going to be it for their competitive season here in Naraka Blade Point, because for many of them, if they don't get to go compete into our grand finals, they don't have an opportunity to qualify for Worlds. So it's a somber note. Don't get me wrong. We get to end on a high note. JJHRD having an absolutely incredible game and qualifying. But I mean, Dobby said it best at the beginning of the show here. This is a somber experience because many of these teams have to go home. And I think we've grown to love every one of these teams in some way, shape, or form, Dobby. I mean, they've come out and they've put on incredible shows for the audience. And we as casters have just had the absolute pleasure of being here to bring all of that action to you guys on behalf of these incredible players. And man, it's been a wild ride. It feels like it's coming to an end, even though it's not, because grand finals are right around the corner, and then after that is qualifiers for World Cup and then World Cup. And there's so many teams going to World Cup. It's not just the CN region at that point. It's every single region has teams that are going to compete. EU, NA, the Asia region, SEA, Thailand. There's so many teams that are going to be going and trying to show everything.
And these are teams that we
have.
haven't casted too. These are teams that we haven't seen their gameplay and how aggressive they are. We haven't seen how they run their games for Morris and or the new map Alarov. So we're also going to be casting from kind of a first-hand experience of players that we haven't gotten a chance to cast for yet. So that's also going to be new for us as well. And going into this, that's going to be a very fun experience.
Oh yeah, I've personally had the pleasure, obviously last year you and me both got to do NA and EU. This year I got to do NA, I got to do a little bit of EU. I even got to cast the SEA tournament, and of course here the CN Pro League. I feel like I've been on a private jet. Naraka's been flying me around the world, as it were. I mean, obviously, I haven't got to go out to some of these incredible events yet, but soon. I can't wait for Land Dobby when we get to go out and actually, be on stage with all of these incredible players and get to bring you guys the action from there. But it's it's just been an incredible year all around. And it feels like it's coming to an end, but it's really not. Season 2 has gone by in a flash. There's been so much action. You know, we talk about how, you know, sometimes there's some dull moments and stuff, but I've said it before and I'll say it again. Naraka Blade Point really is a spectator sport. At the end of the day, this is the most action-packed of any esport there is. The action just never stops. So we're going to take a look here. And as we look, GBL down in 16th place, Q9, WBG, JDG, KZ. Unfortunately, Team Baoda in 11th place with 106.4. Alliance was so close with a 109.7, and NAD gets edged out down into 9th place with a 115.
Wow.
As ASE comes into 8th place with 120.5. 17JL falls all the way to 7th place. JJHRD off the back of this game actually skyrockets to 6th place with 128.6. Team Ventus, NPG, AOW, your 3rd through 5th. EWG and XCG, the only 2 teams to break 200 points here, but XCG with a dominating 267 overall game score here, clearly made it known that we weren't meant to be in Repechage. There was some games where something just, you know, the RNG wasn't on our side, you know, my stomach wasn't feeling good, something, and clearly they said, we're not going to make that mistake again. We're going to make it known we are here to compete. And here you are, your 16 teams qualified to head to grand finals for the season. That's YZG, Fun Plus Phoenix, GG, Team Wolves, Team GD, OC, OUG, and J Team, followed up by the 8 who qualified today, being XCG, EWG, AOW, NPG, Ventus, JJHRD against all odds, 17JL, and Team ASE coming in and qualifying, making it happen here in the Pro League. Man, what a day.
You want to know what's crazy, though, more than anything? It took ASE 2 games. It took ASE 2 games to pop off and push themselves to qualify. It took them 2 games. Mind you, they were in like 14th place at the time. They were pretty much not even considered for place.
I mean, ASE came in today in 11th place, right? They had some grinding to do. They did fall off in games 1 and 2, but they were able to start pulling things back, like you said. They were putting points on the board after the first 2 games.
They were.
But they weren't like dominating. To be fair, that's because XCG was coming in and just literally wiping lobbies out of existence. But as soon as XCG started to slow down, ASE was then able to start taking control of some of these lobbies. And, you know, they don't exactly walk away with the big MVP or anything, but they put enough points on the board to climb to that position where they can qualify. And I'm gonna say right now, things got really tight in this last game. If you look at it, ASE, man, they put up what? I think they had 12 eliminations in the final game. So it wasn't exactly a slow game for them here coming in. They had a lot of work to put in, but it's because teams like Baoda and JJHRD were coming in and trying to climb that leaderboard. So ASE had to have a big game into the final game if they wanted to hold on and maintain that position, and they knew that, and they came through and they delivered, right? Yes, they are in 8th place. It was very close, but they put in the work. And here we are. This is the drawing ceremony where we're going to decide the weather conditions for each map moving forward into grand finals here. And this does significantly shake things up. Remember, many teams, including J Team, playing Takeda into different maps because of the weather conditions. So we're going to see here, there are going to be 4 selected for Morris Isle, and then obviously 2 for our Hollow Roth, because we have 2 games on Hollow Roth and 4 on Morris Isle. It's going to be interesting to see which weather conditions come up for which going forward, Dobby.
Looks like it's going to be absolutely a plethora here, as it looks like we look at Jaeger, who's going to be pulling it out right now for one of the maps currently here. I'm gonna say it, those are some massive balls. As we're gonna be able to lock this in here. Looks like it's gonna be dusk for game number 1. for it looks like Morris Isle is going to be there's also a night map as well, so there's going to be a midday, a dawn, a dusk, and a cloudy for each of these games here, as we're going to be able to see which games end up getting chosen here, as it looks like game 2 is going to be our Holoroth Dusk for game number 2. Very similar start to what we have been doing thus far for our games already. So let's see what is next here to pick our next teams, not teams, but in terms of the day. Do you think it changes it all in terms of, like, you know, fighting styles for dawn to dusk, or is it just kind of a normal thing as it looks in, and it looks like it's gonna be dawn Morris Isle for game number 3? There's no way that the same format is gonna be the same, right? There's no way that they're gonna pick Holoroth for game 5, right?
Wait, no. They're absolutely. It's still the same format, Dobby. It's still game 2 is Holoroth and game 5 is Holoroth. But we're taking a look here at our next one. Game 4 going to be locking in. It's going to be nighttime on Morris Isle. And believe it or not, the weather conditions absolutely do play an impact into some of these fights as well. You know, J Team, really the first team bringing that Takeda pick in. We know what's going to come here for Holoroth. It's going to be cloudy. It's the only option left. Same thing, midday is going to be our last pick for game 6. But J Team pioneered the start of using Takeda, right? And they specifically did that because nighttime was the first map this season going forward for Morris Cup.
Jaeger looks so nice.
Oh yeah, but nighttime you see an abundance of fireflies coming through into the map, and those fireflies providing you the ultimate charge, which is something that Takeda is heavily reliant on, right? He needs to go into fights having his ultimate. You can play a hyper aggressive comp with Takeda if you know there's a ton of fireflies on the map and you know you can push from firefly to firefly. They know the routes, they know where the fireflies are spawning on these maps. So nighttime actually ends up being a better environment for a Takeda team comp, because you can land, grab fireflies, have your ult, immediately take a fight, and after that fight, push to the next set of fireflies, have your ult back, and immediately push to the next fight. It allows you to keep that hyper early game aggression, because those Takeda comps really don't have a great late game presence. They're all early to mid game, right? By the way, as we take a look here, if you look, it is going to be November 10th through November 13th that we show up here for our grand finals. Funnily enough, November 12th, my actual birthday, we're going to be having our solo grand finals, the last day of solo grand finals. So it's going to be interesting to be here casting with you guys on my birthday. I'm excited for that. You guys definitely hope you're looking forward to coming in for grand finals. Mark it on your calendar. That's November 10th through November 13th. We're going to be here for your grand finals, and it's going to be a lot of fun. I know I'm looking forward to it. I know Dobby's looking forward to it. I know all of the casters are, and I know you guys at home are looking forward to it. As we take a look, here it is.
It's going to be a good vibe and a good time. And like I said, for our grand final scheduling, we saw it before, but here is our list of not only the days for grand finals, but also what times for Morris Isles. It's going to be dawn, it's going to be dusk, it's going to be midday, it's going to be night, it's going to be cloudy, and it's going to be midday for all of our games, for all of our trios, for that one as well. As we look at it, it's going to be solos, trios. We've been doing this so far today. What do you mean? You thought it was going to be something different?
This is different, Dobby. So November 17th through the 20th is going to be the Chinese qualifications for World Cup. So we have a lot of these teams who have qualified to come to qualifier for CN, but we still have to cut some of these teams to make room for the other teams from other regions to come in and compete in World Cup.
So this is like another rep shade.
It's not a rep chase, but it's a qualifier, right? So they're going to come in, everybody comes in with a blank slate into this, right? And it's just 2 days, 12 games for a chance to qualify for Worlds. Those coveted ranking points that they've been putting together going forward have bought them a position to be able to come into qualifiers, right? If you haven't, you don't get to compete in qualifiers, so you don't stand a chance to go to Worlds. But many of these teams have put in the work. They get to come here to qualifiers, and now they have to prove that they deserve to stand on the stage, not only with the rest of the CN pros, but the pros from every other region during qualifiers. So it's going to be very interesting to see what comes forward of qualifiers as well. Unfortunately, I will be out of town, so I will not be joining you guys for qualifiers, but you guys will have the lovely other casters, and I do believe a special caster going to be coming in and joining you guys as well. I don't want to give away the surprise yet, but it's going to be fantastic, and I hope you guys enjoy it. And then I'll be back for the rest of World Cup. You guys know I'm not going to miss World Cup. There's no place I would rather be except World Cup, especially beside Dobby and everybody else. But ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be us today because it's been one heck of a day. I think me and Dobby need to go recharge our batteries. We need to digest everything that just went down here in the Repechage, because I think there was some upturns.
Came through. JJ surprised everybody. I'm gonna be honest. They came through and surprised everybody with the qualifications. They're gonna sit there and they're gonna be like, JJ made it? What?
Absolutely. But that's gonna be it for me and Dobby today. We hope to see you guys on the 10th through the 13th for the grand finals. Till then, we've been your casters. This has been the Naraka Blade Point Pro League. We love you guys, and we can't wait to see you at grand finals.